2 months later, in the number 6 spaceport of Heavenly Saints City, Akiu, Xianxia sneezed. Her small nose shivered slightly, and she shrank further into her red coat, as if she were trying to bury herself in it. As a star fortress, Heavenly Saints City maintained the climate and weather by magical equipment. It was possible to set the environment to a cozy temperature. But people living in space often missed the seasonal changes on planets. Therefore, spring, summer, autumn, and winter were simulated on Heavenly Saints City. Occasionally, there was rain, snow, and fog. It was the beginning of spring in Heavenly Saints City. Damp, cold wind was blowing in the scarce snow. 6 spaceport and piercing into the collars and sleeves of the travelers through the tiniest gaps. However, what really frustrated the young girl was not the weather but the grueling task that awaited her. Xianxia rubbed her hands and complained to Long Yunxin in a low voice. Really? There are so many students in our department. Why does it have to be me to welcome the visiting scholar? Xianxia and Long Yunxin both came from noble families of refining that had a long history. They had been friends from a young age. In the previous Sky Hill Sword Seminar, both of them had been in touch with Liao. Long Yunxin had even been defeated by him. Since she had been eliminated from the tournament too early, Long Yunxin naturally did not receive any offers from the 3 main Crystal Suit Centers. Thankfully, since her basic skills were quite good, and her family had a lot of connections in the circle of refiners, she had finally been accepted by the refining department of Flying Star University, her mother school, as an associate researcher. She was currently working in a renowned laboratory affiliated with the refining department. Xianxia, Long Yunxin, and 4 young refiners of the refining department of Flying Star University had come to the number 6 spaceport in order to welcome a special visiting scholar. The 100 exchange students from Iron Plateau had mostly arrived 1 month ago. The young people from a desolate planet had made quite a fuss and left a lot of funny tales when they first got to the most prosperous city of the Flying Star sector. The visiting scholar, Sand Scorpion, however, did not come with his compatriots. He was late by 1 month and did not arrive until today. The refining department of Flying Star University had reached a preliminary consensus as to the treatment of the unique visiting scholar. Although none of the professors and experts believed that Sand Scorpion was capable enough to be an actual contributor to the studies of refining in Flying Star University, everybody definitely wouldn't say no if the guy decided to put his money into their projects. It would be even better if the Iron Plateau natives, who were on his back, grew interested in the refining department of Flying Star University because of him and invested even more. Therefore, it had been decided that he would be welcomed warmly. With the prestige of Flying Star University in the world of cultivators, it was almost a pilgrimage for the visiting scholars from other space zones when they came here. Visiting scholars, at best, would usually have someone from the school greet them at the spaceport. But this time, for young teachers and researchers of the refining department had come to the spaceport to welcome the guest in person. It was unusually formal for Flying Star University. Long Yunxin, unlike Xianxia, had volunteered to come. She hated boredom more than anything else and, therefore, was quite interested in the visiting scholar from Iron Plateau. She said with a smile, "It can't be helped, Ainen. You are the only one in our department who has met Sand Scorpion before. Since he saved your life, you are naturally the best candidate to welcome him today. Speaking of which, what kind of person is this best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau in your eyes?" Xianxia suddenly blushed. Half a year ago, after the big explosion in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar, she had been kidnapped and taken to Iron Plateau by the Temple of Immortals. It was Sand Scorpion who had rescued her. However, she had only seen Sand Scorpion once in the valley and was handed over to the Great Horn Exo Society soon. She had never met him again before she left Iron Plateau. However, there was a little secret in her heart. When the 20 hostages were still held in prison, Sand Scorpion had talked to her and learned the details from her mouth before the following operations were carried out. Does he still remember me? Xianxia thought to herself, only to be shocked by her idea. She replied, her face red. We weren't freed until we reached some valley. My head was dizzy when he took off our facial covers, and I couldn't see him clearly. I only remember that he was wearing a hideous armor, and his face was hidden by his messy hair. His voice was coarse and he was quite mean. Before we caught our breath, he had already asked us to dig pits. However, we heard a lot of tales of Sand Scorpion from the Great Horn Exo Society later. It was said that he is a super expert who rose to fame recently on Iron Plateau. No one in all the 6 tribes had second opinion about his invincibility. Even the previous best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau was slain by him. Xianxia grimaced. Such a brutal guy must not be messed with. Now I'm part of the reception work. What if I piss him off? The 4 young men chit-chatting nearby came over and said with smiles, "Don't be scared. We are all here for you. He is just another barbarian who has more bronze than brains." Although Xianxia was a student and they were teachers, they were born in the noble families of refining, too, and had known each other since childhood. They had always considered her to be a little sister. Therefore, they were not as restrained as normal teacher-student relationships. The young refiner in the lead was as slender as a monkey and had a mole below his left eye. His name was Ho Zitao, and he specialized in guns boosted by spiritual energy. He had quite a few patents despite his young age and was a rising new star in the circle of refiners. He joined Flying Star University 5 years ago, but he had been working as an assistant for other people and did not apply for his own project until this year. He was quite ambitious, planning to make a career out of the project. He had never realized the importance of funding when he was an assistant, but now that he was leading a project team on his own, he immediately found that the arts of refining were too costly. Flying Star University was never short of experts and professors. Thus, it was extremely difficult for a young genius like Ho Zitao to apply for research funds. Naturally, when he heard that a silly yet rich landlord was coming to the refining department as a visiting scholar, Ho Zitao was the first to offer to join the reception team. Ho Zitao smiled. "Ainin, don't think too much. Just go up there and say nice words to him for saving your life when he shows up. When he is overwhelmed with self-satisfaction, we'll come close and adulate him to the point that he will forget his name. Then we'll show him the few projects that we've been working on. Awesome as the guy may be, he has nothing but muscles. Does he really know anything about refining?" By then, Ho Zitao was smiling cunningly. The other young refiners were more or less the same. They were all laughing and rubbing their fists, making plans to seize the rarely seen opportunity to let the goose lay more golden eggs for them. Long Yunxin sniffed and dragged Xianxia to a side, coldly eyeing the guys who were enjoying such fantasies. Long Yunxin lowered her voice and said, "Ainin, don't listen to the jibber-jabber of those people. Just do what you are asked to do and don't presume that the man is really a wealthy idiot. It is not going to be easy to take advantage of him. In my opinion, the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau will not be easy to deal with." Xianxia was dazed. "Sister Long, do you know Sand Scorpion?" With a mysterious smile, Long Yunxin replied, "Of course I don't. But I have a good friend in the cross-wind space zone who told me a piece of shocking news yesterday. Ainin, do you know why Sand Scorpion was delayed for so long?" Xianxia was still confused. "The cross-wind space zone?" "Yes. There's a small family of cultivators in the cross-wind space zone known as the Wu family, who did not have many experts. One of the least famous noble families, I would say." Long Yunxin told the story merrily. However, 20 years ago, a quite capable young expert named Wu Mafei emerged in the Wu family. He reached the high level of the building foundation stage before he was 40 years old. He joined the White Dragon Society, a fairly influential sect in the cross-wind space zone, and became a pillar of the sect, making quite a fortune for his family. Too bad that the geniuses always seem to be cursed. A few years later, when Wu Mafei went to visit his in-laws with his wife and his child, they encountered space pirates and went missing. At that time, everyone thought that Wu Mafei and his next of kin were dead. The great fortune that Wu Mafei made and the insurance compensation that the White Dragon Society provided naturally fell into his other family members. The seniors of the Wu family were too old, but Wu Mafei had 2 brothers who claimed all the money. But as it turned out, although Wu Mafei perished, his only son Wu Mayan survived on Iron Plateau. Now that the communication between Iron Plateau natives and space residents has been reestablished, Mayan naturally went back to the cross-wind space zone to visit his family with his father's ashes. However, his visit put the Wu family in an embarrassing situation. It had previously been an unknown family and only earned some fame by Wu Mafei's hard work. Its prosperity later was based on Wu Mafei's insurance. 2. Now that Wu Mafei's only son suddenly showed up, how should the assets of the Wu family be divided? Xianxia listened to the story in confusion. She tilted her head and thought for a while. Since Wu Mafei still has a son, his son is naturally the rightful heir to the compensation, pension, and the money that Wu Mafei earned previously. Long Yunxin smiled knowingly. That's common sense, but Wu Mafei's two brothers have enjoyed his legacy for so many years. How could they bear to hand over everything that was once theirs? The communication has just begun. Iron Plateau is still a mysterious place for most space residents. Nobody knows much about the situation on Iron Plateau. When Wu Mayan went back, he looked like a teenager no more than 15 years old, and his mother was a strengthless doctor. His uncles thought that they could take advantage of the widow and the fatherless child, and they planned to keep the legacy for themselves. According to my friend, they provided a very harsh agreement, trying to kick away the mother and the young man with petty benefits. However, other than being the only son of Wu Mafei, Wu Mayan has yet another identity. He is the disciple of Sand Scorpion, the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. Besides, Sand Scorpion went to the cross-wind space zone together with Wu Mayan. Ah! Attracted by the story, Xianxia exclaimed, Sand Scorpion must be not easy to deal with. Since he could rise to fame in a world as lawless as Iron Plateau, he would definitely teach the Wu family a hard lesson. Long Yunxin blinked and said, if he simply engaged in fights without thinking, I wouldn't think so highly of him. He would merely have been another reckless man. However, according to my friend, through some methods, Sand Scorpion made the Wu family attack him first. Were they crazy? Xianxia was quite surprised. The man is the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. How could they be so foolish? It was a good demonstration of Sand Scorpion's cunningness. Long Yunxin took a long breath and continued. When Sand Scorpion just showed up, he didn't reveal his identity, and he looked like a plain redneck. It was said that several members of the Wu family mocked him at the welcome party. But he did not respond or fight back. When a cultivator of the Wu family challenged him, he turned it down with the excuse that he was injured and dedicated himself to the meat on the table. As a result, nobody thought much of him. There was no telling whether he really liked to keep a low profile or he was acting on purpose. If he was pretending the whole time, his mind is too treacherous. The Wu family is a third-rate family in the cross-wind space zone after all, and they don't really know any top secrets. How could they know that the redneck that they'd been laughing at was actually the best warrior on Iron Plateau? In the end, when conflict broke out between the two parties regarding the recognition of Wu Mafei's legacy and the division of his assets, the Wu family was bewildered enough to ask 3 building foundation stage cultivators to deal with Sand Scorpion. Can you guess what happened? What? Asked Xianxia interestedly, her face red because of the coldness. Long Yunxin extended her 3 fingers and waved them softly. As she replied, 3 building foundation stage cultivators were in crystal suits, fully armed. Sand Scorpion did not even use any weapon, much less a crystal suit. He crushed the 3 of them bare-handed. What? Xianxia gasped. Defeating 3 building foundation stage cultivators without weapons? He is so terrifying. Long Yunxin was still in shock, too. I couldn't agree with you more. The news I got was that Sand Scorpion had a pair of hands like 2 devils. When his fists hit his opponent's crystal suits, the crystal suit would turn into components, and part of the suit would be dissembled. Xianxia's eyes nearly popped out of her skull. Dismantling a crystal suit empty-handed? Unbelievable. Long Yunxin nodded in agreement. The 3 building foundation stage cultivators were quite famous in the cross-wind space zone, and yet they suffered a humiliating defeat because of Sand Scorpion. Naturally, the entire cross-wind space zone was shocked. It was not until this moment that Sand Scorpion told everybody who he actually was. He also formally accused the 3 building foundation stage cultivators to be assassins from the Temple of Immortals who had been ordered to kill him. The Wu family had thought that Sand Scorpion was just a Mr. Nobody, so they were all dumbfounded at the situation. Think about it. The cooperation between space residents and Iron Plateau natives had reached the most critical moment. Sand Scorpion was not only the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau but also a visiting scholar invited by Flying Star University. Neither of the 2 identities was something that the Wu family could mess around with. Xianxia couldn't help but chuckle. They deserved it. Long Yunxin laughed too. Anyways, after the incident, most of the property of the Wu family returned to Wu Mayan. His 2 uncles who had ill intentions were saved of the punishment of going to jail, but they were eliminated from the decision-making circle of the family. They received a small pension and retired in embarrassment. Later, Wu Mayan reorganized the assets of the Wu family. Supported by his mother's family, he established a new, glorious sunlight group. No sooner had it been founded than it started negotiating about cooperation and acquisition with a few sects in the transportation industry of the cross-wind space zone, showing that the owner of the enterprise had a lot of resources. It was said that the glorious sunlight group would take the trade between the space and Iron Plateau as their main business, and they will most likely monopolize many resources on Iron Plateau. Wu Mayan is quite impressive. He is just a teenager, and he can already form such ambitious plans. Xianxia mumbled. Long Yunxin snapped her forehead softly and smiled. You dummy. Wu Mayan is not 15 years old yet, and he has grown up on Iron Plateau. How much could he know about business? His mother's family is best known for their medical arts and know little about corporate affairs, too. Besides, even though they were interested in the idea, they did not have the capital to establish the glorious sunlight group. Sand Scorpion must be behind the endeavor. Xianxia finally realized what this was all about. Indeed, I'm told that Sand Scorpion is quite rich. Besides, since he is the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, his list of connections on Iron Plateau must be enormous too. Good heavens! If the resources of an entire planet are monopolized by his glorious sunlight group, his wealth will be intimidating. Long Yunxin nodded. Yes, the real owner of the glorious sunlight group is definitely Sand Scorpion. The resources of a major planet are too abundant. Even if he is not monopolizing all of them, a franchise of 1/10 of the important resources is enough to make the glorious sunlight group one of the top-tier organizations in the Flying Star sector. However, what I was really awed was Sand Scorpion's cunningness. Before, I thought the same with those people. Long Yunxin nodded at the 4 daydreaming young refiners and chuckled. I thought that, impressive as his title might be, the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau would merely be a burly barbarian after all. With a few compliments and adulations, we would definitely get him to dance however we wanted. But after I was told of the incident, I was literally soaked in cold sweat. If Sand Scorpion was manipulating everybody and set up a trap for the Wu family to help Wu Mayan get his annoying uncles away, then his devices would be too scary. These 4 guys think that he is a fat lamb waiting to be butchered. They do not know that his wisdom is proportional to his wealth. Although they are trying to fool him right now, I bet they will be devoured by him without any bones left while they think they are taking advantage of him. Xianxia's face was even more twisted, as if she had just bitten a sour apple. She smiled bitterly. Sister Long, after hearing your story, I'm even less willing to welcome the intimidating guy now. Dear passengers, we are arriving at the number 6 spaceport of the 3rd orbital ring of Heavenly Saint City, our final destination. Please make sure your belongings are with you. The Feathered Snakes Brotherhood offer mind-refreshing pills for free for every passenger on board to ease your fatigue after such a long journey. The mind-refreshing pills are made of 36 valuable. Listening to the loud and clear advertisement, Liao stretched his arms and observed the view outside the cabin window with great interest, while he murmured to himself, "How splendid!" He was in the middle of a carrier that was hundreds of meters long. Naturally, it was not a real cabin window next to him, but a light beam where the real-time scenery that the crystal cameras captured of Heavenly Saint City was displayed. It was not until this moment that Liao witnessed the magnificence and splendidness of the biggest metropolis of the Flying Star sector in person. Half an hour away, they passed the 9th and the 10th orbital rings, the two outmost residential areas of Heavenly Saint City. Further outside, the 11th and the 12th orbital rings were still under construction. Countless carriers and engineering starships towed the war remnants from various parts of the Flying Star sector, which would then be refined in the space factories near Heavenly Saint City. Together with the components produced in asteroids and world fragments, they constituted new flesh and bones of Heavenly Saint City. Thousands of workers collaborated with the automatic construction magical equipment. The scene reminded Liao of ants who were building their nests. Thanks to the hard work of the workers, Heavenly Saint City was expanding at a visible speed. Instead of a dead object, it was likely an awesome giant beast that was roaming in the sea of stars. Heavenly Saint City was made of a star fortress and 10 orbital rings that surrounded it. The orbital rings were connected to each other by high-pressure vacuum tubes. There were many branches on the vacuum tubes and their ends were connected to countless smaller star fortresses. At first glance, the city looked like a big tree with countless fruits on it. They'd been floating in Heavenly Saint City for more than half an hour, and yet they still hadn't reached the 3rd ring from the 10th ring. Hundreds of carriers had jammed the traffic ahead of them. Liao stopped staring out the window and focused his attention on the desk in front of him. On the desk was a common watch made of 462 components. Liao tapped the desk with his right hand softly. He suddenly flipped his palm, and his spiritual energy surged out toward the watch. His fingers did not move, but the watch was dismantled into hundreds of components in the blink of an eye. Still can't. My control over my spiritual energy is still too primitive. I cannot dismantle all of the components without touching the watch. Liao slightly frowned. It was extremely difficult to increase the hand speed after it surpassed the speed of sound. If he wanted a major breakthrough, he would have to break the limits of hands and operate on materials directly with his spiritual energy. That way, much more delicate control than hands would be achieved. A cultivator only had 10 fingers, but they could form thousands of spiritual threads. If their every spiritual thread was nimbler than their fingers, their hand speed would be increased by hundreds of times. If the skill was adeptly grasped, it would not be impossible to dismantle a crystal suit or a starship barehanded. Without feeling bored, Liao dismantled and assembled the watch time and time again. However, his thoughts suddenly flashed back to a month ago. When he thought of everything that had happened in the crosswind space zone, he couldn't help but feel funny. As a man born in the magical equipment graveyard, he had never been fond of being in the spotlight. Lurking in an inconspicuous corner and waiting for the prey was the most comfortable style for him. Therefore, he had refused to go to Heavenly Saint City with the exchange students, because a huge number of reporters were definitely going to show up wherever they arrived. He did not intend to waste his precious time on meaningless social activities. As it happened, Wu Mayan was going to his hometown to scatter his birth father's ashes, and Sha Yulan meant to visit her parents in the crosswind space zone, too. Therefore, Liao had decided to go with them. He had planned to go to Heavenly Saint City after all the family matters were settled. He had been hoping to avoid trouble and had been keeping quite a low profile. However, trouble always seemed to come to him anyway. The trip might not be as bad as I thought. It was a pure coincidence that Liao went to the crosswind space zone. He had not planned to do so in the beginning. However, he had never been a man who liked to refuse other people. Since those two uncles of the Wu family had been seeking their own doom, how could he not fulfill their wish? He had merely wanted to take back the legacy his disciple was entitled to in the beginning. However, after investigating, he found that the Wu family was mainly engaged in the transportation industry, and most of its assets were relatively new carriers. When Wu Mafei, Wu Mayan's birth father, was alive, he had been in charge of the transportation business of the White Dragon Society. After a few years of work, he had led his family into the transportation industry too. Despite his two brothers' evil characters, they were quite seasoned in the business operations. After Wu Mafei passed away, his two brothers had continued working in the transportation industry with the connections and capital that he had left behind. In honor of Wu Mafei, the White Dragon Society maintained the cooperation with the Wu family, too. For more than a decade, the family business had thrived. No wonder Wu Maiyan's two uncles were reluctant to let go of it. After the investigation was done, Liao quickly thought of something and associated it with the scheme that had been on his mind recently. Later, with evidence that the two uncles had hired muscle against himself and a series of clandestine arrangements, Liao kicked them out of the decision-making circle of the Wu family and helped Wu Maiyan get back what should have been his all along. Inside the Wu family, except for the two uncles, there were also many secondary members who were all quite familiar with the transportation industry. Liao appointed the dutiful, obedient ones and those who had been not favored by the two uncles because of their close relation with Wu Mafei as the new administration. With that personnel as the foundation, as well as the tremendous resources that Liao had gained on Iron Plateau and the support of Sha Yulan's family, the Glorious Sunlight Group was established. Liao was not scared that the Wu family would betray him, because the main advantage of the Glorious Sunlight Group was Liao and Wu Maiyan's connection with Iron Plateau and the monopolization of resources based on it. Without the relationship, the Glorious Sunlight Group would have been nothing. Besides, Liao believed that everyone would understand the dire consequences of betraying him after witnessing him blow up 3 crystal suits barehanded. Liao's purpose of establishing the Glorious Sunlight Group was very simple. Firstly, he was hoping to make money through the trades between the Iron Plateau natives and space residents. The profits would support the refinement of his future planetary-level magical equipment and the search for the Heaven's Origin sector. Because of the vastness of the space, it was a money-burning task to find a special constellation between the countless stars and locate its coordinates precisely. Secondly, since the Glorious Sunlight Group was planning to transport goods for Iron Plateau natives and space residents, it was only reasonable that it established its own team of guards or even an exo-society, considering the chaos in the Flying Star sector. It was a perfect excuse for Liao to assemble his own armed forces. Maybe one day, the exo-society under the name of the Glorious Sunlight Group would go back to the Heaven's Origin sector together with him. Besides, right now, the newly established Glorious Sunlight Group was a great cover to hide a lot of secrets for him. After the Glorious Sunlight Group was registered, Liao purchased a batch of second-hand carriers in the name of the company through online trade platforms. Many carriers had similar shapes to Sparkle. Liao planned to modify the second-hand carriers to the point that they would look exactly like Sparkle. After that, he would dismantle one of the carriers and only keep its number. In such a way, Sparkle would have a perfect disguise and become legalized. It would be able to cruise through the space routes openly. Nobody would notice anything wrong unless they boarded the starship and checked. Other than that, Liao also purchased a lot of magical equipment for refiners under the name of the Glorious Sunlight Group, hoping to build the Glorious Sunlight Group's own laboratory for Mo Xian and the other spectral cultivators. Mo Xian, as the dean of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution in the old days, had waited for too long in the long journey in the Sea of Stars. He almost couldn't wait to act now. Liao had once discussed with them about establishing a branch of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution in the Flying Star sector. Right now, Liao had enough resources to fulfill his promise now. The branch could be established under the name Research Center of the Glorious Sunlight Group. The Glorious Sunlight Group has been born. Although it does not boast many carriers right now, considering our monopolization of Iron Plateau, which is a goose that lays golden eggs, many sects have already proposed cooperation. A lot of profit is waiting for us. Selling the unpurifiable ores on Iron Plateau to the world fragments in space that have the technology to refine them alone is enough for us to make a fortune. Therefore, the research funds shouldn't be a problem. As for Professor Mo Xian, he was in charge of Project Mystic Skeleton all by himself and was one of the leading experts among the grassroots refiners. He is clearly not a nerd who knows nothing but research. With abundant resources, it should be a familiar job for him to establish and manage a research center. Everything has been set on track. Very good. I can focus myself on training right now. I'm definitely going to form the ultimate core within 5 years. The starship shivered slightly and docked at the spaceport. Liao stretched his arms. His left hand moved softly, and the hundreds of components dancing in midair immediately rushed to his wrist, where they circled and assembled into a watch precisely. The second hand was ticking accurately. Liao walked to the exit amid other travelers. Before, when his identity had been revealed in the cross-wind space zone, the Cultivation sects there had suggested sending a starship to escort him to Heavenly Saints City. Flying Star University had also proposed to pick him up in the cross-wind space zone. However, he had turned down the offers and decided to go to Heavenly Saints City on a regular carrier, after demanding that Flying Star University not to leak his whereabouts. The trouble he was trying to avoid was not just reporters, who were literally everywhere, but also the Temple of Immortals, which was lurking in the darkness. After the incidents on Iron Plateau, Liao had no doubt that his name was on the top of the blacklist of the Temple of Immortals. Although he was not scared of the Temple of Immortals, it would be quite a bummer and a waste of his time, which he could have used for training, if a bunch of assassins were asking for his trouble all day. Seeing no reporters outside the spaceport, Liao was greatly relieved. He squinted and looked for his ride. Soon, he saw 3 men wearing the badge of Flying Star University. However, the 3 of them seemed too muscular, and the aura around them was 10 times sharper than that of common refiners. The 2 parties looked at each other. The 3 men hesitated for a moment and raised their wrists to check the photo on their mini crystal processors before they finally strode toward him. Liao frowned and thought to himself, "Are you kidding me? Assassins of the Temple of Immortals are outrageous enough to do their job in Heavenly Saints City openly? No. Although the 3 of them look quite capable, they do not seem to be assassins." "Master Sand, greetings." The 3 of them walked to Liao like 3 mobile radiation sources without hiding their provocative aura at all. The one in the lead was quite hefty and more than 2.2 meters tall, with acne all over his face. Clearly a guy who wouldn't enjoy a day until he had experienced a satisfying fight. He grinned and said, "I am Liao Guohui, a teacher of the combat department of Flying Star University. I'm from the Furious Bears Union. My name is Caillou. I also work in Flying Star University." The second young man, who was slender and looked like a snake, smiled and said, "I am a disciple of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood." The third young man was stout, with a neck thicker than his head and a long bag on his back. His eyes were big, but his pupils were small, from which needle-like brilliance was beaming out. He eyed Liao up and down rudely and said, "I am Feng Kaixian, a secondary researcher of the Flying Sword Department. I'm from the Heaven Wolves Fortress." Liao was dazed and realized what was going on. "Nice to meet you, fellow cultivators. But I seem to recall that it is the refining department that was supposed to pick me up. Most of my research will be conducted in the refining department, too. I wonder, Master Sand, you are the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, and the 3 of us are more or less known in the younger generation of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City, too." Snake-like young man Feng Kaixian said in a smile, "We were all excited to learn that you were coming to Flying Star University as a visiting scholar. We thought that we finally would have the opportunity to experience the marvelous skills of the legendary Chi trainers. But we didn't expect that you would choose to go to the refining department. However, it doesn't matter. The main reason that the 3 of us have come here to greet you is to let you know that the combat department, the battlesuit department, the flying sword department, and the other departments related to fighting welcome you to come at any moment to exchange our thoughts and ideas. The 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City and the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau are in a subtle relationship. Everybody knows that, but we are young people after all, and we should not refrain from talking to each other because of shadows of the past. Don't you agree, Master Sand?" Liao smiled. "Of course. I would like to communicate with the teachers and students of the combat department, the flying sword department, and the battlesuit department if possible, too." Feng Kaixian smiled and extended his hand to Liao. "All right, we don't have any other purposes. We are merely here to give Master Sand a warm welcome." "That's very kind of you." Liao looked at Feng Kaixian's hand. The right hand he extended seemed to be carved out of a huge rock. There was not the slightest hint of flesh and blood at all. Liao did not say anything and simply shook his hand as if it were nothing unusual. Feng Kaixian's face immediately froze. As if suffering from an electric shock, his hairs all stood up. Crack, 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 crack. The bones all over Feng Kaixian's body was emitting crackling noises as if they were fireworks. his teeth clattering. What? Caillou was greatly surprised. He was hesitating whether or not he should interject. But then Liao let go of Feng Kaishuan's hand and extended it toward him. Caillou sniffed. Brutality suddenly shone in his eyes as he extended his right hand. 2. He had made full preparations. Veins were bulging on his right hand, and electric arcs were vaguely dancing among his fingers. The two hands grasped each other slowly but surely. The electric arcs among Caillou's fingers were crushed as if they were several ants. Caillou grunted. The skin all over his body suddenly turned blood red. His eyeballs protruded out and were soon occupied by the exponentially growing streaks of blood. Liao was still smiling. He shook Caillou's right hand for a while, before he let go of it and extended his hand toward Liao Guohui. The hefty guy, Liao Guohui, was from the combat department. There were hints on his body that suggested he was a body practitioner or body fundamentalist. He was the strongest of the three when it came to empty-handed fights. However, he was soaked in cold sweat when he saw what had become of his two good friends, whose capability was very close to his own. He did not dare underestimate the plain-looking best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. Gritting his teeth, he snatched Liao's right hand with both of his giant hands while he bellowed, "Master Sand, welcome to Heavenly Saint City." Boom! The black hair on the two giant hands almost completely devoured Liao's right hand. Liao Guohui's teeth were emitting rubbing noises. He was shaking Liao's hand so hard that he was grinding his teeth into pieces, holding one hand with two hands. Other people who did not know what was going on might think that Liao had done Liao Guohui a great favor and that Liao Guohui was trying to express his gratitude by such a way of handshaking. Liao frowned and couldn't help but grunt. His muscles were rigid for a moment, before they were relieved again. In embarrassment, he said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Mr. Liao. You are too strong. I could not reserve anything." Liao Guohui stood stiffly as if he were a willow tree that had just been hit by lightning. Liao's right hand slithered out of Liao Guohui's hands like a loach. He said solemnly once again, "I'm sorry, Mr. Liao. It was not intentional. Your fists were really too strong." While talking, Liao nodded at the other young teachers, before he picked up his suitcase and strode off. He soon merged in with other travelers, and none of them could see where he was anymore. The fulminations inside Feng Kaishuan's body did not die down until 5 seconds later. His cold sweat seemed to suggest that he'd been interrogated for 3 days and 3 nights. He managed to raise his right hand, only to discover that it was trembling violently beyond his control. Horrifying! It was not a handshaking. I felt like my right hand was placed in the mouth of a demon beast that bit it hard. Still in shock, Feng Kaishuan looked at his good buddy Caillou next to him. The redness over Caillou's body had only just faded, but his right hand, with which he had shaken Liao's hand, was expanding at a visible speed until it was 3 times the usual size. It was translucent and an alarming red, like a weird balloon. I can't feel my right hand now. Is that guy a human being? Even the few core formation stage cultivators in our department are not as intimidating as this. Caillou's face collapsed while he gazed at his right hand in disbelief. Feng Kaishuan touched his palm gently, and he immediately screamed like a pig being butchered. The two of them looked at each other in bewilderment, as if they were in a match of cold sweat. The freezing wind blowing in the spaceport was almost turning them into ice creams. "Brother Liao is indeed the strongest of us." Feng Kaishuan took a breath and commented, as expected of a man from the combat department. "You drew with such a monster in a head-on clash." He seemed to forget that Liao Guohui had held Liao's one hand with 2 hands of his own. The best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau has indeed got something about him. We were too careless. Thankfully, Brother Liao managed to defeat the guy in the end. Otherwise, it would have been a major disgrace for us today. Caillou took out a can and sprayed the medication on his right hand carefully. A moment later, he suddenly found something weird. "Brother Liao, why are you not moving?" Feng Kaishuan patted Liao Guohui's shoulder. "Right. Brother Liao, why did he apologize to you in the end and say that you were too strong? What does that mean? You had a slim advantage? Don't touch me." Liao Guohui shouted, but there was no time. Feng Kaishuan's hand had already landed on his shoulder. Voila! Liao Guohui's body trembled. Interconnecting cracks now appeared on the ground 3 square meters around his feet. Below his feet, the ground had crumbled to pieces, making him look several centimeters shorter than he should have. That was not the end. As the cracks appeared below his feet, countless streams of spiritual gas suddenly burst out of Liao Guohui's body. His long robe bulged out at first into what seemed to be a ball, before all of his clothes, including his pants and underwear, exploded with ear-splitting noises. The tattered clothes were flying crazily in midair and barely any remained on his body. In the coldness of spring, the young teacher, Liao Guohui of the Combat Department of Flying Star University, glared at his 2 companions in the No. 6 spaceport, which was teeming with people, naked. The cold wind was kind enough to put a layer of goosebumps on him. Feng Kaishian and Kai Yu were dumbfounded. They looked at Liao Guohui's goosebumps with the utmost fear. Liao Guohui's face was more hideous than when he was crying. His voice coarse, he explained. He meant that he did not hold back at all because I was too strong. That is why he said sorry. Ah! At this moment, several travelers noticed Liao Guohui's eccentric appearance and exclaimed in shock. The 5 young refiners of the refining department of Flying Star University and Xianxia were holding a large sign saying, Master Sand. They looked at the crowds in eagerness. A 3D picture was projected from Ho Zitao's mini crystal processor. The man in the picture was standing proudly on a bloody dais built by the bones of demon beasts. He was wearing glamorous clothes refined out of demon bones and hides, with a colorful crown made of feathers on his head. The most eye-catching part about him was his right shoulder, which had a demon tusk more than a meter long attached. It was daunting, brutal, and savage. Below the helmet was an extremely rough face full of beards. His eyes seemed to be eating people alive, making people too scared to look at him even though it was merely a picture. How is he still not here? Ho Zitao stood on his toes and looked around. Such a distinguishing style should be very easy for us to notice. Seeing the picture of Sand Scorpion, the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, Xianxia was even more scared. She hid herself behind Long Yunxin and said, Sister Long, that can't be right. Last time I saw Sand Scorpion, he did not seem be dressed like that. Is he really so horrifying? This is the formal wear that he wore when he recruited his disciple. Long Yunxin comforted her, although she was not so sure herself. He wouldn't wear such ostentatious clothes in daily life, would he? Not good. Ho Zitao frowned. I may have found several young teachers of the combat department and the battlesuit department. I was told that some young teachers from the departments who were raised up in the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City did not buy Sand Scorpion's title as the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. They've been planning to teach Sand Scorpion a lesson for a long time. Did they come here to ask for his trouble? Where are they? Long Yunxin and Xianxia looked at where Ho Zitao was pointing, only to see Liao Guohui, who was barely wearing anything and holding his legs so hard that he might have been postponing his urination for 2 hours. The man was so ashamed that he seemed to be willing to dive into the ground at any point. Xianxia exclaimed in shock and immediately blushed. Long Yunxin coughed hard. Well, isn't he Liao Guohui from the combat department? I recall that he is one of the strongest experts in the younger generation of the Furious Bears Union. But I didn't know that he was a fan of public exposure. While everybody looked at each other in bewilderment and confusion, Liao walked toward them with a smile. He did not see the sign of Master Sand, but he saw Xianxia. He had met the girl both in the Skyhill Sword Seminar and on Iron Plateau. The 2 of them were quite connected. Liao walked up to them and said with a smile, Greetings, everyone. Nice to meet you again, Xianxia. I am Sand Scorpion. Everybody was dazed, their eyes blinking. Standing in front of them was a plain young man, so unattractive that there were no good points about him at all. He was wearing a gray wind coat whose sleeves had cracked because of long time rubbing. Inside the wind coat was a sweater that was very comfortable but the opposite of expensive. On his feet were boots full of cracks. The only adornment on his body was the glittering watch on his wrist. but it was one of the cheapest brands on the market. Below his messy hair was a face devoid of any characteristics. However, his face was shaved clean to the point that one might say too clean. At first glance, one would think he was an out-and-out white-collar worker. If he were to put on sportswear, nobody would doubt him if he claimed that he was a college student. Such an ordinary-looking, unattractive young man was like a totally different person from the fearsome, majestic best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau in the picture. Liao saw the picture on Ho Zitao's mini crystal processor, too. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The photo had been taken during the ceremony where he recruited Wu Mayan as his disciple. Xiong Wuji had insisted that it should be an unprecedented gala of the Furious Bears tribe and demanded that he put on the glamorous formalwear made of demon bones and hides according to the traditions of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. Even his beard was stimulated through secret arts so that it could grow faster. Xiong Wuji had said that it was how the best warrior of Iron Plateau should look. Liao had thought that, since he was about to leave Iron Plateau, he might as well take the opportunity to boost the morale of the Qi trainers. However, after he left Iron Plateau and returned to space, he realized that his pose in the recruitment ceremony had become the official portrait of the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. Whenever the media mentioned him, it would always be the barbaric and primitive picture that came with his name. Liao had found it hilarious in the beginning, but he soon realized that it might not be a bad outcome. If he shaved his face clean and put on ordinary clothes in space, nobody would recognize who he was if they did not observe him carefully and have a pair of keen eyes. A lot of his trouble could be saved. After he entered the superlative height of the building foundation stage, his control over the muscles throughout his body became more delicate than before. He could even slightly change the shape of his bones. Liao's current face was vastly different from when he participated in the Skyhill Sword Seminar. It was even more ordinary right now. He had also changed his hands a little bit. Therefore, Xianxia failed to recognize him. The girl blinked and felt a familiar scent from the guy Sand Scorpion, as if she had seen him a long time ago. Her face flushed, she said, "Nice to meet you too, Master Sand Scorpion. I didn't think that you would still remember me." Liao smiled. "Of course I do. It was thanks to your calmness on Iron Plateau that the following rescue mission was carried out successfully." However, his words made Xianxia's face even redder. She lowered her head and looked at her feet while she thought to herself, "He still remembers me." Ho Zitao finally came back to himself. He was secretly delighted because Sand Scorpion did not appear to be an unfriendly guy. He immediately signaled to his companions and put on a sunny smile, while he said, "Master Sand, nice to meet you. I'm Ho Zitao from the refining department. I volunteered to greet you when I was told that you were coming to the refining department as a visiting scholar. Everybody knows that Master Sand Scorpion is the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, but few of them are aware that you are adept at the arts of refining, too. We've all seen the 3D photos and structural designs of the True Qi armors, True Qi blades, and crystal bombs modified by you. They are indeed quite sophisticated and can be described as top-tier in many regards. We can't wait to share our research programs with Master Sand and hear your enlightenment. Take the program that I've been working on, for example. I feel that cultivators nowadays do not have a good solution to the alternation of remote magical equipment and melee magical equipment yet. When a gun runs out of ammo or crystal cells, it becomes completely useless. On the other hand, sabers and swords cannot attack the enemy in a long distance. A cultivator often has to bring a gun as well as a melee weapon in order to meet the need of both remote and melee combat. In regard of load, logistics, and maintenance, such a design is a great burden. Therefore, I'm preparing to devise a super weapon that combines remote magical equipment and melee magical equipment so that the problem can be solved once and for all. The burden for cultivators and logistics will be greatly relieved. You know that the Temple of Immortals and space pirates have been running rampant recently. Our supply lines have been seriously affected by them. If such super weapons are successfully developed, the returns will be very promising. If you are interested, Master Sand, you are welcome to my laboratory anytime. We can even research together. Truth be told, my research has already entered the most crucial procedure. As long as the last sum of investment is in position, our first prototype will be produced shortly, and it is only a matter of time before they are mass-produced. Liao smiled. You are too courteous, Master Ho. Despite your young age, you've published 5 papers in Bi-Monthly Journal of the Gunnery Association and Light Magical Equipment Studies and are well acknowledged as an expert in regards of guns. I've read all your papers. Your modification plan of Icy Flame's explosive bullets, in which you propose to mix the spiritual energy of the ice class and that of the fire class before it is released to make the best of the mechanism of thermal expansion and contraction, gave me a lot of insights. The formulas and rune arrays you mentioned in your article were of tremendous help to me. However, I'm not the best at the gun-type magical equipment, and I do not know much about the arts of shooting. Of course, we can exchange our ideas and thoughts, but I wouldn't be bold enough to call my words enlightenment. Hearing his words, Ho Zitao and the other young refiners were greatly surprised. They had thought that Sand Scorpion was an idiot who knew nothing about refining, and yet he could comment on Ho Zitao's paper? The 4 of them looked at each other in bewilderment. They had been planning to brag about themselves, but they were uncertain of the newcomer's knowledge right now and did not know whether or not they should stick to their plan. Liao smiled casually. After the deal of cooperation between Flying Star University and Iron Plateau was settled, he had been authorized to read the files and papers of the refining department of Flying Star University. Other than the confidential projects, most of the projects were accessible to public. Their relative files could be bought on academic websites. Of course, the core data was kept secret, but for an expert like Liao, he could still infer a lot of things from the publicly published papers. Although he had been staying in the cross-wind space zone over the past month, he had a basic understanding about the studies of every expert and professor in the refining department of Flying Star University right now. Solo magical equipment was a field that he was quite interested in, too, since it somewhat overlapped with Ho Zitao's studies. Liao had spent quite some time studying the guy's theories. Liao smiled and said, Master Ho, it is an interesting idea to combine remote magical equipment with melee magical equipment. However, although the methodology you choose is not wrong, you've increased a lot of unnecessary difficulties for yourself. Technologically speaking, combining vibration sabers and spiritual guns is too complicated and too costly, if the plan succeeds at all. Ho Zitao was greatly shocked. He took a step back and blurted out, There are so many kinds of melee magical equipment. How did you know that I was going to combine vibration sabers with spiritual guns? Liao explained, The latest paper you wrote elaborated on the application of mid-noon electricity brewer, an ancient rune array, in modern magical equipment. As far as I know, this particular rune array's efficiency of storing and releasing thunder is extremely low, and it has many other shortcomings. Even in the ancient cultivation world 40,000 years ago, it was never an excellent rune array and has been forsaken for a long time. Such a rune array is definitely a good choice if you want to improve the damage of the weapon with the power of thunder. The weak magnetic field generated by the ancient rune array is also an excellent buffer to offset the shaking resulting from vibrations. With consideration of other studies that you've been working on, I speculated that you were trying to combine vibration sabers with spiritual guns. However, the high-frequency vibration of the saber would lead to the violent quakes of the barrel. You were looking for a special buffer material or rune array to offset the vibration without affecting the precision of shooting and the damage of the saber. Ho Zitao was dumbfounded. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. That was exactly his idea. Sand Scorpion had guessed his modification plan based on a few papers he had written even though the guy had been living on the desolate Iron Plateau the whole time. That's too monstrous. Who said that he was a silly, wealthy bumpkin who was readily foolable? Besides, the mid-noon electricity brewer was a very ancient, unpopular rune array, with a low efficiency in both the storage and the release of thunderbolts. In the ancient cultivation world 40,000 years ago, dozens of rune arrays of the Thunder class shared similar functions and could replace it. Therefore, even the ancient cultivators did not use such a rune array much. Its inheritance had been lost since long ago. Ho Zitao had only learned about the existence of such a rune array and the special buffering ability it could offer from a mysterious refiner named Fiend Star on the spiritual nexus by accident. That was the starting point of all his studies. However, this sand scorpion knew the mid-noon electricity brewer, too. Unbelievable. Ho Zitao instantly put on a serious countenance and asked respectfully, Master Sand, do you think the approach is wrong? It is not wrong, but it is too difficult and costly. Liao explained patiently. The mid-noon electricity brewer is an ancient rune array from tens of thousands of years ago after all. The structure of the rune array is very primitive, and its stability extremely low. To make sure that it functions steadily on guns, you will have to add another few stabilizing rune arrays for it and even establish a 3D rune array group. Like this, for example. Liao thought for a moment. Since it was just a casual chit-chat instead of a formal discussion, he decided to save himself of the trouble of summoning a light beam. He simply condensed his spiritual energy on his right hand and waved in midair. Ripples immediately appeared in the air as if it were water. Liao extended dozens of spiritual threads from his fingertips and left traces on the airwaves. Within a breath, more than 20 formulas and structural designs revealed themselves in the air. Hiss! Everyone was stunned at the translucent strokes condensed by spiritual gas that were emerging in the air and could not move their eyes away from them. They all had seen such a technique before. The better of them could also draw runes in the air with their spiritual energy as the ink. However, the runes they drew would soon disappear like a drop of water dispersing on paper. Sand Scorpion's runes in midair, on the other hand, were extremely clear, as if they had been written with a pen. They did not scatter for a long time. How high is this guy's cultivation? Everyone was greatly shocked. Ho Zitao was the most shocked one of all, because he found that Sand Scorpion had written a series of formulas quickly and casually related to issues that had bothered him for a long time. They would solve the critical problem at hand completely. While reading all the formulas, Ho Zitao felt that he had eaten a mouthful of mustard. Coldness was piercing his skull. He did not just feel enlightened. He felt that his brains were being rebuilt. These formulas can be used to calculate the perfect structure of rune arrays for the superweapon combining the vibration sabers and spiritual guns. Ho Zitao did not even know what to say. He stammered, Master Sand Scorpion, you've thought through it since long ago. After only 1 minute, he was already addressing Master Sand Scorpion sincerely now. Liao, on the other hand, frowned and shook his head. No. As I said, the approach is too complicated. Look, if you adopt such an approach and utilize such a complicated rune array group as a buffer, your final product will definitely have a huge, heavy unit toward the front. The most important factor for guns and blades is balance. This redundant unit will be like a lump. Wherever it grows, the balance of the weapon will be seriously affected. Not to mention that the buffer unit will also consume a lot of spiritual energy, which means that the working time of the weapon will be significantly reduced. There's also the fault rate. I believe that Master Ho must have seen it too. Because of the designing principles, the fault rate of the buffer unit will be quite high. Indeed. Soaked in sweat, Ho Zitao nodded his head, although he did not actually see a damn thing. Combining remote magical equipment and melee magical equipment is for the purpose of reducing the weight and the cost of spiritual energy, as well as easing logistics. But such a malformed weapon with a great lump on it will not achieve the goal. It is not hard to estimate that such weapons will be kept in laboratories after their prototypes are born. They will never be mass-produced, and even if they are, nobody will purchase them. Liao concluded. Ho Zitao seemed to have been punched right in the chest. His face was extremely pale. He had always been an enthusiastic and outgoing man. Otherwise he wouldn't have been asked to greet Liao. But, however enthusiastic he was still quite depressed when Liao asserted that his research would only be paperwork. The other young refiners were greatly shocked to see the formulas that Liao provided, too. But their studies were not focused on gun-type magical equipment, and they found many formulas very confusing. However, they could tell from Ho Zitao's expression that he had been completely awed. Sister Long. Xianxia dragged Long Yunxin back and asked in a low voice, Is Sand Scorpion very skilled in refining, too? I don't understand the formulas he listed nor the buffer rune array group that he constructed just now. Long Yunxin was silent for a moment, before she replied, I can only understand 1/3 of them. But judging from Ho Zitao's reaction, they seemed to have blown his mind. Ho Zitao's eyes were bloodshot. He scanned Liao's formulas for a long time, while his pale face gradually turned red. He tried to find a loophole in theories but failed to come up with anything. In the end, he smiled bitterly. Thanks for the enlightenment, Master Sand Scorpion. You were right. Based on the technology level of the flying star sector right now, it is indeed impossible to minimize the buffer unit without affecting its usability. My approach has been wrong since the very beginning. It appears to be a dead end to combine guns and blades. The redness on his face faded instantly, replaced by dull gray, and his back slouched. Not necessarily. Liao blew at the air softly, and the patterns that he had just drawn immediately dispersed. He explained solemnly, "The vibration saber is not an option, but have you ever considered chains words? Chains words deal damage by revolving and cutting. The quakes from the weapon are much gentler than those from the vibration saber. Combining chains words and spiritual guns into brand new chain guns could be an excellent approach." Ho Zitao shook his head and replied gloomily, "Chains word, vibration saber, and heat axe. I have considered all the classic melee magical equipment. But of the three of them, the vibration saber is the simplest in structure. As for chains words, they are too complicated to be combined with spiritual guns." Liao smiled casually and drew another 10 drafts in midair while he continued speaking. "Master Ho, these are some structural designs that I devised during my spare time. They can possibly combine a chains word with a spiritual gun. Feel free to offer your input." Ho Zitao glanced at the drafts and was immediately dazed. His two eyes seemed to have turned into bloody mouths trying to devour all the designs. "Your papers gave me a lot of insights. Truth be told, I'd been meaning to refine a piece of magical equipment that combines remote magical equipment and melee magical equipment. However, I was not familiar with the structure of spiritual guns and, therefore, never started the real work," Liao said. "I've read the preliminary reports of your research and I think it is quite mature already. Even if you didn't come to greet me, I would have gone to you in person someday. But I'm wondering, what's your opinion about my approach?" Ho Zitao was dazed. What are the rune arrays utilized in the structural designs? How come I never saw them before? Liao smiled and said, "They are some of the ancient rune arrays that I found in the relics of Iron Plateau. They must have been left by our predecessors in the era of the Flying Star Coalition government 5,000 years ago." "That's the golden era before the apocalypse," Ho Zitao gasped. Liao nodded. "Indeed. Honestly speaking, the overall level of refining of Iron Plateau is far from that of the cultivators in space. But as for myself, I experienced a lot of adventures when I was young and discovered knowledge from the ancient times. Therefore, I'm in possession of many secret arts that other people may have no idea about." "That explains a lot." Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment, but they found it understandable on second thought. Although Iron Plateau was a desolate area at present, it had been the pivot of the Flying Star sector 5,000 years ago. Heritages of the past buried in certain underground relics would definitely be very normal. No wonder Sand Scorpion was so impressive. Ho Zitao scratched his head and mumbled, "However, feeble as the quakes of chains words may be, they will still affect the precision of the guns without the buffer units. How are we going to handle that?" "Master Ho, I'm afraid that you've got it wrong," Liao said. "I don't think we need to focus on precision and damage at the same time. Even if such chain guns are really developed, no real experts would be interested in them. It's clear that such a combinative weapon will be neither as sharp as real swords nor as precise as guns. For real experts, they will pursue the most professional magical equipment instead of such combinative weapons. However, how many real experts are out there? Ordinary people and low-level cultivators are the majority. Right now, the entire Flying Star sector is anxious. Before, a fleet of carriers only needed 1 or 2 Guardian starships or a few exos on board to protect them. But they wish for every crew member on board to be a soldier at the moment. Nobody feels assured unless they have a weapon in their hand. Such chain guns should be made for them when successfully developed. Therefore, it is unnecessary to pursue precision. As long as the cost and the fault rate are reduced, it should be good enough. Moreover, we can even utilize the quakes when chainswords are spinning to increase the dispersion of bullets in order to make up for the shortcoming that ordinary people cannot shoot precisely. Of course, many new rune arrays will have to be utilized. I need to think more carefully about them. We can discuss later. Because of his engagement in Project Mystic Skeleton, Liao was quite experienced in the research and development of MP magical equipment. Since he was a believer of the grassroots ideologies, he knew better than anybody else what mattered most for a piece of MP magical equipment. Believe me, Liao smiled at Ho Zitao. Master Ho, the most important thing for us right now is time. If we can provide the prototype of such magical equipment, it will definitely be a hit, and even become a bestseller in the flying star sector. Ho Zitao rolled his eyes and was about to comment, when one of his companions suddenly pushed him aside and said, Master Sand Scorpion, nice to meet you. I am Ning Chongfeng from the refining department. My main research field is defensive magical equipment. Look, I've run into a minor problem lately. Halfway through his speech, another young refiner came close and said, Master Sand Scorpion, Xianxia and Long Yunxin looked at each other in bewilderment. Long Yunxin gnashed her teeth. What a bunch of losers! She strode forward, too, and crammed in the crowd, before she put on the most charming smile and said gracefully, Master Sand Scorpion, greetings. My name Long Yunxin. I am. What the heck? Xianxia was rendered speechless, and her lips were pouting. It would normally have taken half an hour to travel from the number 6 spaceport to the refining department of Flying Star University by shuttle, but they spent an hour and a half on the road. It was not because of a traffic jam, but because the young refiners were discussing issues regarding refining with Master Sand Scorpion. When the shuttle slowly landed, Ho Zitao and the rest of them had already started worshipping Liao. Without being reminded, they would have completely forgotten that they were welcoming an idiotic magnate from Iron Plateau who had more bronze than brains. They already considered Liao to be a real master of refining. Ho Zitao bowed and said in adulation, Master Sand Scorpion, this way please. Watch your head. We are arriving at the number 1 refining center of the refining department of Flying Star University. Liao observed the scenery in front of him with great interest. Flying Star University truly deserved to be one of the 2 best colleges of the Flying Star sector. The campus was quite beautiful. He felt like he was in the middle of a forest park. As far as his eyes could see, there was nothing but grass, trees, and hills. Quite a few tiny and delicate floating mountains were drifting in the sky. Some waterfalls were pouring down, pushing over the sparkling drops of water together with the aroma of soil. The environment was truly entertaining. If he did not raise his head, he might have forgotten that he was inside an enormous circular space station. The entire Flying Star sector was located in the 3rd orbital ring of Heavenly Saints City. The place he was at was actually in a cylindrical structure. Therefore, Liao noticed that the land on the horizon gradually leaned upwards and extended over his head. Whichever direction he was going to, he would reach the above of where he was standing right now and return to exactly the same spot if he continued walking. Raising his head, he found vivid blue sky and white clouds. However, Liao was aware that they were all illusions made by magical equipment. If the illusions were gone, he would see forests and buildings dangling down from the dome of the high sky. In the eyes of the residents there, he was also dangling and attracted by the man-made gravity field. Nice to meet you, Master Sand. In the hall of the number 1 refining center, Wei Wenyao, dean of the department, greeted him with a smile. But his eyes became somewhat weird as he glanced over at the 5 refiners who were apparently flattering the one they had picked up. He was secretly wondering what was going on. Although he had asked them to be warm, their behavior was a bit too much, considering that their purpose was merely some research funds. Where were the manners of an expert? The thoughts rolled around for a while in his mind, but Wei Wenyao quickly averted his eyes and said with a smile, It must have been an exhausting trip, Master Sand. Do excuse us. We were supposed to prepare a welcome party for you. But since the Temple of Immortals went on a rampage, the researchers here have been quite tense. Everybody is occupied in their refining projects when they are not teaching students. They've been working day and night, and it's becoming normal for them to not have any sleep for 10 days. Therefore, they really don't have the time to greet you. You are too kind, Dean Wei. Liao knew that Wei Wenyao was speaking the truth. Real scholars and cultivators did not have so much time for social activities. It was more usual that they complained that they did not have enough time. Liao had similar experiences too. If his training had entered the most crucial procedure and he was asked to abandon his work in order to welcome an unfamiliar guest, he wouldn't have been too happy about it, either. Dean Wei, I do not like formalities either. Just consider me a regular visiting scholar. Miss Xianxia can stay and show me around, but Master Ho and Miss Long both have new ideas that they are desperate to test out. There's no need to waste their time, Liao said. Oh, Wei Wenyao was dazed for a moment. Seeing the ecstasy and eagerness on their faces, he was quite surprised because it was different from what he had imagined. Ho Zitao, Long Yunxin, and the rest of them looked at each other. They bade farewell to Liao respectfully before they nodded at Wei Wenyao and rushed out of the room in the blink of an eye. Wei Wenyao was even more surprised. Wei Wenyao thought for a moment and asked, I wonder, is there any particular project that you would like to work on? Generally speaking, common visitors had already reached out to an expert or professor in Flying Star University and discussed the possibility of their cooperation before they came to the college. The experts and professors of Flying Star University often filed applications and invited the visiting scholars to come. Naturally, before their arrival, their research field had been mostly fixed. But Liao was an exception. Wei Wenyao did not have high expectations for his skill in refining, either. He was merely posing a random question. I'm very interested in the studies of middle and small-sized magical equipment in your department, especially that related to crystal suits. I know several experts in your department to be authorities of the trade. Their laboratories are among the most famous laboratories in the Flying Star sector. Can I pay a visit to those laboratories first? Liao asked. He activated the light beam and listed the laboratories that he wanted to visit. Wei Wenyao glanced at them and coughed. Some of them are available, but some of them are conducting important experiments today and will not be open in the coming few days. You can visit them later. However, he was not telling the truth. Although many middle-aged and young refiners in the refining department welcomed Liao's arrival, some real big shots did not think too highly of the unfamiliar guest. Those authorities were as respected as Wei Wenyao in the circle of refiners, if not more. They were quite famous and never in lack of patrons. Many of them were elders or even previous leaders of certain sects, or the masters of a noble family of refining. They were never short of funding. Such people valued their honor and integrity more than anything, and there was no way that they would open their laboratories to a barbarian from a godforsaken planet. Naturally, Wei Wenyao wouldn't be so blunt as to tell Liao that. He picked several laboratories in Liao's list whose owners he had talked to before. He then settled the visiting hours with Liao, before he sent the detailed information and routes to Liao's and Xianxin's mini crystal processors. After that, Liao started touring the No. 1 refining center with Xianxin as his guide. Flying Star University truly deserved to be one of the 2 supreme colleges in the Flying Star sector. The No. 1 refining center alone was larger than the entire refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution in Liao's memory. The myriad of glamorous magical equipment he saw in certain open laboratories could almost have been compared to the booth of the refining department of Deep Sea University. The finely made tools and facilities inside the professional refining chambers were great eye-openers for Liao, who was greatly enjoying himself. Many of the tools and facilities had been developed by Flying Star University itself. The sophisticated technology involved in them completely hooked Liao. His style was quite a surprise for the owners of the laboratories, too, because it was beyond their expectation. However, the refiners all secretly chuckled when they saw that Liao was so horny that he was about to jump onto the magical equipment. Bumpkins were bumpkins after all. He must have never seen anything so fantastic. In more than half a day, Liao visited 9 laboratories with great interest, but he still felt that he was not entirely satisfied. Xianxin, on the other hand, couldn't take it any longer. She apologized to Liao, blushing, and hurried to go to the bathroom. Liao roamed in the hallway joyfully, his hands behind his back. Many pictures of classic magical equipment were hanging on the walls of the hallway. They were fine artworks and worth appreciating. After enjoying 3 pictures, his eyes suddenly brushed past a closed door, on the top of which 2 magnificent words were written, Ares Laboratory. Liao suddenly thought of something. The owner of the laboratory was Shui Yuanxin, one of the top experts in crystal suits in the Flying Star sector. He had been the first Armadominus in Red Line School, one of the 3 main crystal suit centers, in his early years, and devised quite a few classic crystal suits, many of which were still equipped by a large number of cultivators even today. After leaving the Red Line School, Shui Yuanxin joined Flying Star University. He had dedicated himself to the development of Ares extensions, a different field, instead of continuing crafting crystal suits. The damage of normal crystal suits cannot satisfy my imagination now. Only the Ares extensions can possibly realize my dream of blowing up a starship with 1 punch. That was Shui Yuanxin's answer when the reporters asked him. Crystal suits were Liao's specialty, too. He also had first-hand experience on building an Ares extension on Iron Plateau. However, he had never learned the arts of the Ares extensions systematically after all. The Apocalypse extension he had refined last time were merely a simple amalgamation of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which was the biggest reason Yan Shibei had destroyed it so easily. If all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been carefully concerted and a real Ares extension crafted, Liao estimated that Yan Shibei would have been suppressed by him directly. Therefore, this Master Shui Yuanxin was on the top of the list of experts that he wanted to communicate with. It was a pity that Master Shui was in the middle of an important experiment today, and his laboratory was closed. Liao sighed, not without regret. He was about to leave, when he suddenly sensed very weak shaking. He sniffed and smelled a vague, uncanny scent. Advanced laboratories were mostly soundproof and fully enclosed. If he could feel weak quakes in the hallway, an enormous shaking must have taken place inside the Ares laboratory. Together with the uncanny scent and the violent spiritual energy of the fire class, Liao inferred that a small explosion had occurred inside the laboratory. As he expected, a moment later, the red light on the top of the Ares laboratory started blinking, and the door glided to the sideways. A cluster of white smoke mixed with flames flooded out of the room. Many refiners who had dust all over their faces ran out while coughing. Some of them were spraying foam and water with anti-fire magical equipment. The flames were quickly put out, but the vaporized water made the spot even foggier. The practice of refining could be really dangerous. Explosions were nothing but normal. The refiners were anxious but not disordered. They extinguished the fire in a neat fashion according to the standard procedure. Liao did not want to interject. Every laboratory had its own regulations and exigency plans in case of explosions. Who should run away, who should hide themselves, and who was responsible for putting out the fire were all listed clearly in the plans. If an outsider barged in recklessly, not only would they be of no help, they would also disrupt the pace of the team. However, while he was watching them doing their job, he suddenly felt weird waves from inside the laboratory. A sense of danger pierced through his soul like an invisible venomous sting. Not good. Liao's pupils suddenly constricted. He stomped on the ground so hard that his boots turned into powder and left 2 shallow traces on the floor, before he turned into a streak of darkness and darted into the laboratory. The laboratory was almost 1,000 square meters, with a hollow in the middle that was more than 20 meters deep. It occupied quite a few floors of the refining center. A ball-like furnace was revolving slowly under the influence of the magnetic field in the hollow at the center of the laboratory, supported by anti-gravity rune arrays. It was Gold Ball 12, an advanced floating furnace and one of the top-tier furnaces in the Flying Star sector. It was most suitable for refining solo magical equipment such as blades, crystal suits, or strengthening components. But at that moment, a crack more than 2 meters long had appeared on the left side of Gold Ball, from which colorful steam was jetting out. Liao couldn't help but feel pitiful, seeing the miserable appearance. In the middle of the smoke, many refiners wearing heat-proof suits were spraying foam with cylinder-shaped anti-fire magical equipment. The purple foam contained abundant spiritual energy of the water class and could neutralize the high temperature. They were very mild and wouldn't affect most heavenly materials and earthly treasures. One of them glared at Liao. "It is dangerous here. Get out." "Of course, it is dangerous." Having no time to explain anything, Liao summoned his spiritual energy to form a cluster of high-pressure gas around him to avoid the invasion of heat. Before he condensed a thin layer of spiritual energy around his body, as if he had put on a silver shining armor. While everybody's exclaimed, Liao dashed into the gold ball in a streak of brightness. "Ah!" Everybody exclaimed once more in shock. Right now, the temperature inside the furnace was still more than 1,000 degrees. Even iron would be melted. But the man had rushed into it even without a crystal suit. He was merely committing suicide. However, how could they have stopped him even if they wanted to with their capability? Before they came back to themselves, Liao had already crawled out of the gold ball, with two objects about to be melted in his hands that were enveloped in his spiritual gas. He kept them far away from each other while he shouted at everyone, "Spray the cooling liquids!" Liao's voice contained unstoppable strength like a sharp axe. Everybody shuddered and sprayed cooling liquids on the objects. It was not until the two objects were enshrouded by purple icy fog and the irritating spiritual energy inside of them gradually calmed down that Liao took a long breath in relief. His clothes had been soaked in sweat, and he found it hard to stand on his feet. It was too dangerous. That 1 second just now had been even more dangerous than the moment when he confronted Yan Shibei. Although Liao was not aware of the specific composition of the two clusters of materials, he did sense the subtle reaction between them. Once they were melted and mixed, an even more intense explosion was definitely going to be triggered, even releasing fatal gas. The moment Liao rushed into the furnace, the two clusters of materials were about to be melted. The dumbfounded refiners nearby had no idea that they'd been on the doorstep of hell a while ago. Hardly had Liao taken a breath in relief when he heard a coarse, high-pitched scream from the depths of the smoke, as if a hen had been grabbed by the neck. Hurry to run. The combination of venomous dragon bone marrow and heavenly fire crystals is very likely to cause an explosion. Run away now! A short, gray-haired old man rushed out of the smoke. His clothes had been singed black by the flames, and his messy white hair was stuck to his big forehead. He was short and slender. His limbs were like 4 rods, but his head was exceptionally big, taking up almost half of his body. Veins were bulging from the old man's forehead. His pupils seemed to be squeezing blood to put out the fire. He was about to crawl into the furnace without caring about anything, when Liao was quick enough to stop him. "Master Shui, I've separated the heavenly fire crystals and the bone marrows of venomous dragons and cooled them down to below 500 degrees. Liao had seen Shui Yuanxin's photo on the spiritual nexus and watched a few lecture videos made by him. He knew that the unattractive little old man in front of him was one of the best crystal suit designers in the Flying Star sector. He also realized what the materials that he had just separated were. He did not know much about the so-called venomous dragon bone marrow, because there were many kinds of dragon-type demon beasts, hundreds of which carried deadly poison and could be called venomous dragons. Since Liao did not know exactly which type of dragon Shui Yuanxin was experimenting with, he naturally had no idea what attributes the marrows had. However, Liao was very familiar with the material heavenly fire crystals, which was a type of marrow crystal of the fire class with special characteristics. Although it belonged to the fire class, it boasted tremendous heat-proof abilities. The higher the temperature it was in, the more stable it would become. It wouldn't explode even if the environment was in a temperature of more than 2,000 degrees. However, heavenly fire crystals would undergo uncanny changes if they were heated to a temperature between 1,350 degrees and 1,450 degrees for more than 10 seconds, giving birth to a new material named fire destroyer crystals. During the process, 90% of the spiritual energy contained inside the marrow crystals would be released instantly and lead to very serious explosions. Although Liao did not know what the venomous dragon bone marrow was exactly, it must have been carrying deadly poison based on its name. The explosions of the heavenly fire crystals could have vaporized the venomous dragon bone marrow and turned it into fatal gas. Liao estimated that the furnace was supposed to improve the temperature from several hundred degrees to more than 1,800 degrees instantly, and there would be no time for the heavenly fire crystals to initiate any chemical reactions. It would remain steady until the refining process was done. But the experiment had gone wrong. A minor explosion had taken place inside the furnace in the beginning, resulting in a crack on the surface of the furnace that could not maintain the high temperature anymore. As the steam jetted out, the temperature inside the furnace dropped to around 1,400 degrees. The heavenly fire crystals reached the threshold of mutation, and a great disaster was almost caused. Separated? That's good. It's great that they are separated. 2 lines of blood spilled out of Shui Yuanxin's ears. He seemed to have been injured in the previous accident. His eyes glanced at Liao in confusion but did not stop there for long. He staggered to a corner of the laboratory and sat on the ground. Holding his head in his hands, he mumbled, "What's happening? I've tested all the formulas time and time again. There's no way that they can possibly go wrong. Why was so much gas generated that the furnace was overwhelmed? Where did the gas come from?" Liao's interest was aroused. He drew close to the old man and looked. A giant light beam was floating in front of Shui Yuanxin. The light beam was packed with formulas and equations in the minimum font size as well as several structural designs and flowcharts. It appeared that he was trying to refine a new material. Material science was not Liao's specialty. The formulas and equations that Shui Yuanxin had written were extremely sophisticated, too. Liao's head went dizzy as he read them. Eventually, he managed to distinguish the 6 main materials and the 37 subsidiary materials that Shui Yuanxin employed to build the new material. However, although Liao was not good at theories in the science of materials, he had witnessed the combination of heavenly materials and earthly treasures countless times in Oyezi's memory pieces, and he was quite familiar with the scent and color of the flames when they were refined. Liao recalled the view inside the furnace and commented uncertainly, "Master Shui, when I was in the furnace just now, I seemed to smell the ash of leaves of the eucalypt trees. By logic, the 40 materials that you selected wouldn't produce such an odor no matter what. As far as I know, the materials that tend to trigger such a smell in high temperature include the heavenly flourishment wood, the sea tiger tusk, the blue cloud vine, the green spirit stone, among a few others. If I may point out, the green spirit stone always accompanies the green hellish ancient bronze, and they are sometimes mixed together. Normal purification procedures can hardly remove all the green spirit stones from the green hellish ancient bronze. The way I see it, you've employed a lot of green hellish ancient bronze as the base material in your experiment. Is it possible that some green spirit stone was mixed in and was released in the high temperature? The enormous gas the stone releases instantly could surpass the pressure limit of the furnace very quickly." Shui Yuanxin was dazed for a moment. "You understand my formulas?" Then his eyes bulged wide, and he slapped his thighs in ecstasy, while he said, "Yes, it's possible. Very possible. The green spirit stones will have reactions with fire phoenix glass when they are heated to more than 2,000 degrees. The green fire glass gas will be produced, and its volume will be expanded by thousands of times instantly. My calculations are correct. It was the purification of the green hellish ancient bronze that went wrong. Otherwise, I would have successfully refined the super bendable steel." Cough, cough, cough. Super bendable steel? Liao was greatly interested. It sounded like a whole new material. Considering that Master Shui Yuanxin was supervising the experiment in person and the 40 or so kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures employed in the experiment were all invaluable, the new material seemed very interesting. Shui Yuanxin finally eyed Liao up and down, before he blurted, "Who are you? Are you one of my students?" Liao coughed. He had read the guy's introduction on the spiritual nexus and knew the top-tier master of refining in the Flying Star sector was adept at his specialty but quite jumbled in daily life. It was said that he could not remember his students' names even if they had been studying under him for years. Or rather, he did not bother to remember their names at all. Liao scratched his nose and said, "I was merely passing by when I sensed the anomaly in your refining furnace. I took the chance to crawl in and separate the two materials. That's all. Your senses are keen enough for you to discover the anomaly of the two materials?" And you can locate the source of the problem by the scent of the materials. Shui Yuanxin was quite interested. He observed Liao carefully for a while, before he pointed at the light beam like a kid who was showing off his toy. I'm refining a new material named super bendable steel. As its name suggests, it is a very flexible material, but it is also as tough as steel. The greatest feature of the material is that it can absorb and store energy. If my calculations are correct, the material can absorb 70% of the energy resulting from the enemy's attack and store it. When enough energy is accumulated, the user can unleash all of it with a telepathic thought and return the enemy's attack to them. If such a material is successfully refined and employed to the unparalleled extension that I developed recently, it will become the most awesome Ares extension in the history of the flying star sector, absorbing and storing 70% of the attack in the material to make use of for the counterattack? Liao gasped. If such a material was really successfully refined, it would definitely be the most precious treasure even if it could only be used once. The Ares extension based on such materials deserved to be called unparalleled. Shui Yuanxin chuckled in satisfaction. He tapped the light beam and displayed several drafts. This is the unparalleled extension. Liao was deeply attracted by it after one glance. Although they were the simplest drafts and perhaps graffiti in the eyes of outsiders, Liao sensed the essence of the design as an expert. The tortoise and snake locking the mountain framework. Liao blurted out. I haven't seen such an ancient framework on crystal suits and strengthening plugins for a long time. Such a framework boasts extraordinary speed and agility, but its biggest shortcoming is the weak defense. But if the super bendable steel is successfully developed and covers the tortoise and snake locking the mountain framework like flesh and blood, the shortcoming of the weak defense could be resolved once and for all. As expected of Master Shui, this is very impressive. You've thought of a framework that can make the best of the super bendable steel when you are refining it. This time it was Shui Yuanxin who was surprised. Tortoise and snake locking the mountain was based on tortoise and snake blocking the river, an ancient array 40,000 years ago. It had grown mature in the Star Ocean Imperium and was adopted by many crystal suits. However, because of its weak defense, it had never been the mainstream framework of crystal suits or strengthening plugins. Today, few people knew the existence of such a framework. Even several experienced refiners that Shui Yuanxin taught himself had never heard of the framework before. When Shui Yuanxin was planning to devise the new Ares extension based on the framework, everybody had been baffled and failed to appreciate the beauty of it until he explained carefully. He did not expect that the young man would see through it in such a short time. Who are you exactly? Shui Yuanxin squinted and looked at Liao's face carefully for a while, only to discover that he was still a stranger. The master of refining scratched his white hair in embarrassment and said, Are you a new teacher at the refining department? A researcher? Whose laboratory are you working in? Liao grinned and replied, Master Shui, my name is Sand Scorpion. I'm a visiting scholar, and I've just arrived. I haven't picked a laboratory yet. Sand Scorpion? Shui Yuanxin frowned. He scratched his scarce white hair and thought hard for a while. Finally, his eyes shone, and he exclaimed, The idiotic magnate from Iron Plateau who knows nothing? An hour later, in a special ward of the No. 1 hospital of Flying Star University, Xianxia watched the summit confrontation of two refiners, one old and the other young, in complete bewilderment. Liao and Shui Yuanxin each had a light beam floating in front of them. They were elaborating on their theories while they drew structural designs and equations on the light beams without halting to contemplate at all, as if the models and formulas had been stored on their fingertips, waiting to spurt out, since a long time ago. Xianxia blinked hard and tried to follow their conversation, but however hard she listened to them, the only thing that she could be sure of was that they were talking about issues regarding refining. As for what the issues were exactly, she did not have the slightest idea. What are they talking about? Xianxia was confused. She felt that she was 5 years old again, when she had listened to the seniors of her family discussing the arts of refining at dinner table. Tilting her head and biting her fingers, she failed to figure out why things ended up like this after she went to the bathroom. I failed. Liao took a long breath in relief and said sincerely, Master Shui Yuanxin, you truly deserve your fame. You have a profound understanding about the minimalization of power rune arrays at 10 times sonic speed. The plans you proposed are more mature, reliable, and elegant. Yes, that's the word. The distribution of your power rune arrays is very elegant. Taking this round into consideration, I lost 8 of the 10 questions. Master Shui, you have my admiration. It was not until Xianxia heard it that she realized the two of them had debated with each other on 10 conundrums about the arts of refining. Not expecting that Liao could win 2 of them, Xianxia bulged her big eyes and gazed at Liao in disbelief like a squirrel that had seen a pineapple. Shui Yuanxin's head was buried in bandages, which made his head even larger. His long and narrow neck almost couldn't support the head any longer and was shivering. He observed Liao carefully again and said after a long sigh, Other than the few old monsters in the circle of refiners, it's been a long time since I exchanged my ideas and thoughts with someone else. It is true that the new generation will invariably surpass the old. Don't presume that I did not see through your plan. Your proposal of the power rune arrays at 10 times sonic speed looks simple, rough, and somewhat against common sense, but such a distribution could boost the utilization rate of crystals, allowing the speed to be accelerated to maximum instantly. If super high-quality crystals with a purity more than 99% are used as the fuel, I estimate that your power rune array can accelerate to more than 12 times the speed of sound from 0 within 10 seconds. Our plans are based on different designing principles. My plan is thorough and rational, and your plan is radical and even somewhat insane. Although I don't think that ordinary crystal suits and exos can withstand such a high acceleration, since we said that we were merely talking about theoretical possibilities with no consideration for practical implementation, we drew even with each other in the last round. You don't need to flatter me. Liao was quite startled hearing that. Minimalizing the large-scale power rune arrays that were suitable for crystal warships so that they could be applied to crystal suits was his specialty. This power rune array that had been crazily modified with a low reliability and yet could burst into 13 times the speed of sound in a moment was a design tailor-made for himself and prepared to be installed on the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit in the future. The materials of common crystal suits were too weak to withstand fierce battles at such a high speed. They would likely break apart in midair. Common exos could not withstand the tremendous counterforce, either. The brain would lose a lot of blood, resulting in the potential loss of their sight or even the constriction of their cerebral vessels, which might lead to a coma. However, such a design was not a problem for the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, refined out of the body tissues of Skeleton Dragon, and Liao, who was half a body practitioner and had been cultivating with the 1000 tempering 100 refining technique. It was his own reserved design. He did not expect that Shui Yuanxin could see through it after such a short time and inferred the maximum performance based on the structural designs. This unattractive old man was really scary. Seeing that Liao did not object, Shui Yuanxin burst into laughter. But a while later, he suddenly changed his face color and started cursing. Damn you, Wei Wenyao. Due to his inconclusive investigation, I almost thought that you were really an idiotic magnate and missed out on meeting a genius. How about this, little sand? With a sunny smile, Shui Yuanxin moved his giant head close. You said that you haven't picked a main research field in Flying Star University. Are you planning to join a laboratory or to do pure theoretical research? Liao replied frankly, I haven't decided the specific direction yet, but I'm mostly interested in solo combat magical equipment. Besides, as you witnessed just now, I'm better at practical work than theories. Therefore, I will probably join a laboratory, that is, if anybody is willing to accept me. Shui Yuanxin found it amusing. With your expertise, you're worrying that nobody is going to accept you? Forget it. Just come to my Ares laboratory. As I've told you just now, I have 2 projects at hand. One of them is the refinement of the special material super bendable steel, and the other is its application to a new Ares extension in order to craft the best Ares extension in the Flying Star sector. The unparalleled extension. Are you interested? Standing aside, Xianxia was dumbfounded. She was shouting in her heart. Master Shui is inviting Sand Scorpion to join his projects. Everybody in the refining department of Flying Star University knew that, Although Master Shui Yuanxin was approachable in daily life and never refused the questions of students even if they were just in the freshman year, the Ares laboratory was his most precious treasure. Every researcher in the laboratory had been carefully selected and screened. They were the best elites in the field of refining. Many researchers in the laboratory had the ability to conduct their own research independently. But they were still willing to work under Master Shui Yuanxin so that they could learn more from him. But today, Master Shui was extending an invitation promptly. That was quite new. Seeing that Liao did not give any response, Shui Yuanxin thought that he had other ideas and continued. Truth be told, the thing I like most about you is not your theoretical background, but your skill in real operations based on natural instincts. None of my disciples foresaw the possible explosion of the venomous dragon bone marrow and heavenly fire crystals. You were merely passing by from outside, and yet you could locate the problem. Such intuition cannot be taught in a school. One can only expect to slowly accumulate it after thousands of instances of actual refining work. I have no idea how you got such instincts. You are truly an out-and-out monster. I am too old to conduct the lengthy refining jobs in person right now. I had a disciple whom I'd taught for more than 20 years, but he passed away unfortunately in the riot of the Temple of Immortals. If he were alive, the purification of the green hellish ancient bronze would not have gone wrong. If you are willing to join the Ares laboratory, you will be asked to be in charge of the crucial work in either the super bendable steel project or the unparalleled extension project, and you will be the third refiner or even the second refiner only below me of the entire project. How does it sound? I'm afraid that you misunderstood me, Master Shui, Liao said. I am rather willing to join the Ares laboratory, but I've made a deal with Ho Zitao, Long Yunxin, and a few young refiners in the department, and I will probably spend some of my time on their projects. Moreover, my own personal laboratory is under construction at present, and I will probably carry out a few minor projects in them. I'm afraid that I won't be fully dedicated to the development of the super bendable steel and the unparalleled extension. Do you mind, Master Shui? Xianxia's heart was beating fast. She did not know that Sand Scorpion was planning to build his own laboratory at such a young age. Shui Yuanxin smiled and said, "That is not a big deal. We are in the middle of a crisis. Every refiner has a handful of projects to take care of. Even I have to guide the work of another 6 laboratories other than managing the Ares laboratory." Your personal laboratory? Sounds interesting. Just tell me if you ever need anything, and I'll see if I can help. Liao was overjoyed. What he hoped to establish was the most advanced refining center. The experimental facilities and magical equipment in such a refining center were sometimes unpurchasable even if one had enough money. Over the last couple of days he had asked Lei Dalu, the Wu family, and the Sha family to buy the equipment through their connections. But since they were not in the circle of refiners, it was not easy for them to find the best place for the purchase. Sure, Liao replied quickly. If Master Shui trusts my ability, I will definitely live up to your expectations and do my best in the development of the super bendable steel and the unparalleled extension. Excellent. Shui Yuanxin's face was beaming with joy. If so, it is very possible that we will succeed in completing the 2 projects before the Edge Sharpeners meeting in half a year's time and awe every one of them there. Liao raised an eyebrow. Edge Sharpeners meeting? Shui Yuanxin nodded his head. The Edge Sharpeners meeting is a gala of refiners in the Flying Star sector that is held every 5 years. All the renowned refiners will participate. They will comment on the latest magical equipment developed over the past 5 years and discuss the possibilities of future magical equipment. The Edge Sharpeners meeting this year will be even more unique. It will be the largest one over the recent 100 years. The scourge of space pirates and the rise of the Temple of Immortals have terribly affected the entire Flying Star sector. Every trade has been considering the solutions to the hazards. Of course, the refiners are no exceptions. That will be theme of the Edge Sharpeners meeting this year. We will discuss what kind of magical equipment can potentially contain the Temple of Immortals and annihilate the space pirates lurking on Spider Den. It is said that several refining proposals on a planetary level, or even quasi-stellar level, will be put forward in the meeting. The representatives in the circle of refiners and the delegates from the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City and the other important sects will gather together and discuss the feasibility of the proposals. Then, after the most excellent proposal is selected, all the resources of the Flying Star sector will be devoted to it. Quasi-stellar level magical equipment. Liao gasped and swallowed hard. At 8 o'clock at night, the visiting time of the special ward ended. Although Liao and Shui Yuanxin were both in good moods and willing to talk overnight, Liao was still driven out of the room by the resolute nurse. In the campus, Liao was walking to the visiting scholars' dormitory led by Xianxia. "Thank you very much for your help today, Miss Xianxia." Liao smiled. "You've spent an entire day accompanying me. I do appreciate it." Blushing, Xianxia replied, "You are very welcome. You saved me on Iron Plateau without considering your own life. I did nothing except show you around. That's not worth mentioning." For some reason, maybe because he had saved her life before, Master Sand gave her a familiar and reliable feeling, as if they had known each other since long ago. The ridiculous worries before she picked him up in the morning were long gone. "You don't need to work as a tour guide in the coming few days anymore. With the help of my mini crystal processor, I will get familiar with everything slowly." Liao knew that most students in Flying Star University were very diligent. Wasting too much of her time on him would do her training no good. While talking, he noticed that the girl was looking around anxiously. Liao found it quite odd. "Miss Ainen, is there anything else that you need to attend to tonight? If you do, you can go back now. The dormitory area is not far ahead. I can walk there by myself." "No, no." Xianxin's face was red. She waved her hands and replied, "I'm good. However, would you please wait for me for 5 minutes? Naturally, Liao nodded. Xianxin stood on her tiptoes and looked around. She found a small flower bed in a corner nearby. Squatting next to the flower bed, she took out a parcel of chopped meat from her pocket. Liao remembered that Xianxin had asked the kitchen to prepare it for her when they were back in the hospital. Cultivators had different eating habits. Some secret arts required blood food, in other words, raw ingredients that had not been cooked. Most kitchens had a lot of them prepared. Liao had not found it strange at the time. At first, Xianxin sprayed a circle of fragrant powder on the grass. She then took out a vintage wooden box, which she opened carefully and tilted it onto the chopped meat. From the wooden box, more than 10 dark purple ants crept out. Liao raised his eyebrow high. "This is..." Xianxin poured all the ants inside the wooden box out. There were approximately 20 of them. The ants had been hungered for a long time. Now that they smelt the aroma of flesh and blood, they immediately feasted upon the food. Cracking noises were echoing, as if they were some 20 pinchers opening and closing instead of 20 ants. The scene was quite appalling. Xianxin observed the ants eating the meat carefully. Now and then, she would extend a finger and push the wandering ants back to the meat. Her hands were quite fast. Before the ants bit her, she had already retracted them. "They are purple ring sword ants. I've been feeding them in order to train my hand speed, but they are not so easy to deal with. They have to eat at this hour every day or they will starve. At noon today, their feeding time was already delayed. So sorry, I had to stop for a while. Ouch!" While Xianxin raised her head and explained to Liao, an extremely large purple ring sword ant bit her hand hard while she was not concentrating. The girl jumped to her feet in the excruciating pain. She gasped, producing hissing sounds, and she was waving her hands faster than a fan. However, it was much better than last time she was bitten by a purple ring sword ant, when she foamed and passed out instantly. Seeing that she recovered after only several seconds and bent down again to organize the purple ring sword ants while gritting her teeth, Liao was even more surprised. He asked unconsciously, "Purple ring sword ants? It must be very painful to be bitten by them. How did you come up with such a training method?" Xianxin focused her attention on the purple ring sword ants in front of her. In less than 3 minutes, the chopped meat was eaten up by them. The purple ring sword ants, after having a delicious dinner, immediately escaped to various directions. However, the circle of powder that Xianxin sprayed on the grass was the most fearful thing for the purple ring sword ants. It blocked them like an invisible wall. The purple ring sword ants were even more furious now that they had nowhere to run. They were rubbing their tusks hard, creating strange metal noises. Xianxia bulged her eyes. Without blinking, she snatched the purple ring sword ants one by one and put them back into the wooden box. It is indeed very painful to be bitten by them. However, the improvement on hand speed is very significant, too. My hands right now are twice as fast as half a year ago. Xianxia stood straight and said proudly, "This is a secret art I learned from a super refiner. He was the most brilliant genius that I've ever seen and the idol that I admired most. However, since the riot of the Temple of Immortals, he has never seen or heard anymore. Perhaps he has perished." The girl couldn't help but pout her lips in regret. Well, Liao scratched his chin, deep in thought. How many purple ring sword ants can you train with right now? 13, Xianxia replied proudly, before she stuck out her tongue somewhat in embarrassment. But I'm likely to be bitten every other minute with 13 purple ring sword ants. Sometimes 3 or 4 of them bite me at the same time. Ha 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 ha. I can only handle 11 purple ring sword ants flawlessly right now. 3 or 4 purple ring sword ants biting you simultaneously? Liao was stunned. Do you not feel pain? Of course I do. Xianxia extended a finger and let a purple ring sword ant crawl on it. The bouncing muscles on her fingertip and the flowing spiritual gas froze the purple ring sword ant like invisible amber. However hard the purple ring sword ant bit, it was not able to reach her skin. Xianxia raised her finger and watched the glittering insect in purple armor wholeheartedly, before she said, "But this is how training works. It is either painstaking or exhausting. How can anybody succeed in training by lying on bed while eating and drinking casually? But such a method of training is too cruel." Liao was somewhat confused. "Miss Xianxia, as I recall, you are from a major noble family of refining, and there must be many secret arts within the refining department of Flying Star University, too. They wouldn't be half as painful as the one you are practicing right now. Why did you give up the easy secret arts in favor of such a cruel technique?" Xianxia slid the last purple ring sword ant into the wooden box. She took a long breath in relief and sat down beside the flower bed. She opened her hands and said, "There's no other way. Although I am from a noble family of refining, I've known that I am not gifted in the arts of refining since I was a kid. I've always been the least talented one compared with Sister Long Yunxin as well as the siblings and cousins of my own family. Not to mention Master Sand and Master Liao whom I saw before. When I was little and trained with other people, everybody else could understand many secret arts simply by reciting them several times. But as for me, I had to cling to my crystal processor for 3 days and 3 nights trying to swallow it whole, and sometimes I failed to understand the secret arts even after doing that. The only shining point about me is that I am determined, and I am willing to remember many things by repeating them. When I was 7, I already memorized the entire encyclopedia of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, by repetition, the best I can do is be admitted to Flying Star University. When I came to Flying Star University, I discovered that my classmates were all 1 in 10,000 geniuses. I was no match for anybody at all. However hard I worked, I was always the tail-ender in my class. Nobody gave me any pressure. Even my family did not have high hopes for me. As long as I could graduate smoothly and work as a common refiner in the family business, it would be good enough for them. However, I did not want to succumb to my fate. Even though I cannot rise like a star in a Skyhill Sword seminar like the super genius refiner Liao did, at least I want to participate in a Skyhill Sword seminar like Sister Long Yunxin. I want to feel the burning rivalry on the match field in person and the palpitation when I am competing with the best experts of the trade. Training with purple ring sword ants is naturally very painful. If my purpose is to increase my hand speed, there are a lot of other secret arts in the refining department that are more secure, more reliable, and less painful. However, please don't laugh at me, Master Sand, can barely understand the secret arts. Even if I am going to train with them, the effect will be little to none. 10 days of my training might not give me as much improvement as those geniuses would have in 1 day. The training method with purple ring sword ants, on the other hand, does not require much understanding. As long as one can hold back the pain, it will be fine. Such a method is perfect for a dummy such as myself. Haha. After Liao rose to fame in the Skyhill Sword Seminar, many students in Flying Star University and Heavenly Saints Institute learned to train with the Purple Ring Sword Ants. But as far as I know, I'm the only one who has persisted for half a year. Other people often laughed at me, or maybe it was just a kindly reminder, saying that the training method with the Purple Ring Sword Ants is only suitable for super geniuses like Liao, that it is not suitable for people of little aptitude like myself at all. But it's not like that in my eyes. Maybe the gap between me and Liao is greater than the distance between two sectors. Maybe my lifelong training will be less fruitful than 1/10 of his achievements. But at the very least, if Liao can train with the Purple Ring Sword Ants right now, I can do the same however unintelligent I am. Maybe after I train myself for 20 years, I will have more Purple Ring Sword Ants under my control than Liao did months ago. Haha. Ha 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 ha. Besides, the girl changed her topic and said somewhat embarrassedly, I haven't heard any news about Liao for a long time. Maybe he has indeed passed away. If that is the case, I should pass on his training method. Liao couldn't help but cough. He said, Are you so desperate to become a master of refining? I don't care about being a master or not. I guess I will never become one considering my lack of talents. Haha. Xianxia licked her finger, which was still red because of the biting of the Purple Ring Sword Ant a while ago. She gave Liao a brilliant smile and said, It's just that I love the arts of refining. I just love them even though I know I'm not gifted at them. Okay. Liao was silent for a long time, illuminated by the dim street lamp. His lips curled into an equally brilliant smile as the girl's. I've changed my mind, Liao said with a smile. Miss Xianxia, I would have to ask you to show me around the campus of Flying Star University. I'm afraid a lot of your time will be wasted. Do you mind? Absolutely not. You're very welcome. Xianxia shook her head hard. She thought for a moment and said somewhat embarrassedly, But if possible, can you let me stand by and listen to your discussion with Master Xue next time? Liao found it amusing. Can you understand our conversation? Xianxia's face turned red again. She lowered her head and looked at her feet while she replied, Maybe I will suddenly get the hang of it someday while I'm listening. Xianxia's diary. March 20th. Sand Scorpion is truly a mystery. Yesterday, he was having a long conversation with Master Xue Yuanxin, who praised him, calling him one of the most brilliant geniuses of his generation. But he made a big joke of himself today. This morning, I led him to the library of ancient classics of the refining department. All the copies of the precious books found and produced over the past thousands of years have been stored inside. Normally speaking, faculty and students have to ask for permission to go inside. Only the most experienced professors and scholars can go to the library anytime they want. But even they cannot borrow the ancient books and can only read them inside the library. Sand Scorpion, on the other hand, tilted his head and fell asleep after browsing through 20 ancient books at an amazingly high speed. Sleeping in such a sacred place as the Library of Ancient Classics, many experienced refiners immediately noticed him. When they learned that he was the barbarian from Iron Plateau, everybody burst into laughter. Somebody even belittled the barbarians, saying that they should not act like intellectuals when they knew nothing about the discipline. I was very embarrassed at the time. I meant to explain for Master Sand Scorpion, but he was already in the deep sleep state, and I couldn't wake him up. It was not until 3 hours later that he stretched his arms in satisfaction. I didn't know what to say. The story quickly spread. Before noon, everybody in the refining department had heard the story and considered him a joke. However, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, his research plan was announced. When everybody discovered that he has joined Master Xue's Ares laboratory, their facial expression was quite complicated. I happened to run into a refiner who mocked him in the library in the morning. I knew that the refiner had applied for the Ares laboratory but was turned down by Master Xue. When he learned the news, his face was gloomier than a rainy day. I tried my best not to laugh out aloud. Some of them were secretly discussing whether or not Master Xue was cooperating with the magnate from Iron Plateau because of a shortage of funding after major setbacks. Of course, I know that is not the case, but it is not wrong that Master Sandscorpion was sleeping soundly in the library in the morning, either. I don't know how to comment on him now. March 22nd. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Master Sandscorpion remained exactly the same in the past 2 days. He slept for 3 hours in the Library of Ancient Classics in the morning, spent his afternoon in the Ares laboratory, and did his training in seclusion at night. The whispers that I overhear have grown louder and louder now. People were saying that somebody sleeping in the best library of the best university of the Flying Star sector is not a pleasant view. But naturally, nobody dared whine in front of the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. I, of course, secretly mumbled dissatisfaction to myself. Maybe he noticed it, because he started playing tricks on me today. He said that he found a secret art from the ancient classics that could mutate the purple ring sword ants and slightly increase the pain of biting. As a result, the training would be more effective. I believed him like an idiot and trained the purple ring sword ants according to the secret art. As it turned out, the pain was not slightly increased. It was literally doubled. I was almost killed by the agony. Is this what the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau and a master of refiner should be like? He was too mean. I gave him so much help by showing him around the campus over the last couple of days. However, I'm not sure whether or not it's my imagination, but my hand speed does seem to be a little higher after the training. Is it true? March 30th. I was shocked today. As it turned out, Master Sandscorpion was not sleeping in the Library of Ancient Classics every day. He was training himself in the deep sleep state. Today, I noticed by accident that he had memorized quite a few ancient classics. I asked, and he told me that he had remembered and digested 1/10 of all the ancient books stored inside the library in only 1 week. That was horrifying. Training in the deep sleep state sounds like a marvelous skill. In my excitement, I blurted and asked whether or not he could teach me. With a mysterious smile, he said that he would teach me the secret art when I could withstand the biting of 10 mutated purple ring sword ants at the same time. Is that a joke? The purple ring sword ants strengthened according to his secret arts are even more ferocious than tigers. How can anybody endure 10 of them simultaneously? But I won't give up. Normal people might, but I am a dummy. Somebody told me that dummies deal with pain better. Well, now that I think of it, he was the one who told me that. April 25th. Hooray. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. After more than 1 month, I'm finally able to withstand the biting of 3 mutated purple ring sword ants right now. I can even sing songs with my face color unchanged while my body is cramping. Master Sandscorpion's dumbfounded expression was the most satisfying reward for me. My suffering over the past month was entirely worth it. Master Sandscorpion fulfilled his promise. Although he did not teach me the secret art of training in the deep sleep state, he taught me 2 fundamental skills, Art of the Swallowing Whale and Chaos Gale Hammer Technique. Master Sandscorpion said that he would like to teach a course if possible, despite only being a visiting scholar. But since he had never been a teacher before and he did not know how good his teaching was, he planned to experiment on me first. According to him, my body was rough and wouldn't crack down anyway. That was too mean. Is body roughness something to be proud of? But anyways, the 2 fundamental skills were not very complicated, although the training process was quite exhausting. I did not experience the drowsy feeling when I read the other cultivation arts. Master Sandscorpion said that he had gone through a lot of trouble to simplify the secret arts in light of my perception. Why do his words always sound so malicious? May 29th. Unbelievable. Without me knowing, Master Sandscorpion has been in Flying Star University for more than 2 months. Since he has been keeping a low profile and I am used to his identity as a refiner, I almost forgot that he is also the best warrior of 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. Today, Master Mo Tianlu from the combat department came to challenge Master Sandscorpion. I know Master Mo Tianlu quite well. He is a pure combat-type core formation stage cultivator. It is said that he encountered space pirates hijacking the starship he was in when he was young, and he slayed almost 100 of them all by himself. He is quite a brutal guy and one of the most fearsome teachers in the combat department. The 2 of them entered a world fragment and practiced. 10 minutes later, they were out. Master Mo Tianlu was sweating, crippled, and coughing. But Master Sand Scorpion was as healthy as before. He saw the challenger off with a smile. After Master Mo Tianlu left, a more appalling incident took place. Master Sand Scorpion found several wasted sets of armor and punched them into perfect iron balls barehanded. I was dumbfounded and asked him the reason. His answer was that his fighting will was aroused by Master Mo. But he couldn't do his best because his opponent was not an enemy. Therefore, he could only vent his fighting will on the scraps. Good heavens! A core formation stage cultivator was crippled and ran away covering his face, and he was saying that he did not do his best. I wonder what would the outcome be like if he was doing his best. Later, we chit-chat for a long time, and I learned that teachers from the combat department, the flying sword department, and the battlesuit department went to challenge him every few days. I asked him the total number. He tilted his head and thought for a while, replying that he could not remember the specific number, but there should be 30 to 50. Honestly speaking, although he is indeed strong, the casual countenance on his face made me want to punch him hard for the honor of Flying Star University. June 22nd. Something uncanny happened today. Sister Long Yunxin has been acting weird since Master Sand Scorpion came to the refining department. She is beautiful and very fashionable, but she is now even more lovely and elegant. She often comes to visit me, hoping to have dinner with me and Master Sand Scorpion. But Master Sand Scorpion does not want to have dinner with her. Or rather, other than me and Master Shui Yuanxin, Master Sand Scorpion does not want to waste his time on anybody. He has been researching or training himself every day. When he is free, he always figures out various methods to torment me. Today is Sister Long's birthday. She did not invite anybody else but demanded that I bring Master Sand Scorpion through whatever method possible to have dinner with her in a very expensive cafeteria on campus. The scallion's chicken in the cafeteria is really delicious. She was extremely pretty today, right? Important things must be highlighted. However, while I was enjoying the food with the art of the swallowing whale, she talked with Master Sand Scorpion about a lot of stuff that was incomprehensible for me. At first, she asked Master Sand Scorpion about his personal life, whether or not he had a girlfriend and whatnot. Master Sand Scorpion said that he did not have a girlfriend. Sister Long looked quite happy. But then, Master Sand Scorpion added that he had a fiancée who was waiting for him in his hometown. Sister Long immediately frowned and drank her wine silently. That was the part where their dialogue turned weird. Master Sand Scorpion was having beef noodles, but Sister Long chopped a lobster and dropped it to Master Sand Scorpion's bowl. She said, "There are a lot of delicious foods in the world. One can always have some lobster even if they love beef noodles." But Master Sand Scorpion simply replied that his stomach was small, and a bowl of beef noodles was enough to keep it full for a long time. What the heck was he talking about? His stomach is much larger than mine. I've seen in person that he swallowed 20 bowls of beef noodles without breaking a sweat. Besides, he never refused lobsters and crabs either. Sister Long poured wine for him and asked why he could not have a lobster when he seemed so hungry. Master Sand Scorpion replied that it was not a matter of his appetite. Beef noodles were delicious, and lobsters were delicious, too. But if the two foods were combined, their flavors would affect each other. Both the beef noodles and the lobster would be ruined. He would feel sorry for his stomach. Sister Long was even more disappointed and kept drinking. She did not dissolve the alcohol with her spiritual energy even though she is a cultivator. When she was half drunk, she said, "Your fiancé is in your hometown. Are you never lonely?" Then Master Sand Scorpion said the most sophisticated, incomprehensible sentence of the night. He opened his hands, his palms facing the ceiling, while he looked Sister Long in the eye and said solemnly, "As you can see, I'm a very awesome refiner. All my expertise is based on my hands. There are 34,482 muscles on my hands in total, 78% of which have been repetitively trained by me. These two hands are much more agile than any organ on your body. They can do whatever I want them to. These two hands can do whatever you can do. But you may not be able to do what these two hands can." After hearing his words, Sister Long's face turned from red to pale, from pale to green, and from green to purple, as if she had been seriously wounded and was about to vomit blood. She left the table and ran away quickly. Sister Long has always been smart and elegant. I'd never seen her so agitated before. I asked what Master Sand Scorpion meant by his final words while attacking a drumstick. But Master Sand Scorpion only smiled and did not give an answer. Later, I went to Sister Long. She was weeping in her dormitory. I comforted her for a long time, and she finally stopped crying. Then, I asked her the same question. Why was she compared to a pair of hands? Sister Long started weeping again, her tears flooding out like a broken dam. This time, there was absolutely no way that I could stop her from crying. I have no idea what the intelligent people were talking about. It might not be a bad idea to be a little dummy. After all, I have no worries and can focus my attention on refining. I feel that I've made great improvements over the last 2 months. Maybe one day I can surpass Sister Long. It will be good enough if I can be better than her for 1 day, 1 hour, 1 minute, or even just 1 second. July 7th. Today is the happiest day of my life. Since its summer holiday, all the young members of the Xia family from every corner of the Flying Star sector have returned to our hometown. According to the tradition, this is the time when the younger generation holds a match within the family. In the previous family competitions, my ranking was always very low, and I was sometimes overwhelmed by my cousins 3 or 4 years younger than me. But this year, out of so many members of the Xia family, my comprehensive rank made its way into top 10. My hand speed ranked the top among all. My entire family was shocked. My great-grandfather and great-grandmother summoned and praised me. My father and my mother were overjoyed, too, saying that our ancestors must have worked very hard to enlighten me. In fact, it had nothing to do with our ancestors. I may not be very smart, but I do know that Master Sand Scorpion should be credited for my improvement. Master Sand Scorpion can always come up with surprising training methods to torture me. They are barely sufferable, but I have to say that they are very effective. One will receive huge returns as long as they can grit their teeth through the process. Moreover, he is cold to everybody else, but for some reason he is very patient with me. Whenever I go to ask him about questions I don't understand, he always stops doing whatever he is busy with and gives me guidance unwearyingly. It is quite odd that, after his interpretation, the seemingly esoteric theories of refining become straightforward and self-explanatory, just like 1 + 1 = 2. A bold idea recently occurred to me. I want to be Master Sand Scorpion's disciple. Not the teacher-student relationship in school where one teacher has hundreds of students, but a true disciple. But it is quite difficult. I'm aware that Master Sand Scorpion has only one true disciple named Wu Mayan, who is in the battlesuit department of Flying Star University. Wu Mayan is a real super genius. He has become a big name on campus after only several months. Although he is only 14 years old, his combat ability is close to that of the building foundation stage. When he entered Flying Star University, the combat department, the battlesuit department, and the flying sword department fought for him so hard that the deans were nearly bashing their heads. It seems like he was born in a crystal suit, and he has natural instinct for them. After studying in the battlesuit department for only 4 months, he has already become an expert in crystal suits. None of the junior year students or below are a match for him. Only several senior experts in the senior year ever managed to draw with him. Last month, he was appointed as a representative of Flying Star University in the inter-college crystal suit match. It was the first time in history for a freshman year student. He defeated 5 elite students from the battlesuit department of Heavenly Saints Institute with a lone wolf battlesuit. The entire Heavenly Saints city was shocked. It is safe to say that Wu Mayan is even more famous than Master Sand Scorpion, who has always been lying low on campus. Somebody from the 5 main arenas has come to ask him whether or not he was willing to fight with the professional exos in the arenas. Only such talented geniuses deserve to be Master Sand Scorpion's true disciple. I'm afraid that there's still a long way to go for a fool like me. Isn't there? But forget it. I plan to stay at home for 1 month, but I've decided right now that I will return to Heavenly Saint City tomorrow. Master Sand Scorpion said that he would be staying in school for his training during the summer holiday. I will just go to find him and ask if he's willing to recruit me as his disciple. Anyway, he's not likely to bite me, is he? July 13th. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. What kind of guy is he? How can there be such an annoying boy? I returned to Flying Star University and found Master Sand Scorpion today. I summoned my courage and proposed my request. As it happened, the super genius Wu Mayan was present, too. After I proposed my request, before Master Sand Scorpion said anything, the guy bulged his eyes and looked at me from top to bottom carefully. If I could read his mind, he must have been saying, "Huh? Someone of your aptitude is hoping to be the true disciple of my master." Not only did he stare at me, he even whispered with Master Sand Scorpion for quite a while. I overheard that he was speaking evil of me. Thankfully, Master did not listen to his jibber-jabber. Although he didn't agree to my request immediately, he did not turn it down either. There's still hope since he did not reject me, and I won't give up trying as long as there's the tiniest hope. One other thing. Is the boy really 14 years old? He is several inches taller than me, and his chest is as broad as a wall. Crap. If Master Sand Scorpion really recruits me as his disciple, wouldn't I have to call the annoying kid's senior brother? That would be a huge bummer. August 29th. Recently, I've been feeling that Master Sand Scorpion is more and more like an iceberg. However magnificent it appears, it is always 10 times greater below the surface of the ocean. Without me knowing, it's been 5 months since he came to Flying Star University. Over the past 5 months, he has either been napping in the library or dwelling in the Ares laboratory. After the previous accident, the progress of the Ares laboratory was kept confidential. Nobody knew how their project is going. Therefore, in the refining department, suspicions about Master Sand Scorpion's skillfulness in refining have reappeared after several months of silence. Of course, I knew that Master Sand Scorpion must be very excellent in refining. But honestly speaking, I'd never seen him craft anything in person, and I couldn't help but wonder how excellent he was. But what happened today shed light on his capability, or rather, part of his compatibility. A month ago, various journals and websites featuring magical equipment started introducing a tool named Compatibility Detector on a large scale. Most of the articles were bragging about the magical equipment, claiming that it could run a series of complicated calculations based on data of moving speed, air vibrations, and spiritual waves and give an estimation of the enemy's compatibility. Besides, the Compatibility Detector has recorded the appearances of the commonly seen demon beasts, thousands of kinds of starships, and the most popular crystal suits in the flying star sector. After scanning with the magical equipment, one is able to tell precisely which crystal suit the enemy is in, the advantages and disadvantages of the crystal suit, and all the other important information for the battle. Growing up in a noble family of refining, I've seen too many such things. The more fabulous a piece of magical equipment sounds, the more likely that the journals and websites have been bribed. These articles are merely advertorials. However, publishing advertorials on so many different journals and websites at the same time is a huge investment, too. The producer of the Compatibility Detector must boast tremendous capital. I was quite curious about the magical equipment. The few commercials set up on the spiritual nexus were quite professional and distinguished, too. Therefore, I ordered 2 of them, one regular model and one crystal suit embedded model that could be installed to a crystal suit conveniently. 5 days ago, the Compatibility Detectors were finally delivered. I tested them in person and had to say that, although they were not as immaculate as the advertorials claimed, they were definitely worth my money. From the perspective of a refiner, the magical equipment was elegantly designed and very robust. The spiritual energy circuits were very smooth, and it was unhindered and flawless when it was functioning. Although it was a piece of cheap, popular magical equipment, I found that it employed a lot of extremely complicated super tiny rune arrays and crystal chips, as well as 7 very sophisticated distributions. Such a design was definitely a masterpiece. I felt at the time that the magical equipment would be a hit. As I expected, after it was on sale for only 1 week, not only was it greatly complimented on the spiritual nexus and by the experts and professors in the circle of refiners, even the academic journal of the refining department of Flying Star University listed it as one of the 10 most recommended tools of the month. Besides, it was the monthly bestseller in the category of mini magical equipment on many websites. Bestseller after only 1 week. It was quite beyond my expectation. After I investigated the sales, I discovered that a great number of orders from Iron Plateau were placed on the very first day that the combat ability detector was sold to public. The 6 tribes of Iron Plateau bought 100,000 combat ability detectors altogether. Naturally, my curiosity was aroused. Although the communication between Iron Plateau and the space has been re-established, the fat orders still seemed quite odd, considering that the magical equipment was only just invented after all. The manufacturer of the combat ability detector was an unknown company. But after I traced it on the spiritual nexus, I found that the company was affiliated with the Glorious Sunlight Group. Wasn't the Glorious Sunlight Group an enterprise of Master Sand Scorpion, according to Sister Long? I went to ask Master Sand Scorpion cautiously with a combat ability detector. But he admitted very frankly that the combat ability detector was the first piece of magical equipment developed by Glorious Sunlight Refining Center, which was under his name. He was the supervisor of the entire development process, too. In other words, the combat ability detector was Master Sand Scorpion's work. I was immediately dumbfounded. I knew that Master Sand Scorpion was awesome, but I didn't know that he was that awesome. That was not the end of it. Later at dinner, I met Master Ho Zitao. Master Ho has been quite mysterious over the past months. He has been dedicated to the development of a super weapon. Occasionally when I saw him, he would always look somewhat at a loss, as if he hadn't closed his eyes for 10 days and 10 nights. But today he was exultant and jumping up and down like a monkey. The moment he met me, he told me that his super weapon, chain gun, had been successfully developed. The experiments showed satisfactory results, and the performance of the new weapon far exceeded his expectation. It is about to be mass-produced, and it will definitely be a hit. Of course, I congratulated him. But he said, embarrassedly, that the magical equipment was not crafted by him alone, but co-developed by him and Master Sand Scorpion. Or rather, Master Sand Scorpion was the bigger contributor to the project and was the lead refiner, and he could only be listed as the second refiner. I took the opportunity and asked his opinion on Master Sand Scorpion's capability in refining. He scratched his hair for a long time and replied with 2 words. Can't tell. There's only 1 month before the Edge Sharpeners meeting that is held every 5 years. I'm wondering what the facial expressions of the guys who are doubting his capability in refining right now will be when he shows up in the meeting hall with his combat ability detector and the chain gun. I'm really looking forward to it. 3 days later, in the number 4 multifunctional hall of the Combat Department of Flying Star University. This is everything about the methodology and circulation of spiritual energy in the art of the swallowing whale. But the key point is still meditation. You must stimulate your stomach with your mind power. Liao was giving a speech. He was teaching an extracurricular course. Visiting scholars and visiting professors were different. Such courses had no credits and, therefore, couldn't be regarded as optional courses. They were merely a means of communication like public lectures. However, almost 700 students from various departments were still attracted to Liao's class, including many graduates who had become quite distinguished. Naturally, it was because of his remarkable performance in the competitions against the experts from the Combat Department, the Flying Sword Department, and the Battlesuit Department over the past half-year. After being polished for half a year, Liao had an entirely different aura around him. His face was still unattractive, but his messy hair looked like a black waterfall crashing down on broken stones. It was a soul-stirring color as if it were alive. Spiritual energy was the source of the darkness of his hair. It was a sign that the spiritual gas inside his body was extremely profound. He was wearing a plain, white robe and had bound his hair, which he couldn't comb down, with a hairband casually. Standing on the podium alone, he seemed like someone from a different world. The spacious, multifunctional hall was occupied by the hundreds of cultivators, but all their auras combined seemed to be no match for his. They couldn't help but focus their eyes on him. The course that Liao taught had a simple name, which was Art of the Swallowing Whale. The students were quite enjoying the course and taking notes on their light beams every once in a while. Liao put his hands on his stomach and rubbed it softly, while he said, As its name suggests, when the ancient cultivators invented the technique, they imagined that their stomach was a den where the most hungry and ferocious animals, such as lions, tigers, and dragons, lived. Turning your stomach into a dragon will naturally increase its capacity for food. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures indigestible for common people will be able to be absorbed easily. Just like this. Liao took a long breath. His abdomen slightly rose, and he let go of his hands. Noises like the roars of tigers, lions, and dragons were echoing from his belly, as if a bunch of animals were rushing close unstoppably. The students were all amazed by it. Liao smiled. Different approaches can lead to the same destination. If you will, you can also imagine your stomach to be a bottomless swirl. While he was talking, Liao's abdomen fluctuated and raised the deafening sound of the tides. Everybody listening to it was shocked. Or rather, Liao continued his speech. We are all modern people, and we can adopt more modern means in our imagination. You may imagine your stomach to be a furnace heated to thousands of degrees. Whatever food is transmitted into it will be melted instantly. Before the loud noises of tides died down, they had already been replaced by the fulminations that were indicative of a fully functioning furnace. Had they not seen it in person, the students would never have believed that one could utter such incredible sounds with the wriggling of one's stomach. All right, Liao stopped demonstrating the technique. He checked the time and said, "Let's call it a day. If anyone is interested, we have a final lecture on Friday, in which I will tell you the helpful and harmful relationships between special foods. Last 10 minutes. Any questions?" Third row on the left. A tall student stood up and asked in a loud voice, "Master Sand, I'm a senior year student of the combat department. The utilization of nutrition is highlighted in the combat department too. But you seem to have attached even more importance to it. If I may ask, do you think the top priority for a cultivator is the food they have?" "Indeed, I think so. In combat, refining, and even the training of pure computational ability, adequate energy is a categorical prerequisite." Liao nodded as he spoke. "Isn't there a saying that has been passed on for tens of thousands of years? One can live without dignity, but one cannot live without food." Everybody on the spot laughed. The tall student couldn't help but laugh, too. He took a few breaths to calm himself down before he opened his mouth again. "However, Master Sand, I've read a lot of ancient classics on training. They all stressed the significance of absorbing energy from nature. It was said that one wouldn't need to take any food when they cultivated themselves to the highest level. It appeared to me like the most awesome cultivators kept the furthest distance from meat and everything. The mouth-watering food in other people's eyes was smelly and filthy for the ancient cultivators. Why are modern cultivators walking on the opposite path?" Liao smiled. "Diets like that are complete bullshit. Cultivators consume hundreds of times more energy than ordinary people do because of their daily training and combat. Where can they refill the energy if not from food? Retrieving sufficient energy by interacting with nature? That's utter nonsense. The only absorbable energy in nature is solar energy. But how much can that be? Right now, many households have solar energy healers or solar energy generators. You must have experienced how long it takes to boil a tank of water with solar energy. And that is based on spacious solar panels. However hard cultivators train themselves, their skin won't be half as efficient as the solar panels. Besides, there is absolutely no need for them to turn their skin into such things at all. The normal energy in nature is not worth our effort at all, except on one occasion. That is the outbreak of sunspots or solar flares, when other celestial bodies hit the sun. At that time, the radiation and electromagnetic waves will be drawn close to us like raging tides. That is the real energy of nature. However, such occasions are extremely rarely seen. They will only appear every 10 years or so and cannot be considered a regular training method at all. The guy scratched his head and nodded. Then he asked again. But the ancient classics in different era and from different sects all mentioned the importance of absorbing energy of nature and considered independence from food a symbol of one's achievement in cultivation. Why? Liao pondered for a moment and replied, Everyone. I know that many of you like to browse through the ancient classics and hope to discover an unparalleled technique from the ancient cultivation world, so that you will be invincible after you grasp it. I'm not saying that the works of the ancient cultivators are not worth studying, but we must pay special attention to the difference between ancient cultivators and contemporary ones during our research. In the ancient cultivation world, the civilization of mankind was still nascent. Most people were still enshrouded in darkness and illiteracy. Ancient cultivators didn't have a clear, thorough understanding of the world, either. Therefore, they often had to resort to many pretentious tricks to maintain their high and mighty image among the ordinary people, so that they could organize and lead the ordinary people more easily. When a cultivator claims that he trains himself by absorbing energy of nature, he will sound mysterious and look like a deity. But if the cultivator says that the accomplishment of his cultivation is because he can eat 8 bulls per meal, the ordinary people will revere him much less, won't they? The students burst into laughter again. On the other hand, the ancient cultivators did not value cooperation as much as we modern cultivators do. They were often involved in ostensible or clandestine internal conflicts and wouldn't show their real cultivation arts to other people easily. As the saying goes, the truth can be concluded with one sentence, but a lie needs thousands of words to cover up. Many billionaires nowadays are publishing their biographies and spreading the keys to their success by telling people how they built their empires from scratch. But I don't think any of you believe that what they wrote are the real tricks to their fortunes, do you? If so, why are you so confident that the ancient cultivators would pass on the real techniques of cultivation to their followers unselfishly? Dang dang dang, a crisp sound suddenly burst out. Liao waved his hand and said, "All right, everybody. Class dismissed." Master Sand. Many students rose up from their seats, planning to ask Liao more questions. But Liao had dashed out of the multifunctional hall in advance and appeared in a quiet road elsewhere on campus 1 minute later. Almost at the same time, his mini crystal processor buzzed. Inside the light beam was a dark gold, metal puppet that looked like a golden skull. Liao smiled. Professor Mo. The golden skull was exactly Mo Xian. Mo Xian and the other spectral cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector, after traveling here and there on Sparkle for almost 1 year, suddenly realized one day that there was no need for them to hide at all. They were in a weird life form right now, but there were spectral cultivators in the Flying Star sector too, and they enjoyed almost the same rights as ordinary people, just like the spectral cultivators did in the Heaven's Origin sector. Since the bodies of the 5 of them were made of liquid metal, it would be more than easy for them to crawl into metal puppets and disguise themselves as local spectral cultivators of the Flying Star sector. Considering the vastness of the Flying Star sector, it was perfectly normal that several remote, unpopulated towns existed in the edges of a certain space zone. Cultivators ending up as spectral cultivators with their bodies gone when they were faced with cosmic storms was nothing unusual, either. Therefore, after 3 months of planning, Mo Xian and the other 4 spectral cultivators appeared in broad daylight with new identities. It was barely possible to confirm the validness of one's identity in the boundless sea of stars. Also, since they were endorsed by the Glorious Sunlight Group, nobody would be suspicious about their identity at all. Professor Mo Xian became the supervisor of the Glorious Sunlight Refining Center without any trouble as a spectral cultivator. He had already showed up in several half-public social occasions. With his management, the construction of the Glorious Sunlight Refining Center had proceeded smoothly. After only half a year, 2 laboratories, one large and public and the other small and secretive, had been established. The public Glorious Sunlight Refining Center was headquartered in the Crosswind Space Zone, with a branch in Heavenly Saint City, where a lot of research work on the combatability detector and the chain gun was conducted. Liao planned to develop it into one of the best refining centers of the Flying Star sector in the future. As for the other laboratory, Liao and Mo Xian had built the secret laboratory based on Sparkle, which was smaller in scale but had more advanced facilities. This place was their real center of refining. Only the 1 man and 5 ghosts from the Heaven's Origin sector knew of its existence. The magical equipment that was not suitable to be made known to other people, as well as the further modification of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, would be worked on in that laboratory. The chain gun is going to be a hit. Professor Mo Xian's metallic voice was filled with undisguisable joy. A day ago, a carrier of the Glorious Sunlight Group was assaulted by the space pirates. The carrier happened to be guarded by the Great Horn Exo Society, and 500 prototypes of the Aurora chain gun happened to be in the cargo. In the end, the Great Horn Exo Society took out the chain guns in the cabin and fought the space pirates hard with them. They stalled the Bloodhand pirate gang, which ranked the 31st on Spider Den, until reinforcements arrived and eliminated the enemies altogether. Such a satisfactory and dramatic victory is definitely worth reporting. Right now, all the journalists of the Crosswind Space Zone have arrived in the area and are interviewing the Great Horn Exo Society. The newly born Aurora chain gun is the unquestionable star of the show, too. Were we so lucky? Liao was overjoyed, but he rolled his eyes and asked, "No, you must have prearranged everything, didn't you?" "Of course we did. Such a series of coincidences could not happen at the same time," Professor Mo Xian replied merrily. Bai Kaisen, advisor of the Great Horn Exo Society, is truly an unpredictable man. He gathered a lot of intelligence in advance and inferred the route and personnel of the Bloodhand pirate gang. As it turned out, the pirate gang finally bit the bait after we wandered around in our route with a cargo of firearms for 3 days. This is the best for us. Bai Kaisen. Liao rubbed his face, recalling Bai Kaisen, who was always frowning in depression. He never knew what to say. Over the past half-year since the Glorious Sunlight Group was established, the cooperation between them and the Great Horn Exo Society had grown deeper and deeper. Supported by the Glorious Sunlight Group as well as Iron Plateau, the Great Horn Exo Society expanded like a balloon being injected with air. Most of the Guardian work for the Glorious Sunlight Group was taken care of by them, too. After only half a year, the Great Horn Exo Society had grown from an unknown middle-sized exo society to one of the greatest exo societies of the Flying Star sector, at least in terms of scale. The chain gun, a piece of new magical equipment co-developed by Liao and Ho Zitao, targeted ordinary people and low-level cultivators as the potential customers. It was perfect for the Great Horn Exo Society as a standard weapon. Liao did not expect that Bai Kaisen would have arranged everything in advance and offered him such a big gift in return. When the battle of the annihilation of the Bloodhand pirate gang was disseminated to various space zones via the spiritual nexus, many people grew interested in the eccentric magical equipment that the Great Horn Exo Society carried with them. At first look, such magical equipment was a storm bolter with a relatively thick barrel. However, the underside of the front end of the gun was embedded with coldly blinking sawtooth. There was a transformation trigger at the rear of the gun, too. When the transformation trigger was touched, the folded gun stock would be unfolded and turn into a strengthening plug-in, which would fix the gun onto the arm. In the end, the gun would become a sharp single-edged chainsword. The Great Horn Exo Society were still exultant after a fierce battle. When they were interviewed by the journalists, they all waved their new weapons with pride and demonstrated the usage of the weapon toward the journalists without exhaustion. In a few days, the new magical equipment named Aurora Chain Gun was known by everybody as the hundreds of videos of the interviews spread out. Some magical equipment magazines praised the chain gun. From the traditional perspective, remote attack and melee attack are often difficult to be melded together perfectly. A soldier often has to carry a gun as well as a chainsword or a vibration saber. However, the enemy they are faced with are either thick-skinned demon beasts or heavily armored exos. Not only are they incapable of killing their enemy with the remote firepower, their enemy are also extremely fast and can cover their entire shooting range in the blink of an eye. In a real-life battle, it is often the case that your enemy will show up right in front of your nose the second after you aim at your enemy and shoot them. The super experts can, of course, throw away the storm bolter and pick up their chainsword in less than 1 second. However, for the low-level cultivators and ordinary people, they will be caught in an awkward situation. Although the invention of Aurora Chain Gun does not solve the problem perfectly, it has introduced a relatively practical approach, to say the very least. Judging from the fierce battle that happened in the edge of the Crosswind Space Zone, the Aurora Chainsword will be a piece of magical equipment popular among low-level cultivators. From many demonstration videos, we can clearly see that, while the members of the Great Horn Exo Society were opening fire at their targets, the embedded sawtooth in the front end of the gun had already started revolving rapidly. When the rune arrays on the sawtooth were triggered, sharp light blades were generated on the surface of the gun. Special sensors have been installed to the front end of the chain gun, too, which allow it to detect the object that is coming close in advance. When the object is 10 meters away from the gun, the embedded sawtooth will jet out automatically, and the gun stock at the back will restructure itself and turn into a plug-in to stabilize the gun on the arm of the exo. As a result, the gun will be switched to the melee mode seamlessly. The user will need to do nothing except to stab forward with their chain gun, and the enemy that is lunging close will be sending themselves to the edge of the blade. While there were compliments, there were also criticisms. Many conservative magazines and websites expressed restrained suspicions about the new magical equipment. The chain gun indeed boasts an excellent design, but its structure is too complicated and coupling. The fault rate is going to be very high. The manufacturer of the Aurora chain gun was an unknown before now, nor was it ever engaged in the magical equipment business. It had no products whatsoever until half a month ago when the combat ability detector was released. Although the combat ability detector has been well accepted on market, ancillary magical equipment and aggressive magical equipment are two entirely different fields. It remains to be seen whether or not such a small company is supervised by an excellent master of refining who can watch over the assembly line of such a piece of precise magical equipment. The two opinions both had a lot of supporters. Together with the flames that someone fanned intentionally, news about the chain gun was all over the spiritual nexus. The Aurora chain gun was not officially released yet, but it had received much more attention than other magical equipment developers could dream of. After several days, a journalist from one media outlet finally located the investor of the small company. He wrote a column article with a quite eye-catching title, Rise of a Giant, an exploration of the glorious Sunlight Group. Over the past half year, many people in the world of cultivators have heard the name of the glorious Sunlight Group, a conglomerate with Iron Plateau's backing that has monopolized the sales of certain minerals from Iron Plateau. But beyond everyone's expectations, the glorious Sunlight Group did not stop on trades. It has been also marching into the magical equipment industry at a sprinting speed. As the journalists of this magazine pursued further into the matter, we discovered that the combat ability detector, which has been quite a hit recently, was the first magical equipment developed by the glorious Sunlight Group. The Aurora chain gun, another piece of new magical equipment that appeared out of nowhere and raised a heated discussion on the spiritual nexus, is co-produced by the glorious Sunlight Group and Flying Star University. It is worth mentioning that the two pieces of magical equipment received a large number of orders from Iron Plateau the moment they were revealed. Therefore, it is not hard to imagine that, backed by an entire planet and tens of thousands of chi trainers on it, the glorious Sunlight Group will not only become a giant in trade but also an unneglectable rising power in the magical equipment industry. However, according to the information that this magazine gathered from various resources, the supervisor of the glorious Sunlight Refining Center is Mo Xian, an unknown refiner. Sand Scorpion, the biggest shareholder of the glorious Sunlight Group and known to be the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, does not have any masterpieces so far despite his claim that he is passionate about refining. With their understanding about refining, can they produce such delicate magical equipment as the combat ability detector and the chain gun? Is it possible that somebody else is hiding behind the glorious Sunlight Refining Center? Later, the journalists of this magazine will visit the glorious Sunlight Refining Center in person and reveal the answer for you. This article deepened the sense of mystery surrounding the glorious Sunlight Group, which had already been mysterious enough. For a moment, everybody in the circle of refiners was talking about glorious sunlight. 3 days later, a piece of even more shocking news raised a riot among the refiners. Master Fiend Star, an expert adept at classical refining theories, reappeared after vanishing for more than half a year. Moreover, he showed up with a very detailed and professional article analyzing the 2 pieces of new magical equipment released by the glorious Sunlight Group in terms of their structure, performance, and the rune arrays employed. After reading the explanation of Master Fiend Star, the fans of magical equipment finally learned that the seemingly cheap combat ability detector and the Aurora chain gun had utilized many ancient rune arrays and models from 40,000 years ago. They were actually quite sophisticated from the technological perspective. Some people questioned if Master Fiendstar had written the article because he was paid. Some other people were asking about his relationship with the glorious Sunlight Refining Center. Master Fiendstar thanked everybody for their sincere concern about himself over the past half-year at first. Then he expressed his apology for his disappearance. Although he did not admit his relationship with the Glorious Sunlight Group, he did not deny it either. Instead, there was a clear hint between the lines that he was cooperating with the Glorious Sunlight Refining Center closely. This news raised even more discussion. The classical refining theories put forward by Master Fiendstar had been confirmed and even applied to many kinds of magical equipment by quite a few refiners after the 1 year. The expertise of Master Fiendstar was well acknowledged in the circle of refiners. 2. If the Glorious Sunlight Refining Center was actually led by Master Fiendstar, it was not unusual that such two pieces of magical equipment, which employed a lot of classical refining theories, were developed. These are two masterpieces that Master Fiendstar worked hard on in seclusion for half a year. Somebody even made such a bold assumption on the spiritual nexus. After much exposure, the two pieces of magical equipment were not only known by all the cultivators but also highly expected by ordinary people. With the chaos in the flying star sector, many remote space towns had established their own militia or guard team. Their demand for magical equipment had soared. The combat ability detector had only just started being manufactured. Since the colossal order from Iron Plateau had to be finished first, it went out of stock on the official website very quickly. The Aurora chain gun was still in the field test phase. It was a battle-related magical equipment that concerned the life and death of the user. Therefore, it could only be perfected and finalized with the data accumulated in the tests. However, some of the prototypes were put on market through various channels. The cultivators who received the prototypes mostly recorded their own tests and uploaded them to the spiritual nexus. Some of them were even publishing tutorial videos with titles like 24 Moves for the Chain Gun, True Knowledge of the Chain Gun, and such. For the time being, the two pieces of magical equipment were both barely available on market. One could not buy them even if they had loads of money. However, Liao did not have time to enjoy the fever. All his attention was now focused on a different piece of magical equipment. Inside the Ares laboratory, more than 20 refiners, including Liao and Shui Yuanxin, were holding their breath and staring at a set of strengthening plugins on the test platform, which was bound by countless electric arcs. The set of plugins were a light gray, bordering on transparent. It looked quite unattractive, like a frozen cloud. On the other side of the test platform, 10 pieces of aggressive magical equipment were being charged. Dazzling, colorful light balls were continuously condensing at the dark heads of the barrels and the front ends of the rails with blood-freezing hissing sounds. Suddenly, swoosh! The balls of lightning restricted by 3 rails expanded to such an extent that they darted out with an ear-splitting explosion and crashed in the Ares explosion in a purple streak. Hum! The seeming unattractive Ares extension hummed in a sound resembling a bell being tolled. Ripples were spreading out on the surface of the magical equipment even though it was solid, each of which were a different color but equally brilliant. As the ripples spread out, the damage of the balls of lightning were evenly dispersed to every part of the extension. Beep, 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 beep. Next to the test platform, the hundreds of light beams floating in the air were displaying different figures. The changes in the tens of thousands of numbers reflected the performance of the Ares extension precisely. The hums gradually died down. The energy of the ball lightnings was fully released, and they perished without a sound. The surface of the bright gray Ares extension, on the other hand, had purplish electric arcs popping up that looked like lightning that was raging in the clouds silently. Hiu! Pa! Boom! Crack! A moment later, the other powerful, aggressive magical equipment had finished charging. Thunderbolts, lightning, flames, acid, frigid rains. Attacks of spiritual energy in various forms stormed upon the Ares extension. The figures on the monitoring light beam were continuously changing. Cracks began to appear on the Ares extension. However, most of the attacks were absorbed by the Ares extension as the ripples spread out. Every attack dyed the Ares extension with a new color. At first, it was only enshrouded in several electric arcs. Then, a few bouncing flames were added, followed by clusters of deep blue that represented freezing coldness. When all the attacks came to a stop, the originally unattractive Ares extension was enveloped in a colorful and dazzling mist and couldn't have looked more splendid. Beep, 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 beep. On the light beam, countless figures jumped crazily and assembled into various equations, which then calculated thousands of results. A translucent 3D human model appeared on some 10 light beams, too, while the system analyzed every organ in great details. Finally, all the blinking figures jerked hard. One of the light beams flew out in front of everyone and enlarged itself. The eventual conclusion was demonstrated on it. According to the calculation of the crystal processor, in the saturated bombardment over the past 30 seconds, the Ares extension absorbed 74% of the attacks perfectly. The virtual user inside the Ares extension broke 3 ribs, with his liver slightly injured. The overall combat ability of the user has been lowered by 7%. He has suffered minor injuries, which will not affect any subsequent combat. More importantly, the special material, super bendable steel, employed by the unparalleled extension can absorb most of the damage. The user can unleash all of it and return the attacks to where they come from with a telepathic thought. We've made it! It had been half a year since the major setback of the explosion of the number 1 furnace. Over the past half year, every refiner in the Ares laboratory had been dedicated to the research day and night. Several deep sleep capsules lay in a corner of the laboratory. When they were too tired, they would crawl into the deep sleep capsules and rest for an hour or two, before they got back to work crazily again. The craziest researchers had not been away from the Ares laboratory for months. Their skin was even paler than paper. Right now, the seed on which everybody poured their sweat and blood finally produced fruit. Even the most solemn scholars were waving their fists and crying in joy like teenagers who had just won a bet. Every refiner was holding back their tears and hugging their working partners passionately. Liao was embraced by quite a few refiners. Master Sand, we've made it! Master Sand, you are indeed the bringer of good fortune of the Ares laboratory. Without you, our plan would have been delayed for another 2 to 3 years. Master Sand, the insane ideas that we came up with have all been realized. Ha 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 ha. All realized. Your skills in forging are indeed marvelous. Are they secret arts from Iron Plateau? If you hadn't tempered the materials in person time and time again, we wouldn't have been able to develop 16 different models of the super bendable steel so quickly. Although many people in the outside world were still questioning Li Yao's aptitude in refining, the refiners in the Ares laboratory knew the formidability of the idiotic magnate from Iron Plateau after working together for 6 months. However, since everybody was devoted to the research work, they'd never had the time or the energy to explain to everyone. Shui Yuanxin nodded his head in approval, too. He complimented sincerely, Master Sand, it's been a rough journey. You are unquestionably the second refiner for the unparalleled extension. With the unparalleled extension, as well as the 3 models of super bendable steel that you invented yourself, you will definitely rise to fame shortly in the circle of refiners. You are too kind. In the warm ambience, Liao felt his eyes well up. He replied honestly, both the super bendable steel and the unparalleled extension were developed by everybody together after arduous efforts day and night. The credit goes to the entire Ares laboratory. Liao meant what he said. 6 months ago, he had never expected that he would encounter so many obstacles in the development of the super bendable steel and the unparalleled extension. Every refiner in the Ares extension was a genius, a weirdo, and a maniac. Amazing ideas were popping up in their heads every day. Will the stealth ability be increased after we join the extract ant of night light chrysanthemum into the super bendable steel? Can we combine the 9-star chain distribution of power rune arrays with the triangular distribution of power rune arrays? If we succeed, the maximum acceleration of the unparalleled extension will be improved by more than 3%. Liao was exactly the same. His brain was like a volcano that was hurling out burning hot notions and creative ideas unstoppably every day. After joining such a team, Liao felt that he was fish that had swum into an ocean. They never let go of any seemingly impossible thoughts but would confirm or overthrow the hypotheses with countless experiments. They never stopped pursing the perfectness by revising their original plan unceasingly. When everything was impeccable, they would break apart the impeccable plan and start all over again. In the end, Liao had forgotten how many times they had tried before they got 16 kinds of super bendable steel, with slightly different attributes, and finally crafted the unparalleled extension that could return the enemy's attack back at them. While everybody was thinking highly of him and considered him to be a genius refiner, he respected the refiners from the bottom of his heart, too. Over the past half-year, he had learned many things from everybody. It was needless to mention Shui Yuanxin, who was a real skilled Armadominus as well as a creation-type cultivator in the nascent soul stage. By learning from him, Liao had grasped a lot of tricks in developing Ares extensions and precious skills in the refinement of crystal suits. Other refiners were all the experts of their field. Material science, structural mechanics, operational research. Even the building foundation stage cultivators often had several amazing skills themselves. Liao had benefited a lot from them by learning from them modestly. After working for half a year in the most professional refining team in the Flying Star sector, he was able to combine everyone's theories before he conducted the final practical operations. His level of refining made yet another shocking breakthrough. Not only did he make progress in his refining, he also improved his combat skills a lot. There were many experts in the combat department, the flying sword department, and the battlesuit department. They were mostly in the core formation stage and were seasoned warriors. Their matches with Liao often ended with handshaking in peace, and they'd all learned valuable lessons from each other. There were also several nascent soul stage cultivators who were like boundless oceans. The few tutorial battles alone in which he was an assistant were enough to make Liao feel that his trip to Flying Star University was definitely worth it. After half a year of polishing and training, although he hadn't formed his core yet, Liao estimated that his maximum combat ability was at least double his ability half a year ago. He was no longer scared of Feng Yuzhong, a real core formation stage cultivator, even if they were wearing the same crystal suits, because he was very confident in his combat skills in any crystal suit now. Besides, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was being deeply modified in the No. 2 laboratory of the Glorious Sunlight Refining Center. Liao was looking forward to a second head-on clash with Feng Yuzhong after the modifications of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit were complete. Master Shui, now that the super bendable steel and the unparalleled extension have been successfully refined, please don't forget our deal from the beginning, said Liao with a smile. I won't. Definitely won't. Shui Yuanxin was in a quite good mood. He waved his hands and said, "The Glorious Sunlight Group has invested so much money in my program and accelerated my research significantly. Besides, we've signed a contract a long time ago. We will absolutely supply the super bendable steel and the unparalleled extension for you in advance later." After pausing briefly, the old man rubbed his fists, his eyes shining with joy. "We will have to run a field test now, won't we?" Ding Hao was startled when he stepped into the Swirling Stone Domain, a world fragment. The Swirling Stone Domain was a super-large test field for magical equipment with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers. The ground was riddled with holes that would jet high-pressure air currents every once in a while and blow up the rocks into sky, forming a tornado of stones. The environment was quite rough. Generally speaking, only the most important magical equipment would be tested there. Ding Hao was a postgraduate of the battlesuit department in the middle level of the building foundation stage. He was among the most distinguished postgraduates and could stay at school to instruct students if he wanted to. He had signed a contract with the school and was a magical equipment tester. Whenever a piece of new magical equipment was developed by the refining department, professionals such as himself would be asked to run tests on them. After he got the job, Ding Hao had tested about 50 kinds of magical equipment, some of which were large and some small, but he had never seen so many spectators before. In the auditorium around the test field, which was covered by a translucent defense rune array, not only were the experts and professors of the refining department seated, there were also many teachers from the battlesuit department, the flying sword department, and the combat department. Everybody was whispering to each other in high spirits. Ding Hao even spotted the dean of the battlesuit department, who was chit-chatting with a dry, short old man that had a disproportional head. If his eyes were not deceiving him, it was Shui Yuanxin, one of the most respected refiners in the world. It appears that the magical equipment to be tested today will be extraordinary. Ding Hao's heart was beating fast. He raised his head and found that 6 exos were already standing in the middle of the test field in full crystal suits. They were doing last-minute checks with the help of assistants. Ding Hao's pupils shrank violently. He knew all the 6 exos. They were top experts of the combat department, the flying sword department, and the battlesuit department, and also some of the magical equipment testers who were on par with him, if not better. While he was baffled, they were looking at him, too. Somebody even exclaimed. At first, Ding Hao thought that they were surprised to see him. But soon, he sensed an invisible mountain behind him that was moving close and making him barely able to breathe. Turning around, Ding Hao was greatly shocked. Master Yu Wenjun, a tall, handsome man with starry eyes, brushed past him. The invisible aura around the newcomer forced him to step back uncontrollably. It was not until he walked 10 meters away that Ding Hao returned to normal. He took a long breath with complicated thoughts. Master Yu Wenjun was one of the strongest experts among the faculty of the combat department. He was in the beginning level of the core formation stage. Not only was he a teacher in Flying Star University, he had also participated in the competitions in Crystal Suit arenas multiple times. He had once held a 17-game winning streak. It was said that he was engaged in the bloody battles with space pirates in the riot of the Temple of Immortals, too. No wonder his aura was so daunting. Such seasoned warriors with abundant real-life experience were far better than the rookie college students such as Ding Hao. Yu Wenjun went to the preparation area in a corner and put on a special crystal suit that had been installed with sensors and charged with only half the spiritual energy with the help of the staff. The crystal suit had only 30% of its original strength. Ding Hao was bewildered. It seemed that even Yu Wenjun was a tester, too. Or rather, they were going to be testees as the targets for the new magical equipment. 5 minutes later, another batch of testers crowded over. They were mostly students in their junior year and senior year and, therefore, were relatively weak. The majority of them were in the high level or peak of the refinement stage. After everybody put on their crystal suits, their battle suits were uttering clanging sounds, making the preparation area rather lively. Ding Hao observed and discovered that the team of testers were made of 30 refinement cultivators, 9 building foundation stage cultivators including himself, and a core formation stage cultivator, Yu Wenjun. Everybody was in their crystal suit, and their coldly shining blades formed a sharp metal forest. Centered around Yu Wenjun, the scorching air was bursting out, making them look like an invincible iron army. 40 fully armed exos in total. What kind of magical equipment needs a team of so many testers? Ding Hao was growing more and more dubious. A while later, after a beep, the detailed information about the test was transmitted to their crystal processors. Ares extension? Ding Hao's eyebrow was furrowed. He was aware that Ares extensions could significantly increase the combat ability of a crystal suit. But 1 versus 40? Were they serious? A blowing wind passed by the sky of the test field, which was now enveloped in dust and smoke. The 3 red lights on one side of the test field turned green one after another. Ding Hao's crystal processor reminded him that the test had begun. Instantly, Ding Hao tensed out of natural instinct, while he crouched and gazed at the center of the test field with the other 39 exos. Shwa! 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 30 refinement stage cultivators went to the flanks and surrounded the center. In the center of the test field, a short-distance teleportation array emanated ivory brilliance, which rippled out like a melting candle before it was slowly condensed into a tall body. The Ares extension known as Unparalleled was revealed to everybody. Is this the Unparalleled extension? Ding Hao eyed his opponent with scorn. There was no telling what the crystal suit that the cultivator surrounded by 40 exos was wearing, but it was covered by a layer of weirdly shaped, pearl gray strengthening plugins. Perhaps based on the principles of biomimetics, the plate of the extension was arced and looked like the shell of insects. The overall height of the cultivator was almost 4 meters. Standing amid crystal suits that were less than 2.5 meters, it looked rather cynical. Ding Hao had studied a lot of structures of the classic Ares extensions and watched a lot of videos where the Ares extensions went on a rampage. Most classic Ares extensions all looked dominating and magnificent. In comparison, the unparalleled extension before him had nothing except inner beauty, if put nicely, or was quite dumb and ugly, if put more frankly. Can such an Ares extension withstand the collective attack of 40 exos? It will be quite hilarious if we blow it up into pieces a moment later. Hardly had the idea occurred to Ding Hao when ear-splitting explosions broke out inside the test field. More than 10 crystal suits lunged at the unparalleled extension with dazzling exhaust flames behind them. In the introduction of the test, the 30 refinement stage cultivators were responsible for the first wave of attacks. They did not think too highly of the unattractive unparalleled extension either and simply decided to take it down together. However, so strong? Ding Hao shuddered, and his back was soaked in sweat. Half a second ago, King Kong battlesuit, a super heavy crystal suit with enormous defensive capability, passed by him like a falling star while it was blown backwards and did not hit the ground until it was 50 meters away. A hole the size of a basin appeared on its chest from which dazzling sparks were bursting out. The exo was cramping, unable to stand on his feet. The redness popping up from his head suggested that he had been killed. However, Ding Hao did not notice how his opponent launched the attack at all. The user of the unparalleled extension was attacking the refinement stage cultivators like a hungry tiger mauling lambs. It looked heavy and stupid, but it was actually amazingly agile. In unpredictable curves, it divided the 30 refinement stage cultivators like the sharpest scalpel. Every half a second, one of the crystal suits would be blown away brutally. There was nothing but the screams of the testers inside the communication channel. Since there were 30 crystal suits, there were always opportunities to counterattack. Many of them bombarded the unparalleled extension with various techniques when their companions were blown away. Some even resorted to suicidal attacks. The user of the unparalleled extension, on the other hand, did not bother to dodge or defend. He simply resisted the fatal attacks by doing nothing. To Ding Hao's surprise, the gray, inconspicuous unparalleled extension was not destroyed by the attacks. It gradually became surrounded by glamorous colors like a warrior whose blood was boiling and whose fighting will was soaring. In a moment, all the 30 refinement stage cultivators were lying on the ground, defeated. Ding Hao sniffed and summoned his spiritual energy. The aura of his saber was extended to 10 meters long and blinking like a hissing viper, making his saber appear to be wreathed in a hazy rain and utterly unpredictable. When he made the first step, a silver brightness next to him darted out and broke the sonic barrier instantly. It zigzagged around the opponent and phantomized into 7 shadows, which sprinted toward the middle at the same time. The shadows hit the same spot and minced the target. Excellent. Ding Hao secretly complimented. The one who launched the attack was Zhong Lifang from the Flying Sword Department. He was from a noble family, renowned for their flying swords, and in the high level of the building foundation stage. He was stronger than many teachers. His previous move, Shadow Slash, was the ultimate skill of his family. He had modified it with a lot of teachers of the Flying Sword Department. The speed and strength of the move had been improved to the pinnacle. Although his target was not Ding Hao still felt as if his heart and eyes were stung by needles. Caught off guard, the unparalleled extension was hit precisely. But ripples spread out on the surface of the unparalleled extension. The set of strengthening plugins seemed to have turned into liquid from metal and started shaking. The user of the unparalleled extension showed absolutely no sign of being wounded. He did not even slip backward. Turning around and slashing his saber, he blew Zhong Lifang more than 10 meters away. Ding Hao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He felt goosebumps all over his back. Before he came back to himself, his opponent had launched an attack promptly and crashed toward him like a high-speed crystal warship. The unparalleled extension right now had gotten rid of all the nasty appearance a while ago. In brilliant mists and smoke, it smashed down at him like a mountain of colorful flames. Endless coldness emerged from the bottom of Ding Hao's heart. His soul was so deeply awed by the enemy that he had completely forgotten that it was merely a test. He uttered a desperate roar uncontrollably. Boom! A ball of lightning exploded on the unparalleled extension. It was from one of the exos behind Ding Hao who launched a remote attack. However, the seemingly powerful explosive bullet did nothing but make the unparalleled extension shake for a moment. Then, most of the energy of the lightning was absorbed by the unparalleled extension and formed a new layer of brilliance on its surface. Ding Hao came back to himself and took the opportunity to step back. He crouched and activated all the power rune arrays on his crystal suit to the maximum. The moonlight-like aura of his saber was as unpredictable as smoke, but it quickly reappeared in the upper, middle, and lower part of the unparalleled extension in the blink of an eye. All 3 hidden moon slashes had hit the target precisely. Deep inside Ding Hao's brain, he felt that his soul was shivering. Judging from his spurting spiritual energy, he could tell that his opponent had failed to dodge his attacks. But what was horrifying was that, although the attacks hit the target, they seemed to have cut into a boundless ocean or a thick, heavy swamp. There was not the usual sense of gratification when he cut an object in half, and he could not have felt more uncomfortable. Ding Hao did not know whether he should continue attacking or retreat. However, he was so short of breath that he felt like vomiting blood. In the meantime, the breastplate of the unparalleled extension blossomed like a flower from the middle, revealing a dazzling light ball that was growing larger and larger in front of Ding Hao. Ding Hao felt that the world was swirling, and he completely lost control over his crystal suit, which was shrieking in alarm. All the performance parameters on the light beam were as red as scorching coal that was burning through his heart. Voila! Ding Hao fell to the ground heavily, unable to stand on his feet anymore. He could not even lift his finger. The only functional part of his crystal suit was the crystal camera, which captured the scene where Yu Wenjun, the core formation stage cultivator, was charging at the opponent. Boom! After an earth-shaking explosion, an invisible blast was quickly expanding from the center of the test field. The air currents were raging like a tsunami and tossed Ding Hao and the rest of them away brutally. In the stands, all the teachers, experts, and professors from the combat department, the flying sword department, the battlesuit department, and the refining department stood up. They held their breath and widened their eyes while they gazed at the center of the test field, which was now enshrouded in sand and smoke. When the obstructions finally died down, a giant crater, which was 10 meters in diameter, appeared in the center of the test field, as if a shooting star had just visited the place. Hot steam was popping up from the depths of the crater non-stop, distorting the view nearby. Yu Wenjun and the user of the unparalleled extension had been blasted to 2 sides of the crater, each with a deep ravine in front of them. They were like fossils that had been embedded into the soil, unable to move at all. Both the crystal suit and the Ares extension had been seriously wrecked. Sparks were dancing all over their bodies, and light flames of chaotic spiritual energy were jetting from everywhere. Hua! Low exclamations echoed from the auditorium. Everybody cast their eyes to the outcome light beams in front of them. Hundreds of indexes that represented the vital signs of the 2 exos were changing constantly, while the crystal processor was examining their body status. Both of them have been heavily wounded and will be in a weak state for more than 5 seconds. It remains to be seen which of the 2 recovers faster. This is a battle with no winners. Hiss! The conclusion raised a round of gasps among the faculty. However, after only 3 seconds, on the light beam that represented the user of the unparalleled extension, the indexes underwent drastic changes again. A new line appeared. Beep! Anomaly in the vital signs of the number 1 tester has been detected. After reevaluation, his combat ability will be partly restored in 3.3 seconds. Hardly had the sentence was concluded when the user of the unparalleled extension staggered to his feet on the test field. Every spectator was greatly shocked. After a head-on clash with a core formation stage cultivator, the guy could still stand on his feet. What kind of Ares extension was that? And who exactly was wearing it? Although some 10 exos were still standing in a corner of the test field, and the unparalleled extension had been twisted beyond recognition with flames bursting out here and there, none of them dared rush close and get themselves killed. They had all been awed by the air around the unparalleled extension, which made them feel that it was a primordial beast. Beep, beep, beep. The green lights on the two sides of the test field turned red again. Multiple pieces of flying magical equipment hovered above every tester and covered them in defense rune arrays. The first field test of the unparalleled extension has now ended. In the auditorium, everybody was looking at the members of the Ares laboratory in compliment and admiration. As expected of Master Shui Yuanxin. As expected of the unparalleled extension. The dean of the battlesuit department was the first to stand up and applauded. This is a very successful test. Congratulations, Master Shui, and every researcher in the Ares laboratory. I believe that the unparalleled extension will definitely become the ultimate extension that every exo in the flying star sector dreams of when it shows up in the edge sharpeners meeting in half a month. Ha 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 ha. Master Shui, so many people from my battlesuit department have been terribly beaten up by the unparalleled extension. You must bear our contribution in mind. When all the tests are done, please make sure that you spare some of the extensions for the battlesuit department. The dean of the combat department nodded in approval, too. Returning the enemy's attack to themselves is indeed a marvelous design. The user of the unparalleled extension was apparently far weaker than Yu Wenjun, and yet, he could instantly unleash the spiritual energy that the unparalleled extension accumulated previously and deal as much damage to Yu Wenjun as Yu Wenjun did to himself. Moreover, his combat ability even recovered faster than Yu Wenjun's. Impressive. Very impressive. Now that the unparalleled extension had proved to be a great success, Wei Wenyao, dean of the refining department, was of course the happiest of all. He was so delighted that he could barely stop smiling. He said, Master Shui, after the explosion half a year ago, we thought that it would take another 2 to 3 years before the unparalleled extension was produced. We did not expect that you would receive a huge investment from the Glorious Sunlight Group and complete the project right before the Edge Sharpeners meeting. Compared to the unparalleled extension, the new material, super bendable steel, has endless potential and can be applied to shields or defense facilities. It has a very bright prospect. It was definitely the right call to introduce Master Sand Scorpion as a visiting scholar. No wonder you asked him to be in charge of the test. In a corner of the test field, Liao walked unhurriedly toward the unparalleled extension with a giant box of tools on his back. The guy is unbelievably lucky to be listed among the researchers of the unparalleled extension and to be responsible for the first field test. That can't be helped. He has paid a fortune after all. Your money is your voice. If you want to do the same, why don't you sponsor a project with loads of money? 2. TSK. 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 I didn't expect that the idiotic magnate from Iron Plateau would take advantage of his wealth so much. Many refiners were eyeing Liao with admiration and jealousy. They lowered their heads and whispered to each other. Shui Yuanxin smiled and, glancing over everyone, said, You think that Master Sand only brought a sum of funding to the Ares laboratory? What do you mean? The refiners were dazed. Shui Yuanxin cleared his throat and said casually, Before, since the unparalleled extension was still being developed, everyone in the Ares laboratory was wholly dedicated to our work and did not have the time to brief anyone on our progress. But now that the unparalleled extension has worked out the way we expected, we are now able to give a summary of our progress so far. Truth be told, during the development process, other than providing funds, Master Sandscorpion has also offered 32 core technologies and was engaged in the research of 155 new rune arrays. He has also invented 3 different models of super bendable steel independently that all boast very amazing attributes. Besides, the forging, polishing, and assembling work of the unparalleled extension was all taken care of by him. Sometimes, he would be standing next to the furnace for the refining work that could take as long as 20 hours. Because of his contribution to the project, it has been unanimously agreed that he is the well-deserved second refiner of the unparalleled extension. He will be listed right behind me in the name list of the researchers. What? Not only were the experts and professors of the refining department greatly shocked, those from the combat department, the flying sword department, and the battlesuit department were dumbfounded, too. Moreover, as if he felt that everybody's mouth had not been opened wide enough, Shui Yuanxin said, Although the unparalleled extension has been successfully refined, 7 indispensable components employed in it can never be crafted directly by us no matter what. They have been forged by Master Sand after repetitive tempering. Perhaps I am too old and short-sighted, but in my opinion, no refiner in the entire Flying Star sector will be able to copy Master Sand's tempering technique. Therefore, it is not a problem if anyone wants to order an unparalleled extension, but you'd better make an appointment with Master Sand first, and see if he's willing to forge a batch of new core components for you. Shui Yuanxin's remarks stirred chaos in everyone's mind. Although some of the refiners had guessed that Liao was capable in refining, they had never anticipated that his skills in refining could be so proficient that the core part of the unparalleled extension was in his hands. It meant that anybody, including the high and mighty nascent soul stage cultivators, had to come and beg Liao if they wanted an unparalleled extension. That was really, the refiners who were envious of Liao's wealth a moment ago were now rendered speechless. They looked at each other in bewilderment, each refiner's face redder than the next. In the test field, Liao opened the toolbox. His hands were like the wind as he dissected the unparalleled extension and the crystal suit below it, both of which had been seriously deformed. Wu Mayan lunged out of the remains of the crystal suit. Although his face was swollen and there was blood dripping from the corner of his lips, Wu Mayan could not have been more ecstatic. He exclaimed in wild joy and hugged Liao. "That is so satisfying, Master. The unparalleled extension is indeed satisfying. I felt that I could defeat 100 opponents all by myself when I was wearing it." It was not until this moment that the exos on the test field realized that the user of the unparalleled extension, who had fought them unstoppably, who had left the deepest fear and desperation in their heart, and who had engaged in a head-on clash with a core formation stage cultivator, Yu Wenjun, was actually the young genius Wu Mayan who was only 14 years old. For a moment, everybody was dumbfounded. Late at night, in a world fragment 1 kilometer in diameter, it was Liao's personal training area. Since the business of the Glorious Sunlight Group was on track, he had rented such an area from a world fragment developer. There were no special natural laws in the place. The only feature was that it was quiet enough, and nobody would disturb his training. Master, it felt great in the unparalleled extension. I once thought that combat in crystal suits were the most thrilling things in the world, but now I realize that a crystal suit plus an Ares extension is hundreds of times more thrilling. Wu Mayan was still dwelling in the fierce battle from earlier in the day. He was waving his hands in excitement. Ho! 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 A core formation stage cultivator. I blew up a core formation stage cultivator. Liao smiled. There's still a huge gap between you and a core formation stage cultivator. You were merely taking advantage of the unparalleled extension, which had absorbed many attacks in advance, and your enemy was caught unprepared in your final outbreak. I'm certain that, if the test is run again, or your opponent had learned the features of the unparalleled extension in advance and was prepared for it, the outcome would be entirely different. But your performance today was indeed very excellent, and you have explored all the potential of the unparalleled extension. It was beyond my expectations. You've grown a lot over the past half year. Over the half a year, Wu Mayan had undergone dramatic changes. After he entered Flying Star University, the young genius who had advanced into the peak of the refinement stage at an age of only 14 attracted everyone's attention. The training system of Flying Star University was the most advanced one in the entire Flying Star sector. Countless experts and training planners were at Wu Mayan's service. Besides, Liao had gathered tremendous heavenly materials and earthly treasures for his disciple and himself without caring about the cost. Since Wu Mayan was in the growing phase, it was as if he had a new appearance every day. He was already almost 30 centimeters taller than half a year ago, and his weight was twice as much. But he did not give the feeling of obesity at all. His muscles as impressive as those of a leopard, glittering even in darkness. Together with the air of the wilderness that he carried from Iron Plateau, he would not be doubted if he claimed that he was actually 20. He already had many fangirls in the campus. Wu Mayan grinned, revealing his white teeth. He puffed his chest out and said proudly, "Thank you for insisting that I come here to study. I feel that I have made tremendous improvements over the past half year, 2. Right now, I can extend my spiritual gas to more than 30 meters away, and I've broken into the 35th level of the refinement stage. In real-life combat, even cultivators in the middle level of the building foundation stage are no match for me. Crystal suits are now my favorites, too. It was really an excellent decision that you asked me to pick the battlesuit department. I have a feeling that I was born for crystal suits. Right now, the students in the junior year and the senior year are no match for me at all, even if 10 of them are attacking me together. Only some of the postgraduates can manage to endure several moves from me. But I don't like fighting with them. Their level may be very high, but most of them have never killed anyone or seen real blood. Too tender. It's boring. Wuxian had grown up on Iron Plateau, where the environment was extremely unfavorable. He had also engaged in 2 battles of the apocalypse and faced off against the super expert Xianxia. Regardless of his capability, his real-life combat experience and his calmness in a fierce battle could never be found among common college students. Is that why you went to arenas and participated in crystal suit matches in secret? Liao asked. Wuxian had been elaborating on his accomplishments, but Liao's comment suddenly made him shudder. He stuck his tongue out and scratched his head, somewhat in embarrassment. You knew about that, Master? I only went there for fun. The opponents in the crystal suit arenas are brutal guys who have slain space pirates in real battles. Their cultivation may not be very high, but their actual combat ability and their response to changes are far better than the performance of common college students. Fighting against them is much more gratifying. Liao could not help but smile. The mysterious newcomer, Iron Fire, in the Heavenly Sword Arena. A winning streak of 7 games. Quite popular recently. Your combat videos are on every website and always rank high in the most recommended list. It is quite annoying when the pop-up windows keep bugging me while I'm browsing the websites. There's no way that I wouldn't see information about you at all. Wuxian lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Master. I didn't intend to keep it a secret. I planned to tell you after I secured 10 victories in a row. It would have been a nice surprise, but I ran into a real expert in the 8th game, and I got beaten the heck out of me. Haha. After that, I was too embarrassed to tell you the story. Liao stared at Wuxian and said, I do not object to your participation in the crystal suit arenas. For other people, crystal suit arenas may be cruel places. But for a chi trainer who grew up on Iron Plateau such as you, crystal suit arenas are merely parks for entertainment. But I do feel that you seem a bit proud recently. Wuxian immediately put on a solemn expression. He said seriously, It was wrong of me, Master. I'm not saying you are wrong. Liao pondered a moment and said slowly, Everybody's living environment and life experiences are different. Naturally, their personalities are not the same. Take me, for example. I don't like putting myself in the spotlight and being observed by everyone in public. I prefer dark corners. I feel comfortable when I stay there, because darkness represents safety in the place where I grew up. But you are different. Your unique identity made you the most distinguished existence in the Furious Bears tribe since childhood. You lived with everyone's attention and were faced with suspicion and challenges from other people every day. You could only fight back other people's doubts with your fists and your pride in order to get what you wanted in a place like Iron Plateau. I am only trying to tell you that you must keep being proud if that is what matters to you. Do not abandon your precious pride even if you are defeated, savaged, and stomped into the deepest level of hell. You must crawl out of the netherworld again with your pride. You are the most brilliant genius with the highest aptitude that I've seen all my life. Proud prodigies such as yourself tend to give up on themselves and brood over their failure after only one setback. I saw the video of your humiliating defeat in the Heavenly Sword Arena in your 8th game. Your opponent was rather unkind. He insulted and tricked you on purpose after he defeated you. I was afraid that you might have been affected by it and meant to talk sense into you. However, I can tell that I underestimated you, and you handled it just fine. Wuxian chuckled and said, That's not a big deal. There were many times when I was mocked, bullied, and kicked down when I was a kid. If I could not stand up again after being humiliated, I would have killed myself a long time ago. Weird brilliance suddenly flowed out of Liao's eyes, as he nodded his head and said, All right. If so, I think you're ready for a more crushing defeat and more brutal torment. Wu Mayan was confused. What do you mean, master? Li Yao's lips curled into a cruel smile. He snapped his fingers and retrieved 2 metal boxes carved with runes from his cosmos ring. Wu Mayan's eyes beamed with joy. The unparalleled extension. The unparalleled extension is sort of co-developed by the Glorious Sunlight Group and the Ares Laboratory. Many technologies are shared by the two parties. I have made a deal with Master Shui Yuanxin that the Glorious Sunlight Group will reserve the right to produce the unparalleled extension and all derivative models. Li Yao said. Come on. Here is an unparalleled extension as well as your favorite Thunderous Fire battlesuit, containing the most advanced skill cards. Put on them and let's have a match. Wu Mayan was dazed and scratched his head with a smile. Master, this extension does not seem to be the beta model. Its activation level of spiritual energy is 100%. My control over the unparalleled extension is not flawless yet. When the battle is too heated, I'm afraid that I won't be able to restrain myself. Li Yao laughed. You're worrying that you might hurt me? You are a great expert in the superlative height of the building foundation stage, Master. I'm told that you persisted for a long time in a match with a nascent soul stage cultivator of the combat department a few days ago. Naturally, I'm no match for you. Wu Mayan blinked his eyes and said, I believe that you can punch me into pieces barehanded even if I'm in the Thunderous Fire battlesuit. But it's completely different with the Thunderous Flame battlesuit and the Unparalleled extension combined. You know the power of the Unparalleled extension better than anybody else. This afternoon, I blew up 40 exos in total. Even a core formation stage cultivator could not withstand my one punch. Master, you are, of course, far stronger than the core formation stage cultivator. But he failed to resist the unparalleled extension when he was in his crystal suit. Okay, Li Yao said slowly. I didn't say that I wouldn't wear a crystal suit. You must be joking. Wu Mayan laughed hard, holding his belly. Crystal suits are vastly different from the true Qi armor that we wore on Iron Plateau. They are 100 times more difficult to use. What you wore previously could only be called true Qi armor at best. The apocalyptic extension that you were in when you fought against Yen Shibei was not a real Ares extension either. Since you have never learned the real arts of crystal suits, it might be a burden for you if you put on one. Li Yao smiled and pressed his forehead with his finger. Green brilliance quickly blinked around his body, which was soon covered in a green crystal suit. Wu Mayan exclaimed and said, So, Master has learned how to wear a crystal suit. But then he could not help but laugh. Li Yao was wearing a green wolf battlesuit. Designed for middle and low-level cultivators, it was simple in structure and convenient to use. Even many strong ordinary people could make use of them. It was one of the most basic models of all crystal suits. It was not hard to guess the performance of such a cheap product. The parameters of the Green Wolf battlesuit were less than 1/3 of those of the Thunderous Fire battlesuit that Wu Mayan liked best, not to mention the Ares extension. Although his master seemed to have modified the Green Wolf battlesuit significantly, Wu Mayan did not find many traces of heavenly materials and earthly treasures on it. Besides, the framework of the crystal suit was too weak. How much improvement could be made even if it was modified? Master, let's be serious. If you really want to enjoy a fight, how about we swap the suits? I will wear Green Wolf, and you can wear Thunderous Fire and the Unparalleled extension. But the control system of the Thunderous Fire is quite complicated. Can you handle it? Li Yao bounced up and down and warmed up his wrists and ankles, while he smiled. It's all right. I merely intend to test the performance of the Unparalleled extension in person so that I can collect first-hand data for the next modifications. If you are too worried that you might hurt me, you can stay there and take a few punches from me first. All right. In Wu Mayan's eyes, Li Yao was the most reliable man except Father Xiong. Now that his master was determined to enjoy himself, he would gladly let him. Wu Mayan put on the Thunderous Fire battlesuit and activated the Unparalleled extension, which then dismembered itself and enshrouded itself in countless electric arcs before they were attached and fixed to the Thunderous Fire battlesuit. The Unparalleled extension, almost 4 meters tall, revealed itself again. Are you ready? Asked Li Yao casually. What's there to be ready for? Just bring it on, master. Wuxian patted his breastplate hard, producing clanging sounds. Taking a deep breath, Liao set himself in the sprinting posture, but he suddenly raised his head and asked, "Right, Yan, do you know why I suggested you pick the battlesuit department?" "Huh." Wuxian grunted. "I don't." "Why?" "Because," said Liao with a smile, "I need a sandbag." "What?" Wuxian's pupils shrank so much that they almost vanished. Every pore on his body seemed to have been pierced by an icy needle. Although protected by 2 layers of armor, he still felt the deepest fear to the bones. The green wolf battlesuit was gone. A giant pit almost 10 meters in diameter appeared where his master had been standing, as if it had been bombarded by a cannon. Was this caused when master stomped on the ground? It was not until this moment that the earth-shaking explosions reached him. Although filtered by both the unparalleled extension and the thunderous fire battlesuit, the noises still made his ears ache. Wuxian raised his hands to resist the attack out of intuition. Yet the space in front of him was empty. He could not sense where his master was at all. In the next 0.01 seconds, the sensors on the back of the thunderous fire battlesuit uttered ear-splitting shrieks. Something was charging at him from behind at a velocity 5 times the speed of sound. When did master reach behind me? Wuxian's brain was almost frozen. A horrifying picture popped up in his head beyond his control. He seemed to have become a docile lamb whose neck was about to be bitten by a giant, green wolf. He was about to be mauled and eaten as a whole. In that moment, Wuxian abandoned the idea of behaving nicely and taking a few punches from his master. Is this really happening? Since when did master grasp such terrifying combat skills with crystal suits? In the next moment, Wuxian's chest was smashed heavily like a comet hitting the sun. It's impossible. He was aiming for my back. How did he come to the front? Unparalleled extension. Activate and stop him. Wuxian was almost shocked out of shape. He finally saw the shadow of the green wolf battlesuit for the first time, but his master had already kicked his breastplate brutally. Thankfully, the front side of the unparalleled extension was stocked with a lot of super bendable steel, which absorbed most of the strength in the kick. Even so, the thunderous fire battlesuit still uttered beeps in alarm, and a tiny crack appeared on his breastplate. Such enormous strength. Thank God I have the unparalleled extension. Just when the idea popped up in his head, Wuxian sensed that something was wrong. His master's kick had not ended yet. The leg of his master had turned into a cluster of green mist as if it were a vibration saber. Before the first wave of attacks came to an end, the second and the third bombardment of spiritual energy arrived. Pa! Pa pa! Fulminations were bursting out on the front side of the unparalleled extension. The ripples on the super bendable steel were chaotic. The surface of the strengthening plugins were simmering as if they had been boiled. Wuxian felt that a weird strength pierced deep into his heart through his spiritual shield, his unparalleled extension, and his thunderous fire battlesuit. He recalled the recruitment ceremony more than half a year ago, where his master had shown a technique in public. After one punch, the spiritual energy penetrated through 3 layers of iron planks and left countless holes in the last one. Pooh! Wuxian felt that his heart was riddled with holes, too, and vomited a mouthful of blood. After only one kick, the unparalleled extension, which was 4 meters tall, was swept almost 100 meters away by the green wolf battlesuit, which was only 2 meters tall. It rolled around a number of times on the ground before it was able to get back on its feet again. On one knee, Wuxian breathed heavily and stared at Liao in shock and suspicion. Terrifying. Too terrifying. It was totally different from the battle in the test field during the day. At that time, he was very confident even though he was faced with 40 opponents led by a core formation stage cultivator. However, although he had put on the thunderous fire battlesuit and the unparalleled extension and was merely faced with a beginner-level green wolf battlesuit, he was still overwhelmed with horror. Liao walked slowly to his disciple as he recorded on the crystal processor of the green wolf battlesuit with his telepathic thoughts. The standard model of the unparalleled extension's waist and shoulders are too fat. Although the defensibility is improved, it is very difficult to change the direction. When faced with an agile opponent with a high speed, the user will be caught in an awkward situation and have no ability to fight back if the user is not strong enough. In the modification for the extreme model, the redundant shoulder pads and skirt armor must be cut off even though the defense ability will be slightly reduced. Master, I'm going to fight back. Wu Mayan burst into fury. It was not his style to be attacked passively. With the unparalleled extension, he would slay all the deities in the world if he had to. He stomped on the ground and rushed forward. Every step he made raised an earthquake in the world fragment. He reached Li Yao's front in the blink of an eye, and his right leg jerked at Li Yao's face like a cannonball. Li Yao's body instantly turned into a cluster of green mist. Before Wu Mayan's leg drove away his blurred shadows, he had drawn close to Wu Mayan and returned an identical kick to Wu Mayan's groin. Ah! Wu Mayan screamed miserably, his eyeballs almost flying out of his head. The defense for the genitals is too weak. Li Yao frowned and noted on the crystal processor. But it can't be helped. Too much protection around the genitals will affect the movement of the legs and reduce the agility. The balance between the defense of genitals and the agility of the legs has to be further optimized. Maybe we should remind the user to pay special attention to the lower half of their body. That's outrageous, Master. Gritting his teeth, Wu Mayan extended a heated saber, shrouded in orange brilliance, from the front end of his right arm. However, his abdomen suffered a third strike when his blade was only half out. Boom! 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 Wu Mayan felt that he had been hit by 1,000 lightning bolts simultaneously. Without the restriction of his crystal suit, the hair all over his body would have been standing on end right now. He finally realized that the size of the unparalleled extension had become a burden when his master drew close to him and waged a gapless, head-on battle. His master was like a green ghost with unpredictable movements. The dozens of shadows that he produced all seemed to be real. The unparalleled extension was sturdy enough to resist most of the attacks from his master. But he could not even touch his master's shadow. He was now completely trapped in his master's pace. Under the continuous strikes, the Thunderous Fire battlesuit witnessed a significant decline in its performance parameters, which had mostly turned into a dangerous red by this point. The weaponry system on the two arms is too slow to react. In the extreme models designed for high-end users, such a design can be removed. For the real experts, it is much faster to draw their own swords than to wait for the automatic activation of the weapons. Li Yao attacked while noting the shortcomings of the equipment. The ratio of the weight of the upper body to that of the lower body can be adjusted, too. Otherwise, the drawback that the top half is heavier than the bottom half will soon be revealed when facing a real expert. The arc-shaped design that mimics the shells of insects can offset most attacks, especially the remote ones. But in comparison, its performance is not so satisfying in head-on battles. However, this is quite a dilemma, and there's barely any room for improvement. We can only pay special attention while we are using it. We must maintain a certain distance from the enemy and avoid head-on battles. 3 to 10 meters should be the best range of attack for the unparalleled extension. Li Yao suddenly discovered that Wu Mayan had become silent after he was punched more than 1,000 times and half buried in soil. Ha! It did not befit Wu Mayan's personality. Li Yao's eyes suddenly shone. He noticed that the unparalleled extension had absorbed tremendous spiritual energy from the previous punches. It had turned from an unattractive silver gray to a glittering bright gold. Li Yao realized what was going. His lips curled into a smile, and he suddenly halted his smooth attack. At the same time, Wu Mayan let out an ear-splitting bellow. Dazzling brilliance broke out of the unparalleled extension and congregated into a torrent of spiritual energy that was more violent than a tsunami, more scorching than magma, and more furious than a tornado, sweeping everything in its way. Master, I'm sorry. Wu Mayan shrieked and punched the chest of the Green Wolf battlesuit hard. His fist left a deep dent in the breastplate of the Green Wolf battlesuit. The wonderful feedback indicated that it was not a shadow but a real entity. I finally hit Master. Wu Mayan was almost crying in joy. Now that he had hit the target, Wu Mayan definitely would not let go of such a good opportunity. His following attacks immediately landed on the crystal suit seamlessly. His master seemed to have been caught off guard by his sudden outbreak and kept retreating without fighting back at all. The green wolf battlesuit was seriously twisted, and it was likely to explode at any point. Wu Mayan was overjoyed at first, but very soon he realized it was not good. The green wolf battlesuit about to be blown up was empty. Nobody was inside. Right then, the crystal processor detected that a new green wolf battlesuit was sprinting close from his right at an amazingly high speed. Neither of the two green wolf battlesuits were phantoms. They were both real. That's impossible. This is air change. This time, Wu Mayan was truly bewildered. Air change was also known to be ultimate suit changing skill. Wu Mayan had learned in one of his classes that it was the most marvelous technique among the combat skills in crystal suits. The mechanism was quite simple. An exo could carry 2 or more crystal suits in their cosmos ring, and when one of the crystal suits was seriously damaged to the point of destruction, they would take off the crystal suit immediately and put on another one. It was easier said than done. For a piece of precise magical equipment such as a crystal suit, it would take 3 to 5 seconds to put on or take off for a normal exo. Changing a crystal suit would take 10 seconds altogether. On a battlefield, nobody would give an enemy 10 seconds to change their crystal suit. Therefore, although the technique granted the exos with even stronger combat ability, few of them had ever used it in the real battles. It was almost considered to be a lost, marvelous skill. Wu Mayan never expected that his master could perform an air change. He did not expect that his master could change his crystal suit so fast. Wu Mayan remembered clearly that an experienced exo showed an air change in the class. It took him 3.9 seconds to finish the process without any interference. Wu Mayan felt that he was about to burst into tears, but his tears were pressed back by the excruciating pain. His master seemed to have forgotten that he was his disciple and considered him a mortal enemy. His waist was whipped brutally yet another time. The long-stored spiritual energy of the unparalleled extension had all been released. It was now at the weakest state. The previous attack almost whipped his soul out of his body. Wu Mayan, who wanted to cry but had no tears, finally recalled his master's remark in the beginning, which he had not understood at that time. I think you're ready for more crushing defeat and more brutal torment. Over the next 3 seconds, Wu Mayan felt as if he had been swimming in a surging ocean for 3 years. In the beginning, he had still been able to wave his hands to resist. But later, he could not even pretend that he was counterattacking. He watched the hundreds of parameters on the light beam, which represented the performance of the unparalleled extension, plunging like broken balloons. The alarms of the crystal processor were like the unparalleled extension's screams and moans. Crack, 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 crack. The unparalleled extension, which claimed to boast immense defense ability, seemed to have been mauled by 1,000 green wolves. Under Li Yao's bombardment, cracks were finally appearing on it. When the cracks appeared, it was not able to hold the attacks anymore and collapsed into pieces a moment later like a broken dam. The unparalleled extension had been blown up by Li Yao. Wu Mayan grunted and was blown backwards, falling to the ground on all fours heavily. But his shock somehow made him forget his pain. Lying on the ground, he gazed at the scene in disbelief. The unparalleled extension had been battered like a beetle that had been stepped on. The unparalleled extension has been punched into pieces by master. Wu Mayan felt his head was dizzy and could not stand on his feet at all. Li Yao walked to us slowly and said, although the super bendable steel has a special feature that it can absorb, store, and unleash spiritual energy, it also has a deadly drawback, which is that the toughness of the material will be greatly weakened after several instances of absorption and release. It will be as fragile as glass. It means that this is a one-off material. When spiritual energy is released on a large scale, the hardness of the material will be lowered by a large extent. After several releases, the material will become completely useless. It is also the reason the super bendable steel is only suitable for the Ares extension but not for normal crystal suits. Wu Mayan's eyes had lost focus. and he had heard nothing that Liao just said. He mumbled to himself, "The unparalleled extension has been blown up." Liao crouched, sprinted, and kicked Wu Mayan another hundreds of meters away, leaving a deep ravine on the ground. Although I am a refiner, and I've dedicated a lot of my time and effort to the unparalleled extension, I need to tell you this, Liao said solemnly. There is no invincible magical equipment or techniques. There are only invincible people in the sea of stars. Deep in thought, Wu Mayan put on an extremely serious expression, although his face was as swollen as that of a pig. He gritted his teeth and said, "I understand it now, Master. I will train myself hard. I will become the unparalleled man in the universe even if I do not have the unparalleled extension." "Wait, Master. I already understand the logic. Why are you still coming over? I don't need your help to stand up. Master, why is your fighting will not reduced at all? I've admitted my failure. Don't come close. Stop there, Master. I'll cry for help if you get any closer. I have understood the logic, Master. I've understood the logic perfectly. Somebody help me. Aya." Half an hour later, Wu Mayan was sitting on what could barely be called the thunderous fire battlesuit. He was grimacing like a wife who had been wronged by her newlywed husband, while he smeared balm on his head that was almost as swollen as a ball now. At that moment, the previously handsome young man was now even more ugly than a demon boar. "You were too brutal, Master," Wu Mayan was hissing as he spoke, because several of his teeth were missing, and air was coming out of the holes. "I admitted my failure. Why were you still attacking so ruthlessly?" Holding his chin next to him, Liao gazed at the air. His eyes seemed to have pierced through the void and saw the views of a long, long time ago. With a vague smile, Liao mumbled, "My teacher did exactly the same. He would savage me even if I was already beaten down until I passed out in coma." "Is that so?" Wu Mayan thought of something and suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Master, your countenance is quite queer when you talk about your past and being miserably tortured by other people. It seems to be an enjoyable memory that you like to dwell on. Since you are clearly missing the good old times when you were savaged, if I may ask, do you have a quirk that I don't know about?" "Cut the nonsense." Liao glared at him and said, "I found that you have learned a lot of crap over the past half year. Weren't you telling me to visit more places and broaden my horizon?" "Of course. I got in touch with things that I didn't know," Wu Mayan grimaced and said with a smile. "But I didn't know that Master is an expert in crystal suit. If I had known it, I would have asked you to run the test in person during the day. There was no need for me to take action at all." Liao sorted out the data that he just collected and replied, "The unparalleled extension in my plan has 3 versions in total. Right now, only the standard version has been developed, for which you were perfect to run the test. For the next version, I will work together with Master Shui Yuanxin on the extreme version, that is specialized for the top experts above the core formation stage. The speed, agility, and usability will all be greatly increased. Of course, the enhancement to their combat ability will be maximized, too." Wu Mayan tilted his head and thought for a while. He asked curiously, "Well, the standard version for common cultivators and the extreme version for the core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators make 2 versions in total. What about the third?" Liao answered casually, "The third version is for my own use. I call it the Sand Scorpion version." "Okay." Wu Mayan scratched his nose after a long sigh. Over the past half year, he had become the most brilliant rising star in Flying Star University. Everybody said that he was a rarely seen genius who would only appear once in 100 years. He had lived up to their expectation and risen to fame at a lightning-like speed, bringing shock to everybody on a daily basis. In Flying Star University, in Heavenly Saints Institute, in Heavenly Sword Arena, he reaped everyone's amazement, praise, admiration, jealousy, and even hatred. But when he returned to his training chamber and was faced with his master, he sensed the abyssal desperation again. When could the rarely seen genius be as good as his master? Liao sorted out the data and started cleaning up the ragged crystal suit. He dismantled the wasted iron into the most fundamental components. Some of them were twisted. Liao would straighten them with his bare hands, and they were renewed as if they were processed in the most precise facilities. While cleaning up the mess, Liao said, "I pulled some strings to make you the first tester for the unparalleled extension. Your performance indeed far exceeded my expectations. But the Edge Sharpeners meeting in half a month is a big event of the Flying Star sector. Public tests that are more difficult will be held again by then. I'll return to the cross-wind space zone in the next half month. Just train yourself and distinguish yourself in the Edge Sharpeners meeting. Understood. I'm going to sweep the spot and show everyone what the first disciple of the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau looks like." Wuxian jumped up and accidentally moved his broken bones. He gasped and bent down again. While he grimaced, he said, "But why are you going to the cross-wind space zone?" "To borrow money," Liao replied casually. Wuxian was dazed. "Are you short of money, master? I'm told that the Glorious Sunlight Group is operating quite well." "It is, but we spend faster than it earns." Liao glanced at Wuxian and said, "The bomb you are smearing right now is hundreds of times more expensive than gold, and the test we ran just now wasted 2 green wolves, 1 thunderous fire, and 1 unparalleled extension. Such a consumption rate is too much even if we have a mountain of gold." After he reached the superlative height of the building foundation stage, Liao's demand on resources soared together with his capability. Crazy training relied on determination as well as incessant heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Liao's and Wuxian's training costs were 10 times more than that of cultivators of their level. Such hard work would melt their muscles and bones or even kill them if they did not absorb enough spiritual energy. Over the past half-year, Liao and Wuxian had consumed more resources than many nascent soul-stage cultivators did. In terms of personal wealth, Liao was as rich as many nascent soul-stage cultivators with the support of Iron Plateau. The wealthy and powerful nascent soul-stage cultivators were often faced with the same problem. They were not alone and had hundreds if not thousands of disciples and descendants. The resources that the nascent soul-stage cultivators got could not be wholly dedicated to their own training. They had to consider their posterity and their connection network. For example, if a prodigy gifted in training emerged in their family, the nascent soul-stage cultivators would definitely spare some of the resources for them and spend part of their time and energy in guiding the younger generation. Only by doing so could they maintain the normal functioning of their family or sect. If a nascent soul-stage cultivator was selfish and devoured all the resources available without offering any to their child or grandchild, it would only be a matter of time before they lost all support and became alone. By then, they would be able to collect enough resources by themselves. It would be a lose-lose situation. The redistribution among the family was one of the disadvantages of the big households. But it was different for Liao. The Glorious Sunlight Group had risen like a volcano eruption and accumulated tremendous wealth. But he had no descendants and only 1 disciple. Therefore, he had no concerns and poured all the resources available into himself and Wuxian. It was also one of the biggest reasons for their significant improvement over the previous half-year. Even so, after spending a fortune for half a year, Liao felt that he was getting skint. A few new projects had just been initiated in the Glorious Sunlight Group, and the capital chain was quite tense. As it happened, the Cross-Wind Union back had extended its hand to him. Some of their proposals were worth negotiating. Also, since the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was currently being modified in Sparkle, which was also docked in the Cross-Wind Space Zone, Liao intended to bring it back by the way. After cleaning up everything, Liao planned to leave the world fragment, but he suddenly remembered something and turned around. "Right? You don't like Xianxia?" Wuxian immediately sniffed. "Master, you are not recruiting the silly woman as your disciple, are you?" Liao found it odd. "Xianxia does not look like a hateful girl. How did she piss you off? You have disliked her since the beginning. Why are you so cold toward her when you've met so many times? It never occurred to me that you are so obstinate." Wuxian blushed and murmured. "When the silly woman and I met for the first time and I introduced myself, she exclaimed and said, 'You're the kid who beat up a teacher of the combat department.' Damn. Who's the kid?" I'm 40 centimeters higher than the silly woman. For days later, a humpback-level carrier gradually appeared in the boundless sea of stars and sailed slowly to the central area of the cross-wind space zone. Such long-distance carriers often shortened the time of sailing by performing multiple space jumps. Most of the time during the journey, the passengers stayed in tiny deep sleep capsules with their bodies soaked in special protective liquids. Their consciousness would stay within the grand illusionary land for entertainment. In such a way, the ordinary people whose bodies were relatively weak could also withstand the tearing force during space jumps. Right now, the long journey had almost come to an end. Most of the passengers had left their sleep capsules and entered the open area to warm up their bodies. Sitting in a corner of the dining room, Liao placed 7 mechanical watches of different brands and structures on the table before him. He tapped his fingers on the table. Suddenly, he flipped his hands. An invisible spiritual energy flooded toward the 7 mechanical watches like tides. Crack, crack. After a series of tiny cracking sounds, the 7 watches were dismantled into the most fundamental components. The clutch wheel, the tourbillon, the decompression lever. More than 8,400 components were mixed together in midair under the guidance of Liao's fingers in a variety of different shapes. At one moment a lozenge, the next a cube. Shwa! A deep blue color suddenly flashed. All the components were parted from each other and reassembled into 7 watches. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. 6 watches were running precisely without the slightest fault. But the second hand of the last watch was shivering and only moved forward every 2 seconds or so. My technique of remote manipulation is not good enough yet. I can only dismantle and assemble 6 watches simultaneously at best right now. It will be something if I can control 9 watches and 10,000 components at my will. By then, ordinary crystal suits will not be able to withstand my touch however smooth and seamless they seem. Liao half closed his eyes and extended his spiritual threads into the 7 watches. While he sensed the tiniest changes in the components and located the source of the malfunction of the last watch, he suddenly felt something and opened his eyes, only to discover that a plump girl was staring at him in bewilderment with 2 glasses of soybean milk, 2 boiled eggs, and a plate of steamed buns. It was possible that the little girl had seen his performance just now. Since he was about to reach his destination, Liao was in a quite good mood. He smiled at the little girl and waved his hands. The little girl hesitated. Seeing that the dining room was full of people, she finally could not hold her curiosity and summoned her courage to go to the stranger and said, "Big brother, was that a magic trick?" Liao thought for a while and snapped his fingers, retrieving a cluster of red metal the size of a baby's fist. The metal was named Red Bright Gold. Could ease the mind and calm people down. It was particularly helpful to prevent the children from crying at night and improve their sleep quality. Liao smiled and said, "I'm going to do another magic trick for you." He folded his hands and covered the red bright gold, which was extremely hard, inside his palms. His hands were gradually enveloped by orange brilliance. The little girl bulged her eyes. "It's so hot. Your hands seem to be on fire. Big brother." Liao laughed. "It's all right. Come here, little sister. Blow at my hands." The little took a long breath and blew at Liao's hands hard while holding her belly. She then looked at Liao in expectation. Liao whispered spells, and his eyes were flickering fast. A moment later, he opened his hands again. The sharp-edged red bright gold was now shaped like a vivid deer by his spiritual gas. The red deer had the slightest details and was elegantly shaped. If somebody else saw it, they would definitely think that it was a masterpiece from an expert sculptor. "Wow!" The little girl opened her mouth in disbelief. Her big blinking eyes were full of admiration. Liao smiled. "Here, this deer is my gift for you. But do not tell anyone about my magic trick. Otherwise, they might come to me for deer too. I don't have so many deer with me." "Sure. I won't tell anybody." The little girl was completely hooked by the red deer. She held it carefully and appreciated it with great interest, while she mumbled to herself, "Such a beautiful deer. She seems to be drinking water with her head lowered. So marvelous. Thank you, big brother. I'm going to show it to my father." The little girl did not have time to bother with her tray. She simply left it on the table and jumped into the crowd clutching the red deer. Liao planned to have a rest in the cabin. But since the little girl's food was still there, it didn't seem right to leave immediately. A moment later, a slightly fat, middle-aged man in plain clothes came to him, followed by the little girl. There was a unique feeling of shrewdness and honesty in the middle-aged man, suggesting that he might be a merchant traveling about. He apologized to Liao sincerely. "I'm terribly sorry, mister. My daughter likes to snatch good items when she sees one. That's very bad of her. Such a delicate handcraft is definitely very expensive. How can you take it? Hurry up." He touched his daughter and said, "What did I tell you before we set off? You behaved quite well all the way here, and now you are naughty again because we are almost home. Return it to your big brother." "Okay." The little girl pouted her lips and handed over the red deer unwillingly. Liao smiled and pushed it back into the little girl's hands. "It's all right. It is just a gift that I gave to the little sister. Just consider it as a toy." "That is very kind of you." Seeing the delight on his daughter's face, the middle-aged man sat in front of Liao and pushed the tray over. "Here. Have you eaten anything, mister? Do you want some?" The middle-aged man was quite warm, and the little girl was innocent, too. Liao found it hard to say no to them. Over the past half-year, he had been training crazily in Flying Star University and had almost forgotten what a normal life should be like. It did not seem like a bad idea to take a brief rest during the journey. The middle-aged man's family name was Tong, and he was a native of the Cross-Wind Space Zone, running a small business there. Naturally, Liao did not reveal his real identity. He only said that his family name was Sand, and he had just graduated from a college in Heavenly Saint City and come to the Cross-Wind Space Zone to try his luck since it was developing quite well. "Little Sand, it is a wise decision to come to the Cross-Wind Space Zone." The Cross-Wind Space Zone had not been developing well over the past year. It has been soaring and putting on a new appearance every day. Old Tong shelled the eggs and said proudly, "Other than anything else, the very humpback-level carrier that we are in right now is the first clue. The Cross-Wind Space Zone was only an unknown small space zone in the past and absolutely no match for the top 3 prosperous space zones of the Flying Star sector. The transportation routes to and from Heavenly Saints City were few, and the carriers were ragged. One space jump would require 3 days and 3 nights of preparation. At that time, it would take me at least 2 weeks to go to Heavenly Saints City. But right now, with the most advanced carrier of the Flying Star sector, 3 to 5 hours are enough to prepare a space jump. Besides, our transportation routes have been given the highest priority. When we reach a jumping point, however many carriers are waiting in line, we will perform the space jump in priority. After only 3 days, we've completed 22 short-distance space jumps across more than 10 space zones and arrived in the Cross-Wind Space Zone from Heavenly Saint City. This is indeed rushing speed. Do you know the reason for the Cross-Wind Space Zone's dramatic change?" Liao smiled. "What is it?" "The glorious sunlight group, of course," exclaimed Old Tong as he slapped his thigh, his face flushed. "Little Sand, you are a college student in Heavenly Saints City, and you must have heard about the glorious sunlight group before. But only the natives of the Cross-Wind Space Zone have experienced the changes that the glorious sunlight group has brought for us. Since it was established in the beginning of this year, the glorious sunlight group has been expanding exponentially. It has been setting up fleets of carriers, acquiring cultivation sects, monopolizing the minerals and resources on Iron Plateau, producing new magical equipment. The momentum has never halted, and there were big movements almost on a monthly basis. Right now, the glorious sunlight group child companies, branches, and affiliated sects are scattered in every world fragment and space town of the Cross-Wind Space Zone. It has, in effect, become the dominator of the Cross-Wind Space Zone and made our hometown a place of business that almost equals the top 3 space zones. The Cross-Wind Space Zone is never short of opportunities today. There's gold everywhere. Young people from Heavenly Saints City, such as you, are likely to soar into the sky if you are diligent and smart enough to seize the opportunities that the glorious sunlight group offers. Is that so? Liao thought of something and was interested in the opinion of the ordinary people about the Glorious Sunlight Group and Iron Plateau. He then asked, "Brother Tong, I'm told that the Glorious Sunlight Group is deeply connected to Iron Plateau? What's wrong about Iron Plateau?" Old Tong frowned and said, "Currently, many files about Iron Plateau are gradually being declassified. Everybody knows that the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City and the Iron Plateau natives do not see eye to eye with each other because of the competition for rightfulness. But for countryfolk doing business such as us, the events 5,000 years ago are too far away, are they not? It's clear that the Glorious Sunlight Group is backed by the Iron Plateau natives. But so what? Right now, since the Glorious Sunlight Group is headquartered in the Crosswind Space Zone, this place has become an important transfer base for the communication between Iron Plateau and the outside world. Just think about it. How many business opportunities are out there, and how many benefits will the Crosswind Space Zone earn from the endeavor? Isn't it perfect that everyone's making money? Before, we thought that the Iron Plateau natives were primitive barbarians and were rather worried. But later, as we got in touch with them as some of the Iron Plateau natives arrived in the Crosswind Space Zone through the Glorious Sunlight Group, we discovered that, although they can be a bit uncivilized, they have one nose and 2 eyes and looked exactly like us. Liao pondered for a moment and asked again, "Brother Tong, the rise of the Glorious Sunlight Group is definitely beneficial for ordinary people. But what about Cultivation sects? I don't think they would welcome the arrival of such a conglomerate, would they?" Old Tong chuckled. Cultivators of the Crosswind Space Zone are even more glad to see the rise of the Glorious Sunlight Group. The Crosswind Space Zone has never been a place with abundant spiritual energy in the first place. The several cultivation sects here are all insignificant. The local cultivators have to travel and explore the outside world if they want to make progress. But since the Glorious Sunlight Group appeared, the tremendous resources from Iron Plateau have to stop by the Crosswind Space Zone first. Think about it. Who will be the first to make use of the resources? Cultivators of the Crosswind Space Zone, of course. Besides, with the communication between Iron Plateau and space growing more and more heated and the amount of trade between the two parties increasing significantly, the Glorious Sunlight Group is not capable enough to eat the whole pie by itself. The Wu family and the Sha family in the Glorious Sunlight Group were local families of the Crosswind Space Zone in the first place. They then cooperated with the White Dragon Union, which ranked among the top 3 in the Crosswind Space Zone. The other cultivation sects received a lot of orders from the Glorious Sunlight Group or from certain franchises. As a result, many cultivation sects expanded quickly and marched into the top 500 sects of the Flying Star sector after only half a year. With such great benefits, what can the cultivation sects complain about? Truth be told, other space zones could not have the Glorious Sunlight Group move there even if they wanted to. More importantly, the Temple of Immortals and the Space Pirates have been on a rampage recently. Many remote space zones were caught in fire of war in the past year. The Crosswind Space Zone, on the other hand, is guarded by quite a few exo-societies. Also, I'm told that a large number of Iron Plateau natives will be trained in the Crosswind Space Zone later. With so many experts gathered here, the Crosswind Space Zone is safer than ever. Space pirates do not dare harass us at all. Ordinary people and cultivators alike can enjoy a peaceful life. This is a great benefit that no money can trade for. Therefore, Little Sand, just rest assured and make your career in the Crosswind Space Zone. You have a very promising future. Chances are that this place will flourish even more than Heavenly Saints City one day. After staying for such a long time in the Flying Star sector, Liao gradually grasped the characteristics of the social form of the Flying Star sector. The biggest difference between the Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector was that the former did not have a central government. After the arrival of the apocalypse, Iron Plateau turned into a wasteland, and the fleet that marched into space was battered by the cosmic storms and scattered in various space zones. 2. For 3,000 years they struggled separately. The notion of a unified nation and government was gone. After 3,000 years, the Flying Star sector was reconnected as a whole because of the development of the spiritual nexus technology and the space jump technology. But most of the sects in their respective space zones had grown mature and established their independent kingdoms. Although the 6 major sects were still the strongest of all, They were far from the glory of thousands of years ago now that dozens of generations had passed. Heavenly Saints City today was the more prosperous, magnificent, and advanced metropolis in space, but it was not the capital of the Flying Star sector. Technically speaking, Heavenly Saints City was equal to a space town of remains in a remote area. It had no right to force anybody to do anything. Or rather, the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City were sort of the moderators in the Flying Star sector. They were the leaders of the Flying Star sector in name, but their followers might not listen to their command when it concerned their own interests. Before, the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City boasted the highest capability, the most techniques, and the largest number of experts. Therefore, the cultivation sects large and small in other space zones of the Flying Star sector were willing to invest in them and send their disciples to study in Heavenly Saints City. They also answered the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City's call to develop techniques and magical equipment together. In such a way, Heavenly Saints City maintained a subtle administration over the entire Flying Star sector. However, the rise of the Temple of Immortals disrupted the subtle balance. The 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City were not able to reinforce the cultivation sects and space towns in many remote towns in time and offer the protection that they had promised, which was a great disappointment for the local residents. The cultivation sects in many remote space zones had already withdrawn their investments in Heavenly Saints City. It remained to be seen whether they would form an alliance among themselves, invest in the new powers such as the Cross-Wind Space Zone, or even negotiate with the space pirates. In such a chaotic situation, it was naturally great that so many experts were stationed in the Cross-Wind Space Zone. The two of them had a long, pleasant conversation. Without them knowing, the carrier had docked at a world fragment named Flowing Orchid Domain Smoothly. It was the home base of the Wu family and where the Glorious Sunlight Group was headquartered right now, and it was gradually turning into the pivot of the entire Cross-Wind Space Zone. In front of the passengers was a large spaceport with perfect facilities and luxurious decorations that was still being expanded. The magnificent buildings inside the world fragment looked equally impressive to those in Heavenly Saints City, a sign of the unstoppable rise of the Cross-Wind Space Zone. The floating plates that looked like clouds dispersed and transported the passengers to the exit of the port steadily. "Brother Tong, it's time to say goodbye. Can you give me your contact information?" Liao smiled. He felt that old Tong was a quite interesting guy. A few prolonged shrieks suddenly echoed in the sky. They were high-pitched but not ear-splitting, like the sound of the divine cranes. 6 bright silver, elegantly shaped, extravagant shuttles fell from the sky and stopped in front of the 3 of them stably. The door of the shuttles flipped like seagulls opening their wings. More than 10 sharp-looking men wearing the same uniform jumped out of the vehicles and stood in one line before them. "Chairman!" The intimidating men slightly bowed and greeted at the same time. Liao blinked in surprise. Old Tong burst into laughter until his face was red. He patted Liao's shoulder and said, "Little Sand, I'm sorry. I told you that I was a businessman, but I didn't tell you what my business was. The Silver Ocean Corporation that I'm currently running is developing well, and now ranks the 3rd among all the companies in the Cross-Wind Space Zone. I was not lying to you on purpose, but I always like to keep a low profile. It was not a business trip to Heavenly Saints City, either, so I merely wore the casual clothes. You see, I'm the perfect example of the benefits of the Glorious Sunlight Group. Half a year ago, my company was half dead. I was betrayed by a good brother and was in huge debt. Every direction was a dead end for me. Many people were suspicious when the Glorious Sunlight Group was just established. Since I had no other alternatives, I decided to put all my money into it and take a gamble. My corporation was among the first companies to cooperate with the Glorious Sunlight Group. As it turned out, after only half a year, my business has been revived and is developing rapidly. Here, Little Sand, take it." Old Tong took out a neat box from his pocket and opened it. He did not take the ordinary cards on the top but picked out a glittering gold card from the bottom. When Liao took the card, the surface of the card immediately shined, and 2 glamorous, calligraphic words showed up: Silver Ocean. It was not until this moment that Liao learned Old Tong's full name was actually Tong Dashu. Tong Dashu laughed and said, "Little Sand, after our chit-chat, I can tell that you are a young man with a clear mind. Besides, you offered a gift for my daughter. It's only natural that I return the favor. Although I'm no big shot in the cross-wind space zone, I know quite a few people here, and I'm quite familiar with the leadership of several child companies of the Glorious Sunlight Group. Since you are new to this place, do you need any recommendation letters? All right, we can talk about that later. Let's get on the shuttle first. Where are you going to? I'll give you a ride. This time, Liao was truly embarrassed. He put the card into his pocket solemnly and shook his hands. That will be unnecessary, but thank you all the same, Brother Tong. My friend has come to pick me up. Look, he's here. A plain-looking shuttle for home use, or more commonly known as a supermarket shuttle, slowly stopped by Liao. An unattractive, middle-aged man got off the shuttle. He was rather grave, if not anxious, around Liao and did not dare breathe too loudly. He helped Liao move his suitcases to the trunk of the shuttle. Tong Dashu scratched his head. For some reason, the middle-aged man looked rather familiar. Liao smiled. Brother Tong, goodbye. I will come to find you if needed. I wish you a flourishing business. Entering the shuttle, Liao waved his hands at the little girl from the back of the shuttle window. Little Dandan, see you. Don't forget to put the deer below your pillow at night. She will play with you in your dreams. The supermarket shuttle slowly passed by the 6 extravagant shuttles and staggered off into the sky. The guy is quite interesting. Touching his bristly, unshaven chin, Tong Dashu entered the back of one of the extravagant shuttles together with his daughter. Tong Dashu sank himself in the leather seat and closed his eyes, resting. However, for some reason, he was ill at ease, as if he had neglected something extremely important. The driver looked rather familiar. I feel like I have seen him somewhere before. Wait. Tong Dashu suddenly bulged, and he lunged out of his seat. His head bashed the ceiling of the shuttle so hard that it shook a while in midair. Dad! Tong Dandan, his daughter, was dumbfounded. Chairman! The driver and his bodyguards in the front row all turned around and looked their boss in shock, only to discover that their boss was sweating and cramping hard with a pale face as if he was having a seizure. No! It's impossible. My eyes must have deceived me. They must have. Tong Dashu turned on his crystal processor, his hands trembling. Appearing on the light beam was a financial magazine issued last month. The cover was a map of the cross-wind space zone, which was a glittering silver sea of stars, and a daunting middle-aged man who opened his hands and held all the stars. The eyes of the middle-aged man were as sharp as those of an eagle. Although it was merely a cover photo, Tong Dashu still felt tremendous pressure from him. The photo was captioned, "Dominating Cross-Wind, top on the annual rank of businesspersons of the Cross-Wind Space Zone, leader of the Wu family, CEO of the Glorious Sunlight Group, Wu Zhengyang." Wu Zhengyang, who had all the stars under his control, looked exactly the same as the driver who had picked up little Sand with a supermarket shuttle, opened the door for him, and moved the suitcases into the trunk respectfully. Tong Dashu gasped and collapsed on the seat. He felt that 10,000 needles were stinging his bottom. Who is this young man exactly? Even the CEO of the Glorious Sunlight Group can only be his chauffeur? Liao sat in the old, ragged seat of the supermarket shuttle comfortably. He spared 10% of his attention to the vastly changing floating orchid domain outside the window, 80% on the modification plan of the unparalleled extension, Sand Scorpion version, and the last 10% listening to Wu Zhengyang's report. Like a human-shaped crystal processor, Wu Zhengyang spoke hundreds of numbers, deals and rules within 10 seconds. If an ordinary person were to hear his report, they would only hear hums resembling the sound of the wild bees. But experts like Liao could concentrate their spiritual energy on their ears and receive the compound information that he delivered. Wu Zhengyang was 77 years old and an admin-type cultivator. He was of the same generation as Wu Maiyan's grandpa. He had no son of his own. When Wu Maiyan's father was alive, they were in a quite close relationship. He had almost been the guardian of Wu Maiyan's father. After Wu Maiyan's father passed away, there were quite a number of conflicts within the Wu family for his legacy. Wu Zhengyang had tried to protect the interests of Wu Maiyan's father, only to be kicked out of the leadership of the family by a few younger members. He was asked to expand the market for the family in one of the most desolate space towns in the remote area of the Crosswind Space Zone. When Liao arrived in the Crosswind Space Zone and was involved in the internal conflicts of the Wu family, he immediately invited the old man back and supported him to be the leader of the Wu family and the CEO of the Glorious Sunlight Group after he learned of the existence of such a person. It was needless to elaborate on Wu Xingyang's gratitude and reverence for Liao. For example, Liao asked the old man to pick him up in the spaceport, preferably not very eye-catchingly. As it turned out, to neatly carry out Liao's command, the CEO dressed like a retired teacher and drove the cheapest shuttle. Could not have been easily for him. Liao was keeping a low profile not because he was pretentious, but because he did not want to waste his time. If the Glorious Sunlight Group were to send a team of shuttles to welcome him, every ant in the city would know of his arrival. With the influence of the Glorious Sunlight Group in the Crosswind Space Zone, a few welcome parties were unavoidable. He would have to meet the leaders and elders of many sects in person. Even if one welcome party was as short as 2 hours, 3 or 5 of them would mean a waste of an entire day. The path of cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. One would either move forward or be pushed backwards. Liao was not willing to waste his time, not for even for 1 second. It was exactly by seizing every 1 second, which other people often neglected, and dedicating them to crazy training that he broke into the superlative height of the building foundation stage and surpassed many core formation stage cultivators in terms of combat ability before he was even 25. With Wu Mayan picking up him, he had learned every detail about the latest situation of the Glorious Sunlight Group in the half-hour journey. Not even half a second of time was wasted. "Chairman, we're here," said Wu Xingyang respectfully. Liao's official title in the Glorious Sunlight Group was Chairman of the Board. CEO and General Manager sounded awesome, but in fact, both of them were still high-level workers doing their job for other people. In comparison, the Chairman of the Board was the real head of a company. Awesome as the CEO was, the Chairman of the Board could have them changed anytime they wanted. Liao concentrated his attention and looked into the distance. They had reached the periphery of the floating orchid domain. This area was frequented by deep blue mist that looked like orchids floating in the air all year long, which made it look like a splendid paradise. As far as his eyes could see, buildings were being constructed everywhere. In the outermost circle were hundreds of spiritual energy transmission tubes that were being built. They could send abundant spiritual gas to this area and spray it into the air, making the place a perfect destination for training. On the ground, factories as magnificent as palaces had risen up. Looking like a chessboard, they were divided into 4 zones. Firstly, the Mineral Purification Center. The raw minerals transported from Iron Plateau would be purified into high-purity crystals in such factories. Secondly, the Logistics Center. The resources that were not processable in the floating orchid domain would be gathered here and delivered to various other space zones of the Flying Star sector. Thirdly, the Magical Equipment Centers. 32 magical equipment assembly lines would be established in the first stage of the project. Later, many kinds of magical equipment, including the combat ability detector and the Aurora chain gun, would be able to be mass-produced in this place. It would be unnecessary to ask other sects to be subcontractors. In Liao's vision, the factories here could be built into super magical equipment factories one day where crystal suits could be produced on a large scale. Fourthly, the test field. For now, it only met the needs of the Glorious Sunlight Group. But it would be able to bid for the test tasks of large magical equipment produced by other sects in the future, too. Above the continuous, coruscating buildings were 3 floating mountains in the sky that had been constructed in a traditional style. They looked like real mountains that had been cut off and launched into the sky. The mountains were elegantly curved with quite a few steep cliffs. The flowers, grass, rivers, and waterfalls on them made a beautiful view. Liao was aware that the 3 mountains had different functions. One of them was the Glorious Sunlight Refining Center. One of them was a large training camp that could accommodate 3,000 people at the same time. In the near future, countless Chi trainers of Iron Plateau would be studying the combat skills of the space residents inside the camp and become the special sentinels for the Glorious Sunlight Group. The last of them was the headquarters of the Glorious Sunlight Group. The earth and the sky were both teeming with people and vehicles. Hundreds of shuttles were flying up and down like butterflies in a garden. Taking a deep breath, Liao mumbled to himself, "This is my glorious sunlight group." Despite his usual calmness, he found it hard to contain himself when seeing how his enterprise was flourishing. Although he was very clear that the business was not founded on the capital of his own, but the loans provided by the Cross-Wind Union back and other financial institutions in the space zones nearby, which were confident in the future of the glorious Sunlight Group. Although he knew that he had to win the support of the Wu family, the Xia family, and the other sects large and small in the entire Cross-Wind space zone, even if he was the biggest shareholder of the glorious Sunlight Group, and although he was fully aware that the rapid expansion of the glorious Sunlight Group couldn't have happened if it were not the bond between Iron Plateau and space and the backing of Iron Plateau, uncontrollable, boundless ecstasy still popped up deep inside his heart. 10 years. It has only been 10 years. 10 years ago, I was a scavenger of the heavens origin sector wondering where my dinner would be while having breakfast. Several muscular ordinary people were enough to beat me away with their iron sticks. But in 10 years I've already come so far and so high step by step. In a trance, Liao was suddenly seeing a lot of hallucinations. He envisioned tens of hundreds of people in a spacious square. On the left, everybody was dressed in white. They were employees and partners of the glorious Sunlight Group. Bowing to him, they bellowed at the same time, "Greetings, Chairman." Those on the right were wearing black armor and seething with killing intent. They were chi trainers from Iron Plateau. Bashing their breastplates to the same rhythm, they shouted, "Sand Scorpion! Sand Scorpion! Sand Scorpion!" He saw that the glorious Sunlight Group had grown larger and larger still as the communication between Iron Plateau and space extended to a deeper level. Very soon it swallowed the sects large and small in the Cross-Wind Space Zone and became a supersect. The Cross-Wind Space Zone was built into the most prosperous, most advanced space zone of the Flying Star sector. He saw that, in the future, the rising glorious Sunlight Group eclipsed Heavenly Saints City like a nascent sun. He saw that he was standing in the middle of the 3 floating mountains of the glorious Sunlight Group one day, which were 10 times as large as today. In front of him, the leaders and elders of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City, as well as other organizations from the rest of the space zones, all lowered their proud heads and listened to his commands, holding their breath. Looking down at the heroes of the era, Liao was about to open his mouth, full of ambitions, when a streak of darkness suddenly darted at his neck from afar. He was alarmed and tried to dodge out of natural instincts. But over the past few years, he had dedicated most of his energy to the development of the glorious Sunlight Group and spent far less time on his personal training. His cultivation had stagnated for a long time, and he failed to dodge the attack. Shwa! His head swirled in midair. The lights and shadows blinked and replaced each other. And it was not until a long time later that a man in black whose face was unclear was located. However, for some reason, he knew that it was an assassin from the Temple of Immortals. "Ah!" Liao exclaimed and suddenly came back to himself. He felt that forehead had been stung, and the hallucinations were still reappearing as if real. Rubbing his eyebrow and glancing at his watch, Liao noticed that only 3 seconds had passed. That was close. I was almost mentally deranged. Liao heaved a long sigh of relief. He knew that he was excited by the picture of flourishment of the glorious Sunlight Group and nearly lost his mind because of his thinking. Cultivators' computational abilities were hundreds of times higher than those of ordinary people. Faced with such thoughts, the ordinary people's fantasy was usually very brief and blurred. For example, when an ordinary person saw a beauty on the street and fantasized about sleeping with her, they could dwell in their illusion for several seconds at best. There was no way that they could figure out the details such as the hotel and the room they went to, the decorations of the room, or the brand of the safety measures that they used. In comparison, cultivators could summon their immense computational ability and fantasize to infinity instantly. Glancing at a beauty on the street, they could imagine every wrinkle on her skin. For the less determined cultivators, it was easy for them to dwell in their own illusions without being able to free themselves. It was also one of the common reasons for the mental derangement of cultivators. Thankfully, I woke up at the end. If I were spellbound by the magnificence in front of me and shifted part of my attention to the development of the glorious Sunlight Group, it might really get a chance to thrive faster, but my own capability is definitely going to be affected. Keep clear. I must keep clear. I am the source of my own strength. The glorious sunlight group is but a tool that collects resources for me. I cannot put the cart before the horse. Liao closed his eyes and took another long breath. When he opened them again slowly, his eyes were as tranquil as water. The previous delirium was all gone. The enormous glorious sunlight group that appeared to be an independent kingdom had the same reflection in his eyes as the sandcastle on a beach in a kid's eyes. My destination is never here. Liao's sight pierced through the headquarters of the glorious sunlight group up above the clouds deep into the sky. Behind the sky was the boundless sea of stars. The incident of nearly getting mentally deranged in front of the headquarters of the glorious sunlight group gave Liao a deeper understanding about the source of his strength. Therefore, he did not waste a single second in the glorious sunlight group, but went to a training chamber that Wu Zhengyang specially prepared for him. However, there was one place that he had to visit. Half a day later, outside the floating orchid domain, inside a secret dock in space, there were 5 seemingly identical plane carriers. The leftmost one was rusted and riddled with dents resulting from collisions with meteoroids. It was Sparkle, which had been deeply modified. Standing before the control panel of Sparkle, Liao watched the performance parameters that were rushing down like a waterfall on the display light beam in surprise. According to the parameters, Sparkle had a far stronger firepower than crystal warships of the same value. After tremendous modifications without caring about the cost, it also boasted an engine system that was more powerful than many main force crystal warships. A great locomotive dragging a small cart. Sparkle might not have been the strongest crystal warship of the Flying Star sector, but it definitely ran faster than any other starship. With complicated feelings, Liao observed, "We've made tremendous progress over the past 2 years." Mo Xian and the other spectral cultivators were standing behind him. The 5 of them had all occupied artificial bodies, but their bodies looked more like octopi than humans. Their cylindric torsos were surrounded by more than 10 extendable artificial arms which were waving crazily, allowing them to manipulate 20 control light beams and make adjustments according to thousands of pieces of data simultaneously. After a long sigh, Mo Xian said, "We thought everything would be gone when the crystal reactor exploded. We did not expect that we would be reborn in such a way and even granted with unbelievable abilities." Mo Xian waved his hands softly. The 4 kings gloated and suddenly inserted their artificial arms into the control panel. Then, 4 clusters of blinking silver liquid metal crawled into the crystal processor along the artificial arms like 4 silver snakes. In a moment, the performance parameters on the light beam bounced crazily. It was further increased by a large extent compared to a while ago. Then, the numbers overlapped and interweaved into 4 vivid faces that were grimacing at Liao. Mo Xian explained, "Our life form right now is very different from normal spectral cultivators. It is safe to say that we are a combination of a ghost and a mainframe crystal processor. By accident, we discovered that, other than controlling the mainframe crystal processor of Sparkle, we are even able to manipulate other crystal processors freely at will. Our souls can be circuited with tens or even dozens of large crystal processors. Our capability will be significantly increased with the computational ability of the crystal processors." It was exactly based on such an amazing ability that the 5 of us finished the preliminary modification of Sparkle in only 1 year and made it the most mysterious, fastest assault warship that boasts the most advanced stealth ability in the Flying Star sector. It is also why we could complete the deep modification of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. "Come here." Mo Xian smiled at Liao. "I know that you can't wait for it anymore." In the secret workshop at the center of Sparkle, there was a giant cylindrical tank that was filled with thick, bright gold liquid. Ripples were spreading out on the surface of the liquid, as if a sleeping ferocious beast was breathing peacefully. Waving his artificial arms, Mo Xian quickly operated the light beam. After a crisp sound, the gate below the tank was opened, and the bright gold liquid was gradually extracted. Soon, a tall armor in the shape of a human was revealed. Gold dew was shimmering on the plate, reflecting glamorous colors. Liao found it hard to breathe, and his hands were tremoring beyond his control. The newborn mystic skeleton battlesuit left him with the impression that it was not a cold crystal suit but a living devil. The crystal suit was still pure black. But it was not the black of the night sky, not the black of an abyss, but more like the black of an expanding black hole that was absorbing all surrounding light and vision. The less determined people would inevitably have the illusion that the crystal suit was growing and swallowing everything nearby. The mystic skeleton battlesuit in the past was embedded with abundant body materials of skeleton dragon and the scraps of ancient magical equipment from 40,000 years ago that it had looted. Also, Liao had brought a lot of trophies from the battles against the apocalypse, including the remains of his apocalyptic extension, to Emotion. After half a year's refinement, all the materials had been perfectly combined. The crystal suit seemed naturally made and showed no hint of being an amalgamation of so many materials whatsoever. The surface of the black armor did not reflect any light. But when Liao closed his eyes and perceived the crystal suit with his spiritual threads, he could vaguely see the flowing gold brilliance that looked like flashing dragon scales behind the blackness, as well as the undissolving color of blood in the deepest part of the gold brilliance. The helmet of the mystic skeleton battlesuit was perfectly arced and looked like a water drop. 3 red crystal cameras were embedded to the upper half of the facial cover in the shape of a downward-pointing triangle. Other than that, there was no redundant paint or decoration. The simplicity of the crystal suit adorned it with an awe-inspiring beauty. Liao stuck his right hand to the tank softly, the sleeping mystic skeleton battlesuit slightly shivering. Roars of the dragon were echoing from the inside of the crystal suit, as if a sword was about to be unsheathed. Liao felt that the glass tank had become burning iron planks that had melted his fingers. 5 hot streams flooded into his heart from his fingertips. His heart was beating faster and faster and was about to burst out of his chest into the mystic skeleton battlesuit. "Are you satisfied?" Emotion smiled. "To realize the designs that you desired, especially the one regarding the embedded sheath on the back of the crystal suit. We ran so many computations that 23 supercrystal processors exploded." Liao gave no response and simply gazed at the mystic skeleton battlesuit. At that moment, he would not have bothered to move his eyes even if a star was exploding next to him. An hour later, 10,000 meters away from Sparkle, a ragged crystal warship sailed slowly in the universe. The starship was seriously wrecked during an assault of space pirates and was beyond repair. It was then modified into a target starship by Emotion and his team. By remote control, they activated the spiritual shield and the defense network of the starship. 100 beast puppets were placed inside each cabin of the starship, too. "It has been a long time, old friend." A black lightning suddenly flashed in front of Sparkle and blended in with the dark universe in the next second. Weird black waves covered the distance of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye and appeared in front of the target ship. Z, 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 Z. A colorful, dazzling air defense fire net was interweaved around the target ship. The streaks of blackness turned into a cluster of raging black mists and passed through the net instantly like a drop of water. Then, it drilled into the thick armor of the target ship like a scorching needle. Sha, 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 sha. Inside the target ship, all the beast puppets sensed the arrival of an intruder. Organized by the telepathic thoughts that were input previously, they crowded toward the cabin that the intruder had barged into. The intruder did not stop at all. He crouched and lunged out, turning into a streak of blackness again and going on a rampage in the narrow cabins. Passing by several beast puppets, the intruder waved his hands casually, and several streams of black fog darted out. The beast puppets were immediately frozen as if a spell had been cast upon them. A moment later, after a walla sound, they collapsed to the ground and broke into the most fundamental components. Boom! The intruder accelerated again. Wreathed in weird materials that looked both like liquid and gas, he blew up several decks and charged at the engine compartment, the center of the target ship. "Come on out, Black Wing." For the sake of heat dissipation, the engine compartment was usually the largest cabin on a starship. After he reached the place, a black flying sword suddenly appeared in front of the intruder. The flying sword seemed to be made of an intact black jade. It was transparent, warm, and smooth. Inside the body of the sword that seemed to be filled with gels, black threads, which looked like capillary vessels, were shivering as if they were alive. This was the latest form of Black Wing after it absorbed countless high-quality crystals. Black Wing roared and, hovering in midair briefly, darted into the embedded sheath in the center of the back of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. It was neatly fixed to the sheath without the tiniest gap. Black Wing seemed to have become the mystic skeleton battlesuit's spine. The mystic skeleton battlesuit, which had already been daunting enough, spurted out thousands of streams of black gas. Motivated by Liao's surging spiritual energy and manipulated by his spiritual root, the intense black gas was condensed to his back on the two sides of Black Wing. It was continuously compressed and condensed into new forms. Ah! Liao unleashed the terrifying strength of the superlative height of the building foundation stage with absolutely no concerns. The black gas gradually formed 6 wings behind the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Boom! The 6 wings looked like burning black torches. The longest 2 were more than 20 meters, and the shortest 2 were almost 10 meters. They made the mystic skeleton battlesuit even more like an unstoppable devil walking on the earth. Shwa! Behind the mystic skeleton battlesuit, a red cloak of light flames hovered and extended to almost 100 meters away like a dragon soaked in blood. This is the source of my strength. Clenching his fists, Liao savored the satisfaction when the strength of his every cell was fully unleashed and significantly enhanced by the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Although the barrier on Black Wing was not cracked yet, and it could not be used as a weapon directly, Liao had redesigned the back of the mystic skeleton battlesuit and combined Black Wing into it. With the hardness and speed of Black Wing, it would not only greatly increase the general toughness of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, but also allow the mystic skeleton battlesuit to surpass its speed limits time and time again. Fengyu Zhong, the Temple of Immortals? Immortal Cultivators? Liao roared and dashed at the high-pressure crystal reactor like a black spear after flapping the 6 black wings. Inside Sparkle, the 5 spectral cultivators were monitoring Liao's field test wholeheartedly. The 100 light spots on the light beam that represented the beast puppets died down quickly one after another, like an area of candles that had been swept over by a furious wind. Suddenly, the remaining 20 light spots were gone in the same second. On the light beam, an orange fireball appeared in the middle of the target ship and tore it in half instantly. Like metastasizing cancer, the fireball consumed the broken target ship. On the light beam nearby, a glittering number was jumping continuously, shocking the 5 spectral cultivators. From the beginning of the test to the time when he blew up a starship, it only took 79 seconds. 1 day later, in the Cross-Wind Union Bank, after a day of field testing, Liao was very satisfied with the performance of the new Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. His next step would be to start crafting his tailor-made version of the unparalleled extension according to his combat style and the features of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. However, even without the unparalleled extension, Liao was confident that he could fight against enemies in the nascent soul stage with the help of Black Wing. After taking back the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, Liao had no other business in the cross-wind space zone apart than one thing: borrow money. For cultivators at his level, the resources they consumed every day were beyond the wildest imagination of ordinary people. Since the Glorious Sunlight Group was still developing, the capital available to the company was rather tight. Besides, he could not pay for his own training with the money of the group directly, even though he was the chairman of the board, considering that there were other shareholders. To be listed was definitely the best approach to raise funds. With the current scale and future prospects of the Glorious Sunlight Group, it was more than easy for the company to be listed. However, Liao was not planning to do that. Once it was listed, there would be even more shareholders in the company, and he was not sure that he could remain as the actual owner of the company anymore. Besides, after the company was listed, the financial report and the business status of the company would have to be published regularly, not to mention the audits and the supervision. Sparkle was Liao's biggest trump card and had consumed a lot of resources of the Glorious Sunlight Group. The big hole in the balance sheet would be discovered immediately if professional accountants were to audit it. Liao did not intend to expose Sparkle to the world, at least for now. He did not want his company to be listed, but he was in dire need of a large sum of money for his own training. While Liao was experiencing a huge headache, the Crosswind Union back, which had cooperated with him before, presented a rather tempting proposal. Manager Zhao, it's only been a short time since I came to space. Although I've heard about cultivation bonds before, I have never gotten to know their details. Please to enlighten me, Liao said in a smile. There were only 4 people in the small meeting room. Wu Zhengyang on his side, a red-faced obese middle-aged man across the desk, and a plain-dressing, slender old man who seemed rather haughty and gloomy. The fat, middle-aged man was named Zhao Hongguang. He was the vice manager of the Crosswind Union back in charge of the credit loans. Although he looked rather unattractive, he was actually an admin-type cultivator in the core formation stage. Wu Zhengyang had been in touch with him since the Glorious Sunlight Group was first established and spoke very highly of him. The cold old man was Master Heavenly Eye, according to Zhao Hongguang. He was the leader of the Heavenly Eye sect as well as the president of Heavenly Eye Consultancy, a company. But Liao had no idea what the Heavenly Eye Consultancy was actually about. The full name of the cultivation bond is Cooperative Bond for Cultivators. It's actually very simple. You will understand what it is as soon as I explain to you. Zhao Hongguang smiled. Chairman Sand, you may consider it a tool to get you listed. Liao frowned and said, the Glorious Sunlight Group does not intend to be listed yet. Zhao Hongguang's face remained unchanged. He replied casually, I'm afraid you misunderstood me, Chairman Sand. I was not talking about the Glorious Sunlight Group, but you, yourself, Sand Scorpion, the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. You will be listed. Ha! Liao raised an eyebrow and looked at the manager with suspicion. Zhao Hongguang had never met Liao before and did not know the background of the guest from Iron Plateau. Therefore, he decided to explain it in the most straightforward way. The most important factors about cultivation are wealth, residence, arts, and companions. The debate as to the order of the latter 3 remains unabated to this day. But wealth has been acknowledged by everyone as the top priority. Nothing can be done without money. It has been so since the ancient cultivation world 40,000 years ago. Cultivators consume hundreds of times more resources than ordinary people do every day, and when they are preparing for a major breakthrough, say, from the refinement stage to the building foundation stage or from the building foundation stage to the core formation stage, they have to prepare a great sum of money and tremendous resources for themselves. Then, here comes the question. Marvelous as cultivators may be, they cannot turn stones into gold. Besides, most of them are training hard every day. How do they have the time to make money? Therefore, ancient cultivators, righteous and evil alike, had to reign over ordinary people. They would levy taxes, con the underprivileged, or even rob them directly, exploiting ordinary people for money. The righteous cultivators managed to maintain basic morals. They pretended to be deities or grand masters by fooling the ordinary people with exotic appearances and unbelievable techniques, so that the ordinary people would be willing to offer their money promptly. It is needless to mention the evil cultivators. They resorted to all kinds of inhuman methods in order to retrieve resources. When a righteous cultivator ran into an evil one, or 2 righteous cultivators met each other, as long as there were no witnesses, it was nothing usual for one of them to slay the other and loot the victim's treasures. That was the reason for the chaos and lawlessness in the ancient cultivation world 40,000 years ago. But after 40,000 years, we are all civilized people today. Naturally, we cannot exploit ordinary people and gather resources in such crude and rough ways. Besides, anyone who knows the first thing about economics will realize that both the feudal system that the righteous cultivators employed and the slavery system that the evil cultivators counted on have a very low efficiency in resource collection. Zhao Hongguang paused for a moment. He seemed to have sensed the impatience in Liao's eyes and immediately got to the point. It is better to allure the ordinary people with benefits and win together than to rob their money by force. With this principle in mind, cultivation bonds appeared in the flying star sector several thousand years ago. For example, in the ancient cultivation world, if a core formation stage cultivator sensed something and realized that the time to enter the nascent soul stage had come, what would he do when he needed resources but was short of money? If he did not have the support of his sect or his family, he would have to resort to robbery or exploiting ordinary people, wouldn't he? But now is different. Right now, the core formation stage cultivator can release his own cultivation bond, say $100 apiece. He can make a deal with the purchasers, promising that they will receive a dividend of $10 annually for certain years, and that if he successfully enters the nascent soul stage, he will return the principal with a bonus of $30 or even more. Think about it. If a core formation stage cultivator really makes a breakthrough into the nascent soul stage, his connections, social position, and influence will all increase a lot. The extra payment will not be the slightest problem for them. This is the mechanism of the cultivation bond. It is a win-win for cultivators and ordinary people. By releasing cultivation bonds, cultivators can raise a large sum of funds for their training. If his training yields a satisfactory result, the ordinary people who purchased his cultivation bonds will receive huge returns, too. Liao immediately understood it. But he thought of something that did not seem right and asked, "Wait, what if the cultivator fails to enter the nascent soul stage, or even unfortunately becomes mentally deranged and dies during the breakthrough? The investors who bought the cultivation bonds will have a huge loss, won't they?" Zhao Hongguang smiled and said, "Don't worry. That could only happen when the cultivation bond was just born. After thousands of years of development, the regulations about the cultivation bond are quite mature. It is no longer a simple certificate of loans, but a financial product like shares and futures. Firstly, if a cultivator plans to raise money for his training through the cultivation bond, they must be assessed by a qualified evaluation company first. There are only 11 companies with such qualifications. Their credit can all be dated back to 1,000 years ago. Liao glanced at Master Heavenly Eye, who was sitting in front of him. Master Heavenly Eye was observing him in great interest. His two eyes were like glittering crystal cameras, and he did not hide his staring, which was almost rude at all. Liao finally realized why the manager of the Heavenly Eye Consultancy had showed up there. Secondly, Zhao Hongguang continued, the cultivator must be endorsed by one or several eligible sects, groups, or financial institutions. If the cultivator does not spend the money he raised in training but dedicates himself to personal entertainment or even worse nonsense, the sects, groups, and financial institutions will share liability. As for you, Chairman Sand, I believe that the Crosswind Union Back, the Glorious Sunlight Group, and Iron Plateau are all willing to endorse you. Thirdly, there are many professional insurance companies in the Flying Star sector that provide services for cultivation bonds. As long as the investors are willing to pay some money, the insurance company will compensate for most of their losses in case the cultivator fails or dies during their breakthrough. Fourthly, there are always some fixed assets or real estates under a cultivator's name. If he dies abruptly, his legacy will be reclaimed to compensate the investors. With multiple protective measures, cultivation bonds are developing fast nowadays and have become an important market of investment that almost equals to the stock market. Many famous cultivators have released their own cultivation bonds. Here, this is an exchange platform of cultivation bonds. Take a look, Chairman Sand. Zhao Hongguang projected a light beam from his mini crystal processor. Red and green names and numbers appeared on the light beam, followed by up arrows and down arrows, and ended with a small %. At first glance, it was indeed identical to a stock exchange platform. However, at the front of each line, it was not the names of sects or companies, but those of cultivators. There was a small window in the top left corner where a solemn old man wearing a 7-star robe was shaking his head and commenting on the changes. Zhang Ao, elder of the Seven Mysteries sect, performed a previously unseen move in a battle against the space pirates the other day. According to sources, Elder Zhang Ao has been working on the improvement of 7 mystic slashes, a saber art. It might be a sign that he has made a preliminary success. Boosted by the good news, the price of Elder Zhang Ao's cultivation bonds has been soaring since the trade hour. So far, it has increased by 3.3%. If the good news is real, it is estimated that the price will be increased by another 10%. On the other hand, Yuan Zipping, an unaffiliated cultivator of the Red Moon Space Zone who has been preparing to break into the middle level of the building foundation stage since half a year ago, unfortunately suffered a failure, according to his spokesperson in the press conference last night. His spokesperson also pointed out that, Although the breakthrough failed, Yuan Zipping was definitely not mentally deranged, nor did he suffer any heavy wounds. He was merely exhausted and needed a few months of rest. According to him, the rumors that Yuan Zipping was mentally deranged after the breakthrough and regressed in his cultivation are pure nonsense. And Yuan Zipping reserves the right to sue the rumor makers for libel. Even so, the price of Yuan Zipping's cultivation bonds has witnessed a significant decline. It dropped by 4.6% during the press conference, which made him the cultivator with the greatest slipping rate other than deceased cultivators over the past 3 months. Liao stared at the exchange platform quickly and immediately understood. So, the stronger a cultivator is, the higher, say, his price will be, right? Zhao Hongguang replied, theoretically, yes, but it is much more complicated in reality. The bond price has to do with the age, background, social connections, and the methods of dividends. For example, if a core formation stage cultivator is more than 200 years old, his bond price wouldn't be too high however capable he is, unless he is very likely to enter the nascent soul stage shortly. It is understandable. He is too old and has little potential. Another example. If a cultivator makes a breakthrough but his competitor makes an even bigger one, the cultivator's bond price will definitely plunge, too. After all, there can't be two tigers on the same mountain. One more example. If a cultivator is not very strong but in desperate need of money, he grits his teeth and releases a batch of cultivation bonds at a price of $100 apiece, promising that he will offer $20 as dividend per year. Naturally, it becomes a hit and the bond price will soar. But it will be a whole different story as to whether or not he can fulfill his promise at the end of the year. In other cases, the capability of a cultivator remains unchanged, but he claims that he has found a new world fragment or a new area of space debris. It is not unusual for his bond price to rise multiple times. All in all, the market of cultivation bonds is the same as the stock market, where the sects that are running well do not necessarily have a high share price. Too many erratic factors are involved in the process. It is a boundless world soaked in immeasurable water. However, rest assured, Chairman Sand, the market of cultivation bonds is supervised by the Cultivation Securities Regulatory Commission, also known as the CSRC1. Releasing false news or conducting clandestine deals will be punished severely when discovered. Liao nodded. He had heard about the cultivation bond before and knew that it was a mature, public, and legal financial product, but he had never found the time to study it. According to the description, it did seem to be a great solution to raise funds for his personal training quickly. Pondering for a moment, Liao raised another important question. A sect must be strictly audited and monitored when it is to be listed. Is it also the case for a cultivator? If a certain organization is supervising every sum of money I spend and my training progress in every field, that won't do. Zhao Hongguang seemed to have expected Liao's concerns. He smiled casually and said, cultivators are different from sects. Most of them have top confidential secrets that they do not want anybody else to know. Our predecessors have thought of it since a long time ago. Allow me to elaborate. The cultivation bond is just a collective name. There are many categories below it. Some of the categories are obliged to release all the details to the public. After all, the ordinary investors are putting their lifelong savings into your hands. It's only natural that you answer for them, isn't it? After you raise enough money from the investors, you must tell the public what heavenly materials and earthly treasures you have bought, what kind of training you have done, and which level you are in on a regular basis. Monthly report, quarterly report, biannual report, and annual report are all mandatory. However, there is one other type of cultivation bond that does not require anything. As long as they are sellable and the dividends are done according to the deal, it will be fine. You can do whatever you want with the money provided that the CSRC does not find any clues to associate you with crimes. Liao was dazed. The second type of bonds is rather risky. Who would buy that? Zhao Hongguang smiled. High risk, high returns. The first type of cultivation bond, known as a transparent bond, is a steady investment. The dividend rate is low, and not many people are interested in them. The annual percentage rate is only slightly higher than the interest rate of banks. The second type of cultivation bond is better known as a free bond in the trade. It is indeed risky, but its returns are very high too. If you are planning to release free bonds, Chairman Sand, you'd better be prepared to return $300 to $400 3 years later for every $100 you sell right now. Liao thought for a moment. With the speed of the development of the Glorious Sunlight Group and his personal training, it would not be very much even if the loans were doubled 3 years later. Zhao Hongguang continued. Chairman Sand, there's no need to decide between the two. In fact, what most cultivators release are combinative bonds. Part of their bonds are transparent, and the rest of the bonds are kept to themselves and fully at their own disposal. It's impossible that a cultivator cannot reveal any of his techniques to the public. Isn't it? He is definitely an evil cultivator if so. For normal cultivators, they naturally want to keep their core techniques a secret, but they are not afraid to reveal some of their rudimental techniques. The money you raise through the transparent bonds can be used to train the public accessible techniques, while you can train your core techniques with the money collected through the free bonds. Other than that, you can also release oriented bonds. For example, if you plan to study the Great King Kong fist art today and you estimate the cost to be 50 million, you can release Great King Kong oriented bonds with a worth of 50 million bringing your budget plan. You will make a deal with the investors that the 50 million you borrow today will be specifically used for the training of the Great King Kong fist art and won't be spent on anything else. You will show them what materials you are going to buy, which training chambers you are going to rent, how many tutors you are going to hire, and the total cost. If you grasp the Great King Kong fist art within 5 months, you will return the principal together with the dividends, and if you fail, you will return the principal back in a certain amount of time as dictated in the budget plan. Such oriented bonds are very popular among ordinary investors since they are simple, open, and barely risky, although the interest rate is not high. You see, raising money by releasing combinative bonds and oriented bonds is both adaptive and convenient, and your secrets will be kept safe. Isn't it an excellent choice? Liao nodded in agreement. Through such a mature method of fundraising, a huge amount of funds could be collected legally, efficiently, and peacefully. No wonder robbery was rarely seen in the modern cultivation world. Reading the detailed information about the cultivation bonds, Liao furrowed his brow again and asked, Manager Zhao, the release of cultivation bonds cannot be done in one day. They have to be approved by the CSRC. It will take at least 1.5 years, give or take. Besides, it seems to me that you are not authorized to release cultivation bonds. Are you? But I'm in dire need of money right now. It will be best if I can get it within the next half a month. Since you proposed a meeting today, I believe you've figured a solution to the problem? Indeed, I have. Zhao Hongguang did not waste any time and put forward the proposal without beating about the bush. Releasing cultivation bonds is indeed not a business of the Crosswind Union Bank, and even if we were to submit a release proposal right now, it would not be approved for quite some time. However, the Crosswind Union Bank and the important sects in the Crosswind Space Zone have high hopes for Chairman Sand. We believe that your cultivation bonds will be released successfully one day, and that their price will soar after they are. Therefore, we would like to propose a deal with Chairman Sand. We will purchase a certain number of your unreleased cultivation bonds in advance. Or in other words, you will receive a huge loan with your future cultivation bonds as collateral. Zhao Hongguang pushed a jade chip over solemnly and said, This is our proposal. Please take a look, Chairman Sand. Liao inserted the jade chip into the crystal processor and browsed through the clauses. He then looked at Zhao Hongguang again and said, The amount of the loan is indeed impressive, but the interest rate is even more impressive. Chairman Zhao, the Glorious Sunlight Group is now in the golden phase. It will be more than quadrupled in the next few years. As for myself, I have profound connections on Iron Plateau too. In the meantime, I'm the sole owner of the patents for the compatibility detector and the joint owner of the patents for the Aurora chain gun. You should know the value of the two kinds of magical equipment very clear. I don't think I need to brag about my personal strength. Investing in me has a low risk and high returns. Such a high interest rate is beyond my expectation. Zhao Hongguang smiled and looked at Master Heavenly Eye. Master Heavenly Eye had remained silent the whole time as if he were forged of iron. He opened his mouth for the first time, and his voice was like the sound of running gears, completely devoid of any emotions. Chairman Sand, in the circle of evaluators, it is a common practice to divide the credit level and risk level of a cultivator or a sect into 8 classes. The highest class represents the brightest prospect with endless potential and barely any risk. Cultivators or companies in this class are absolutely worth investing in. Therefore, cultivators and companies in the highest class can raise a huge sum of money at a very low cost. Their interest rate is also the lowest. But as for you, you are now evaluated to be in the 5th class by the Heavenly Eye sect. It is our opinion that investment in you can yield enormous returns but with considerable risk. Therefore, we suggest that the institutions invest cautiously, and the individual investors keep their distance. Oh! Liao leaned back in his chair. He grew interested and asked, "What are my risks?" "Master Heavenly," I replied, "you have concluded your advantages very well. I do not need to repeat them. In the evaluation report of the Heavenly Eye sect, you have 2 main risks. Firstly, it is our understanding that your combat style is different from common cultivators. In the multiple competitions in Flying Star University, you have performed the technique of vaporizing spiritual liquids more than once, and your cultivation is much higher than the usual peak of the building foundation stage." Liao sniffed but did not deny it. Emotionlessly, "Master Heavenly," I continued, "surpassing the peak of the building foundation stage, your next step will be the core formation stage. Entering the core formation stage is a dangerous process. One might be mentally deranged and lose part of their cultivation should they be careless. Since your training methods are different from normal, we estimate that the risk of you breaking into the core formation stage is much higher than the risk of common building foundation stage cultivators. This is the first risk that we must remind the investors of. Secondly, assassination from the Temple of Immortals. According to various sources, you now rank the 14th on the must-kill list of the Temple of Immortals, which is a place much higher than most core formation stage cultivators. If you are indeed assassinated, even with the compensation of insurance companies, the investors will still suffer a huge loss. Considering the 2 risks, we can only set your credit level to be the 5th class despite your tremendous potential." Liao said coldly, "Since your sources told me that I rank the 14th on the must-kill list of the Temple of Immortals, you should also know that I've slain 16 assassins from the Temple of Immortals over the past half-year, 7 of whom were from the notorious Spider's Thorn. One of the assassins was in the core formation stage, and his heart was blown up by me while he was alive." "Master Heavenly," I nodded. "That's very true. But it has also been confirmed that the Temple of Immortals will launch an unprecedented assault on the Edge Sharpeners meeting, which will be held in 10 days. At that time, you will possibly be one of the important targets for the Temple of Immortals." Liao smiled. "The Edge Sharpeners meeting is a gala for refiners that is held every 5 years. All the experts of the Flying Star sector will gather. In the Edge Sharpeners meeting this year, issues regarding the stellar-level magical equipment will be discussed, with the sole purpose of dealing with the Temple of Immortals. Of course, the Edge Sharpeners meeting will be a target for the immortal cultivators. However, the Edge Sharpeners meeting is different from the Skyhill Sword Seminar, which is a tournament among young refiners. It will be a real summit forum and will be held in the central area of Heavenly Saints City. Other than refiners, a lot of nascent soul stage cultivators will attend the meeting too. I would very much like to know how the Temple of Immortals will launch a large-scale attack under so many nascent soul stage cultivators' noses in the heart of the Flying Star sector. Since the assault on the Skyhill Sword Seminar 1 year ago that marked the rise of the Temple of Immortals, the organization had kept quiet except for their activity on Iron Plateau. The space pirates had been harassing the towns and people as usual, but they were far from enough to overturn the Flying Star sector. Therefore, everybody was speculating that the Temple of Immortals was secretly accumulating its strength and planning an earth-shaking operation. The Edge Sharpeners meeting was naturally the best target for the Temple of Immortals. Everybody knew that. But Liao could not begin to fathom how the Temple of Immortals could fish up so many refiners in the central area of the Flying Star sector, breaching the protection of nascent soul stage cultivators and core formation stage cultivators. Immortal cultivators are not morons who will readily commit suicide. Every sign indicates that the Temple of Immortals is mobilizing its forces. Some of the spies that have been lurking in Heavenly Saints City for decades recently popped up. Their cost is quite huge, Master Heavenly, I said. With that in mind, the raid on the Edge Sharpeners meeting will likely succeed, at least from their point of view. Liao was silent. Zhao Hongguang smiled and said, Chairman Sand, the Heavenly Eye Sect is one of the oldest evaluation agencies of the Flying Star sector. Their evaluation report is absolutely justified. Naturally, you are free to look for a different agency to evaluate your potential and risks, but I believe that there won't be much difference. You are now a pain in the ass for the Temple of Immortals, and they are very likely to summon a lot of assassins against you in the Edge Sharpeners meeting. It is quite risky for us to lend you money right now. Naturally, the interest rate is slightly higher. If you are not satisfied by the proposal, I suggest we talk about the deal several months after the Edge Sharpeners meeting, when the Temple of Immortals plots will have proved futile. I believe that your credit level will have significantly improved, and your interest rate will plummet by then. Liao considered carefully. The large sum of money he was trying to collect was exactly meant for the Edge Sharpeners meeting. The Edge Sharpeners meeting was the most professional meeting for all the refiners in the Flying Star sector. Other than the exhibition of the latest magical equipment, a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures would be auctioned, some of which were extremely rarely seen. The inventory of part of the materials to be auctioned had been published in advance. Liao was determined to bid for 20 or so of them, no matter what their price was. Reading the proposal carefully again and calculating for a long time, he confirmed the details with Zhao Hongguang for the last time. The money will all be in position before the Edge Sharpeners meeting? Zhao Hongguang smiled. Of course. Liao took a deep breath and extended his hand to the vice manager of the Cross-Wind Union back. Deal. He was more and more looking forward to the Edge Sharpeners meeting. 11 days later, in the Edge Sharpeners meeting at the central area of the Heavenly Saints City. Wow! The moment she stepped out of the interview car, Ephilan felt that 1,000 colors crashed into her eyes, and 10,000 sounds were vibrating her eardrums. Her head was dizzy, and her lips were dry. She was a journalist from Entertainment Weekly, but she was like a country bumpkin who was visiting the city for the first time and felt like she had forgotten to bring her brain with her. In space, she had never seen such a spacious man-made area that looked like a real planet, nor had she seen so many obstreperous people who had packed the entire area with barely any gaps for her to squeeze through. The Edge Sharpeners meeting was divided into the sales area, the auction area, the lecture area, and the forum themed on the arts of refining in the next millennium. Each of the areas had dozens of halls and open-air demonstration zones. As far as one's eyes could see, every direction was teeming with people, making the place look like a lively grocery market. The air was so hot that it seemed like it would start burning at any moment. As if worrying that the scene was not fervent enough, hundreds of enormous light beams were floating in midair, and the broadcast balls that had wings and were boosted by power rune arrays were flying everywhere, promoting the latest products released in the Edge Sharpeners meeting as loud as possible. The annual product release conference of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood has finished. The latest generation of Dragon Snake Sword, the flagship model of flying swords, will be up for sale in half a month. The new Dragon Snake Sword employs the latest phase phantom technique. The trajectory of the flying sword is much more complicated and unpredictable, and the minimum spiritual energy that it requires and the telepathic thought reflection area have both been greatly improved. It is now being tested in the number 6 test field. Furious Sun, the super-large power rune array co-developed by the Burning Sun Alliance and the Starfighters Alliance, has been released. Designed for crystal warships, Furious Sun utilizes the groundbreaking hexagonal turbo boost structure and can improve the speed of the current crystal warships of the Flying Star sector by at least 5%. The Furious Bears Union and the Iron Stream Crystal Suit Center have introduced their Heavenly Lord, a heavy, powerful crystal suit. It is going to be displayed in the number 4 exhibition hall. 10 lucky dogs will be picked after drawing lots to wear Heavenly Lord in person and feel its invincibility in the test field. Ephilan felt that her legs could not support her anymore. At a loss, She clutched the seasoned journalist near her, who had seen the scene multiple times. Brother Mo, there are so many booths here. Which one should we get started with? Boss said that we must look for the thrilling news. What is thrilling news? I have no idea. Weekly entertainment magazine of the Blue Sky Space Zone had always been focused on gossip news. Phylan was a green hand who had only just graduated this year. She did not have any idea about magical equipment or refiners at all. However, the Edge Sharpeners meeting was a great event in the circle of refiners. The magazines, large and small, in the Flying Star sector all sent their reporters. Phylan's magazine was not an exception. Compared with Phylan, the old journalist, Mo Lin, was much calmer. Although he did not know much about magical equipment and refiners either, he had done a lot of preparation work. Besides, after decades as a journalist, he had quite a lot of connections in his trade. While communicating with his friends in the Edge Sharpeners meeting via a light beam and asking about the most valuable news, Mo Lin intentionally dragged his tone and said, "The thrilling news is of course the most attractive news, but our magazine is not specialized in magical equipment. Our readers couldn't care less about the performance of the magical equipment. So, it will be best if we can dig out some interesting news. Here it comes." Like a hound that saw a rabbit, Mo Xian's ears were suddenly perked up, and he exclaimed in shock, "Air change! A young genius only 14 years old has performed an air change, allegedly the most marvelous technique among exos. He's in the number 2 test field. Let's go." Mo Lin immediately ran off. Baffled, Phylan followed him. While running, she received the background files that Mo Lin sent over and finally realized what was going on. What was being displayed in the number 2 test field was a new crystal suit co-developed by the refining department of Flying Star University and the Silver Heart Crystal Suit Center. However, it was not the crystal suit that caused such a buzz, but the tester. The crystal suit had 3 models in total: high-speed scout model, melee combat model, and stealth sniper model. Generally speaking, the tester would retreat to the side of the arena and change to the second model with the help of staff after displaying one model. However, during the test, the tester used air change, which was known to be a godly skill among exos, and switched to the melee combat model from the high-speed scout model in only several seconds. He put on the stealth sniper model in the same way. The entire changing process took less than 4 seconds. It was indeed fluent and flawless. When everybody was wondering which renowned expert was wearing the crystal suit, they were all shocked. After the exo took off the facial cover of his protective mustard seed suit, when he finished demonstrating the 3 models, the spectators discovered in shock that he was a young man. 14-year-old unparalleled genius. The strongest newcomer of the Flying Star sector this year. A rising new star. And a legend that has just begun. Together with the shocking titles was a face that was handsome, indifferent, and somewhat wild. The face alone was enough to conquer all the females from 16 years old to 160. Looking at the picture on the light beam, Phylan somehow understood why Brother Mo decided to interview the young man. Such a pretty face would definitely be a favorite of the loyal readers of their magazine. However, the young genius seemed to be favored by a lot of reporters. The outside of number 2 test field was packed with people. They were all journalists who were carrying large crystal processors and microphones and eyeing each other suspiciously. Hardly had Phylan caught her breath when she saw a man dart out above the journalists' heads in her direction. "Hooray!" Phylan almost cried in joy. It was the young genius who was running at her. He was trying to avoid the journalists and failed to distinguish where he was going. Gritting her teeth, Phylan sprinted at the young man. However, due to an obstruction she neglected, she fell off on the ground right before the young genius. The young genius frowned. He was still young and not shameless enough to run away immediately after seeing the pitiful appearance of the girl. He helped her to her feet. "Thank you." Phylan's face was red, and she breathed heavily. "Wu Mayan, nice to meet you. I am—" Wu Mayan extended his fingers and said coldly, "Half a minute, 2 questions." Phylan rolled her eyes and said quickly, "All right, you are only 14 years old, and you are already able to perform the marvelous air change. It's incredible. Can you tell us your training tricks? Emotionlessly, Wu Mayan replied. That was not air change. Ephilan bulged her eyes. It wasn't? But, compared to the real air change, said Wu Mayan, who was quite frustrated, what I just performed was crap. Well, Ephilan calmed herself down and raised the second question. Wu Mayan, you are the well-acknowledged genius in Heavenly Saints City, and you have reached a level higher than many 40-year-old cultivators at only 14. But you are as calm as ever and do not have the arrogance that is typical for young geniuses at all. May I ask how you have been adjusting yourself? As a young genius living in public eye with barely any peers in the entire flying star sector, it is extraordinary of you to keep the inner peace. Wu Mayan glanced at her, his lips twitching, as if part of his hateful memory was triggered. He pushed her aside and walked away without looking back. While walking, he gnashed his teeth. If you are savaged in a living hell for half an hour every night, no matter how dominating you are during the day, you will be as peaceful as me. In the circle of refiners, the Xia family of West Rock was a major family with a history of hundreds of years. Naturally, it had its own booth in the Edge Sharpeners meeting, where quite a few new flying swords and shields were exhibited. After only 3 days since the Edge Sharpeners meeting began, a lot of sects had come to negotiate or consult. One of them even placed a large order of 1,000 super flying swords. It was indeed a great sign for the business. Xianxia was 59 years old and one of the top experts in refining in the Xia family. However, he did not work in the family business. He served as the deputy director of the technical department of the Silver Heart School, one of the 3 crystal suit centers. Right now, Xianxia's face was gloomy, and he was in the worst mood. Pa! In the hotel where the Xia family was staying, he slapped a table and glared at his daughter, frowning hard. What? You want Sand Scorpion to be your master? Yes. Xianxia raised her head high and stared back at her father, whom she had always revered. She summoned her courage and said, Father, I want to be Sand Scorpion's true disciple and study the arts of refining from him. Looking at his daughter in disbelief, Xianxia blurted out, Ainin, master, and teacher are very different. In modern society, a cultivator can have thousands of teachers. You pay tuition fees and they teach. Fair deal with no arrears. The relationship is done as soon as the course is over. But master is a whole different conception. If Sand Scorpion really becomes your master and you his true disciple, you will have to inherit his ideology and methodology completely. Your refining skills will be seriously affected by him, and it will be quite troublesome if you want to look for a different master in the future. I know. Xianxia nodded solemnly as she said, I know it is not a joke to be a true disciple. That's why I want to ask you to propose the request for me. It will be the best if Grandpa can talk to Master Sand as the leader of the Xia family, if that's possible. Xianxia found it amusing. Ainin, what's wrong with you? I don't have any bias against the Iron Plateau natives, and I can't thank Sand Scorpion enough for saving your life. But isn't he the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau? Does he know anything about refining? Master Sand is quite adept at refining. Xianxin's eyes were shining when she talked about Liao's skills in refining. She raised her head and said, Master Shui Yuanxin of the Ares Laboratory holds Master Sand in very high regard. Besides, Master Sand has produced the combat ability detector and the Aurora chain gun. My own progress over the recent half-year is based on his enlightenment, too. Xianxia coughed and looked at his wife next to him. Dong Hanxiang, Xianxin's mother, was from a noble family of refining. She hugged her daughter and said with a smile, Ainin, Master Sand Scorpion is your lifesaver. It's natural that you pay attention to him more and admire or even worship him. As the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, he definitely has things that are worth respecting. However, when it comes to the arts of refining, you are too young to know the clandestine rules in the circle of refiners. Yes, rumor has it that Master Sand is actually an expert in refining, and Master Shui Yuanxin spoke very highly of him. Besides, he is the patent owner of the combat ability detector and part of the Aurora chain gun. Hehe. Such news can only fool outsiders. Most people in our circle are rather suspicious about it. It has happened before that some rich guys who didn't know the first thing about refining spent a fortune on acquiring other people's patents and claiming them as their own achievements. You also know that your Master Sand Scorpion's Glorious Sunlight Group has a large refining center under its name. Then, who can tell whether the patents in his hand were developed by himself or by the employees of the refining center? As for the remark of Master Shui Yuanxin, it's even simpler. Praising each other when a project succeeds is quite normal. Master Shui's Ares Laboratory and the Glorious Sunlight Group have been cooperating neatly. It was only natural that Master Shui complimented him on the occasion. You wouldn't expect Master Shui to accusing him of being a pretentious rookie, would you? Unconvinced, Xianxia craned her neck and said, "But..." Dong Hanxiang pressed her shoulder and continued, "Yes, we've all seen your rapid progress in person. But according to you, Master Sand Scorpion only taught you some of the most rudimental training methods. There is nothing extraordinary about them. On the contrary, your father and I think that his training methods are too cruel and violent. Only a dummy like you could have persisted for so long. We didn't know it in the beginning, or we definitely would have told you to drop it. Such cruel training will naturally increase your capability right now, but it will do your future growth no good in the long term." Seeing her daughter's awful face, Dong Hanxiang hurried to add, "I'm not saying that Master Sand doesn't know anything about refining. I do believe that he has many secret arts that can be traced back to Iron Plateau. Some of them may be new to you, and that's why you were hooked. However, such secret arts are merely tricks after all. They are not the real methods to practice refining. We don't object that you ask him questions or even study several techniques after him. However, is it really a rational decision to be his true disciple?" Xianxin's eyes bulged, and tears were swirling in them. She bit her lips and said, "Mom, Dad, why can't you believe me?" Dong Hanxiang looked at her husband and coughed. She said, "It's not that we don't believe you. In fact, your father has already found the perfect master for you." "What?" Xianxin was dumbfounded. Xianxia smiled. "I was going to tell you later as a surprise, but it doesn't hurt if you find out now. You know Master Huangpu Bo in the Silver Heart School I work in? He is an elder of the Huangpu family, a noble family of refining that has existed for 1,000 years. He is a renowned expert in the circle of refiners. Over the past year, I've been working on the same project with Master Huangpu, and I have a good relationship with him. He told me that he was planning to recruit one last disciple now that he had grown too old. Not long ago, I showed your performance in the family competition to Master Shi. He was quite amazed by your hand speed and asked about you a lot. It was definitely a pleasant surprise. Everybody knows that Master Huangpu's 8 true disciples are all big shots today. If you become the last disciple of Master Huangpu, won't it be much better than being the disciple of Sand Scorpion?" Xianxin gasped and stepped back in disbelief. She stuttered, Master Huangpu is willing to recruit me as his disciple?" Xianxin had heard the thunderous name of Huangpu Bo multiple times before. The expert was equally renowned as Master Shui Yuanxin in the circle of refiners. Xianxin felt that her head was dizzy, and it was hard to keep steady. Xianxia was very satisfied about his daughter's reaction. He nodded and said, "Master Huangpu did not make any promises, of course. He only said that he would like to meet you during the Edge Sharpeners meeting. But in my opinion, since your hand speed is 15% faster than 2 months ago, there won't be any problem as long as you perform normally when Master Huangpu interviews you." Xianxin opened her mouth but failed to come up with anything. Then, she seemed to have made up her mind. Her eyes shining like a star, she slowly shook her head and said, "Dad, Master Huangpu thought highly of me because of my hand speed. But my hand speed is actually Master Sand's work. I still want to study after Master Sand and pass on his arts of refining." "You?" Xianxia's eyebrow stood up. He had no idea why his daughter, who had been mild and obedient all the time, was so stubborn that day. He raised his voice and bellowed, "That is Master Huangpu. Other people would not have such an opportunity even if they begged him for 3 days and 3 nights. Why do you not know what is good for you, my child?" "Dad, I'm well aware of Master Huangpu's fame in the circle of refiners and how immeasurable his skills are. I also know that his 8 disciples are all well-known experts. Flushed, Xianxia spoke faster and clearer, although she stammered in the beginning. However, I also know that Master Huangpu's 8 disciples are all talented geniuses. Dad, I know myself very well. Although nobody has ever told me, I'm very clear that I have no talent in refining, and I am just an unattractive dummy. Even if I become Master Huangpu's true disciple today, I have no confidence that I can grasp his refining skills. Maybe only Master San's training methods are suitable for a dummy such as myself. Believe it or not, Mom, Dad, although Master San's methods are physically painful, there was nothing but peace and satisfaction in my mind, because I could clearly feel that I was making progress, and I found the fun in the arts of refining. The air seemed to have frozen in the small room. Xianxia was dumbfounded, not expecting his daughter to come up with such rebuttals. Dazed for a long time, he suddenly rose up and stormed out. Before he left the room, he bawled, "This is too important a decision to be made by yourself." When your grandpa learned of the matter, he was overjoyed. He has already started making arrangements. Anyways, you will meet Master Huangpu with me tomorrow. Old Xie. Old Xie. Seeing that the father and the daughter were at an impasse, Dong Hanxiang stomped on the ground anxiously. She comforted her daughter, "Ainen, don't be scared. Your father is as bad-tempered as decades ago. But since when did you become so stubborn, too? Let's not rush into anything yet. We'll talk about it later. Anyway, just go to meet Master Huangpu first tomorrow, alright? Old Xie? Old Xie." Dong Hanxiang chased after her husband. The child used to be very obedient. Why is she making a mistake at the crucial moment? In the corridor, Xianxia was still angry. He yelled, "Everybody knows that the glorious Sunlight Group is on the rise and has a huge amount of wealth. There are endless benefits if we can be connected to them. If I were a man without a backbone, why would I say no to her decision? But I really want my daughter to make some achievements in the path of refining. I thought so hard for her, and yet she believes that I am wronging her." Old Xie. Dong Hanxiang held her husband's arm and said, "After the incident of the Temple of Immortals, our daughter has indeed become more mature and independent. Besides, Sand Scorpion saved her life personally, and it's perfectly normal that she admires or even relies on him. Of course, she cannot change her mind so quickly now that you are making a decision for her. Besides, Iron Plateau boasts a long, mysterious history. It's not unusual that the secret arts of refining lost 5,000 years ago have been found again. To say that Master Sand is a man who knows nothing about refining is a bit too much. I estimate that he must have several ultimate skills." "What?" Xianxia glared. "You don't want our daughter to be Sand Scorpion's disciple, do you?" "Why would I?" Dong Hanxiang found it amusing and replied, "If I hadn't witnessed that incident this morning, I might have considered it. What I meant is that you shouldn't be so rough. Give our daughter some time for her to think it over. Later I'll make some delicious food for her, and we will have a nice talk. She'll definitely change her mind." "This morning?" Xianxia was rather curious. "What happened this morning?" Dong Hanxiang tried to hold back her smile and said, "I went to the auction of advanced meteorite materials this morning. In the auction, there was a bizarre stone that was more than 1 meter in diameter, with red streaks all over its body and bright gold hair on the surface. It was named Red Streak Gold Hairstone on the inventory." "I know that," Xianxia nodded. "It is said that the meteorite likely contains super pure, radiating crystal, which makes it one of the most valuable items in the auction. Experts from everywhere were interested in the stone. Didn't we plan to bid for it, too? But we eventually abandoned it because its price was definitely going to soar up." "No need to bid at all," Dong Hanxiang said. "After I went there, all the experienced refiners were allowed to examine the stone closely. I was given 5 seconds, too. I scrutinized it with our family's secret arts and immediately sensed something wrong with it. The color of the red streaks on the meteorite felt right. But the gold hair was too bright compared with the gold hair thousand threads that grow along with the real radiating crystal. and it was reflecting green when it was aimed at the source of light. I immediately realized that it was not radiating crystal that was stored inside the meteorite, but gray crystal, which looks very similar to it. Xianxia nodded quickly. Indeed, the appearance of the gray crystal and the changes it brings to the environment are very similar to those of the radiating crystal. Radiating crystal is a supermaterial with a high spiritual energy capacity that can mitigate wind class and thunder class energy. It is 30 times more precious than normal marrow crystals. However, gray crystal is merely worthless crap. Their values are totally incomparable. Dong Hanxiang said. Naturally, all the refiners who examined the red-streaked gold hair stone retreated graciously with a mysterious smile. Everybody saw through the secret of the stone, but seeing through it did mean that they had to say it out loud. Since it was an auction, none of us were willing to disrupt their business. When the red-streaked gold hair stone was officially bid for, nobody raised their paddle. Xianxia smiled. Why would they raise a paddle when they already saw through the stone? It is not important if they waste some of their money, but their credibility will be greatly affected if their eyes are not keen enough and they buy a counterfeit. That was exactly what everybody thought, Dong Hanxiang said. The red-streaked gold hair stone was about to go unsold, but then somebody raised his paddle. Guess who it was? Xianxia rolled his eyes and asked, Sand Scorpion? Exactly. He jumped out and became the idiot. Dong Hanxiang slapped her thigh and said, Sand Scorpion has spent the last 2 days in the auction purchasing countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He made his decision very quickly and never hesitated to raise the price. Everybody knows of him. Old Xia, you know that rumors over the past few days say that he is actually an expert of refining who has been hiding himself. Seeing that he bought so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures confidently without batting an eye, everybody almost believed that he might be as awesome as was claimed. As it turned out, he spent tens of thousands of dollars on a useless red-streaked gold hair stone during the auction. Like you said, the waste of money was unimportant. What was important was that everybody witnessed his carelessness in person. Right now, everybody must be chuckling secretly, considering that he cannot distinguish the radiating crystal from the gray crystal. The so-called master sand must be very limited in the arts of refining. It appears that his patents, inventions, and Master Shui Yuanxin's remark for him are rather invalid. Maybe he spent a fortune in order to make himself look better. Xianxia put on a solemn face and said seriously, It was wrong of you. Master Sand is our daughter's lifesaver no matter what. It's one thing that I don't agree to our daughter's request of being his disciple, but it's another thing that he is fooled by other people. You should have reminded him on the spot. He and I were sitting in 2 different corners of the auction hall. There was a long distance between us. How was I supposed to remind him? Dong Hanxiang rolled her eyes at her husband. Besides, he made the call quite fast and raised the price by 50 million during the first round, as if he was worried that somebody else was going to bid against him. When the deal was settled, he seemed overjoyed. What could I say then? Telling him in public that he had made a mistake and spent tens of thousands of dollars on a stone that was worth several hundred at best. That would be like smacking him in the face. True, Xianxia thought for a moment and sighed. But in the end, although you didn't smack his face in front of everyone, he smacked his own face so hard that I wonder if there's any left now. I really can't understand this Master Sand. Why is he not contented with being the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau and insisting on meddling in the circle of refiners? He is asking for trouble. Anyway, after hearing your story, I have all the more reason to refuse our daughter's request. The Xia family has existed for almost 1,000 years. It is not the most famous one among refiners, but we have our own honor. I can't allow our daughter to study under such a magnate, or we will be the greatest joke in our circle. Xianxia glanced at his mini crystal processor. He slapped his head and said, Not good. Master Huangpu asked me to join a magical equipment evaluation meeting. I was too busy talking to you and forgot it. He hurried to go out of the hotel. When he reached the turn of the corridor, he thought of something and turned around. Have a nice talk with Anan later and tell her what happened in the auction this morning. Right? Doesn't the Edge Sharpeners meeting have its own official website and online forum? I believe that it must be a hit already in the forum. Find some threads and show them to her. For young people, our words are not half as persuasive as those online. I've already found a lot of them, but you two were arguing with each other too fiercely. I feared that our daughter might be too embarrassed, so I didn't bring them out immediately. Dong Hanxiang triggered the light beam and entered the official online forum of the Edge Sharpeners meeting. In the free discussion area, several threads marked as popular already had more than 1,000 replies. One of the threads was titled, "Magnate from Iron Plateau took action again and secured an amazing stone from outer space with a fortune." The apostrophes on amazing could not have been more sarcastic, and the replies were equally acerbic. Congratulations. Less than 1 billion for such a large meteorite. I was there too. It was indeed an amazing stone. Really amazing. Ha 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 ha. Amazingly stupid? Why are you so straightforward? Can't the rich do whatever they want with their money? Xianxia sniffed and was finally reassured. He turned around and left. It was already evening, but the refiners participating in the Edge Sharpeners meeting and the visitors still came and went, filling the entire area. Xianxia was half an hour late when he finally arrived at number 22 enclosed examination center. The evaluation meeting had long begun. In the world of cultivators, before a piece of important magical equipment was released, the producer often invited renowned experts of the trade to run detailed analysis and tests on the magical equipment. It was because most kinds of important magical equipment had endless variants and mysteries. A product release conference and several simple field tests were far from enough to fully demonstrate the strength of the magical equipment. In comparison, such products were often worth millions if not billions. A release conference alone was not enough to entice potential customers. Therefore, the experts of the trade would scrutinize the magical equipment beforehand in a small evaluation meeting and endorse it when it was released. It was a very popular way of promotion in the industry. Taking part in the evaluation meeting had many requirements, too. The participants had to sign a contract first and guarantee that they would not leak the details before the release conference or make money based on any inside information they knew. The more important a piece of magical equipment was, the more complicated the contract would be. Glancing at the contract he was about to sign, Xianxia was startled. It appeared that the magical equipment to be evaluated today had a profound background. He was even more certain of his deduction when he entered the enclosed examination center, which had been disinfected and dedusted. The participants included not only the several experts from the Silver Heart School but also 2 specialists from the Red Line School and a professor from the refining department of Heavenly Saints Institute. They were all renowned big shots in the circle of refiners. As it turned out, Xianxia's cultivation was the lowest of all. Fellow cultivator Wang, Master Li, Professor Situ, Xianxia hurriedly walked forward and apologized. I'm terribly sorry that I was delayed by some trivia. Time is money, little Xie. No need to be courteous. Come here. The host of the evaluation meeting was Master Huangpu Bo from the Silver Heart School. His hair was white, but his face was that of a child. He was not tall and all his limbs were quite short. His nose was like a red, round meatball, occupying half of his face. Putting on his refining uniform, Xianxia asked respectfully, "What magical equipment are we going to evaluate today, Master Huangpu?" Master Huangpu replied, "The unparalleled extension produced by the Ares Laboratory of the Refining Department of Flying Star University." Xianxia was quite shocked. In order to make sure that the evaluation meeting was unbiased, nobody except the host knew the object to be evaluated. Xianxia had known that Master Shui Yuanxin was crafting a brand new Ares extension, and that Sand Scorpion was involved in the project, too. However, as an outsider, he was not clear on whether Sand Scorpion was merely the investor or really working as part of the team and making contributions. But he did not think much. As an experienced refiner, he left all the annoyances behind him when he devoted himself to his work. He was half an hour late, and the evaluation meeting had long begun. A piece of giant anti-gravity magical equipment was placed on the platform, supporting an Ares extension in midair. Half of the Ares extension has been dismantled with only the framework left, which looked like a dinosaur fossil recently excavated. Even so, the elegant design and the intimidating aura of the extension were still apparent. The experts of the trade all took out their secret gadgets and evaluated the parameters of the unparalleled extension with their ultimate skills. They dismantled the magical equipment and studied the components while they commented on it. This is indeed Master Shui Yuanxin's masterpiece. The prolonged preparation was definitely worth it. I've seen a lot of crystal suits and Ares extensions that employ the principle of biomimetics. However, Master Shui is the only one who has achieved the perfect balance between defense and agility by combining biomimetics and aerodynamics. As a brand new alloy, the super bendable steel utilizes a unique honeycomb structure that can crystallize the spiritual energy when it floods in with an extremely low loss rate. Together with the special ripple-like buffer rune arrays, the spiritual energy can be absorbed, stored, and unleashed again. Although the material's longevity is too short for it to be applied to normal magical equipment such as crystal suits, it is perfect for an Ares extension for one-off usage. The experts of the trade all complimented the unparalleled extension. Xianxia circled around the framework of the unparalleled extension and tested the technology of spiritual energy storage in the breastplate. He was deeply amazed and nodded in approval, too. Master Huangpu, on the other hand, had been testing the spine of the unparalleled extension in a corner of the test field. Now that the examination was finished, he joined the crowd and smiled. Old Shui has been quiet in Flying Star University for the last couple of years. I thought that he'd given in to his old age and did not expect that he would present such a big surprise for the world of cultivators out of nowhere. Thankfully, the Silver Heart School has not initiated any important Ares extension projects in recent years. If we had, we definitely would have been eclipsed in the competition. The refiner from the Red Line School observed bitterly. The Red Line School prepared to release an Ares extension during the Edge Sharpeners meeting. Now, this is going to be a clash. Everybody laughed, knowing that the refiner was merely joking. Before Master Shui Yuanxin joined Flying Star University, he had worked as the first Armadominus in the Red Line School for decades. The Red Line School was like his home, and it was quite proud now that Shui Yuanxin presented such a great product. Moreover, even if the Ares extension manufactured by the Red Line School was not as good as unparalleled, there would still be endless benefits if they continued cooperating with Master Shui Yuanxin. Therefore, although the refiner from the Red Line School sounded frustrated, he was actually wearing a smile and felt equally honored. Master Huangpu smiled. "Come here, everyone." Old Shui spoke to me in person, telling me that the spine of the unparalleled extension is the most delicate part of it. I have just examined it, and it is indeed extraordinary. Here, you can have a look yourself. The supportive axis in the back was the most important part for both crystal suits and Ares extensions. The supportive axis connected the crystal processor above, the supercompressed crystal reactor in the middle, and the main power rune arrays at the back. Just like the spine of a human being, it was always of paramount importance. If the spine was broken, a man would be paralyzed. It was exactly so for the supportive axis. Therefore, the supportive axis was also known as the crystal spine. It was one of the most essential units for crystal suits and Ares extensions. Taking a deep breath, Master Huangpu Bo rubbed his hands. White mist as thick as water flowed out of his palms and divided into 4 streams. An intact crystal spine was dissected into dozens of fundamental components after several cracking sounds. Most components were left aside, but 7 intriguing components in eccentric shapes were gathered in the middle. It seemed that they were the core components of the crystal spine. The 7 experienced refiners all held their breath and observed the 7 components carefully. The 7 components were all in irregular forms and had sharp edges. They looked somewhat similar to the real spine of a dragon. When aimed at the light, colorful brilliance was vaguely spreading out like hazy mists. Xianxia tried to explore one of the components with his spiritual threads to determine the materials that constituted the component. Yet, his soul shivered, and his face color immediately changed. This component is made of the heavenly fire wolfram, the moon-tier germanium, and the electric brewer bronze, 3 extremely aggressive materials. as well as dozens of other microelements. How can that be? Xianxia had a deep understanding of material science. He said, heavenly fire wolfram, moon-tier germanium, and electric brewer bronze are the ultimate materials of the fire class, the water class, and the electricity class, respectively. They are all extremely violent. Just as there can't be two tigers on the same mountain, the three materials are like tyrants among heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Only one of them can be used as the main material for a piece of magical equipment. Other materials should all be ancillary ones. It is already extremely difficult to meld two of the materials into one, not to mention combining three steadily and naturally while maintaining their respective features. Master Shui Yuanxin is indeed not old yet. And this one, Xianxia's shock had not ended yet. When he triggered the component with his spiritual energy, he seemed to hear a sign from the inside of the component. Then, three tiny rune arrays appeared on the surface of the component that had been empty a moment ago. Hidden runes. Xianxia's eyes opened even wider. Hidden runes, as the name suggested, meant rune arrays that were hidden inside the magical equipment instead of being carved on the surface. There were many merits to such a practice. The rune array would remain intact for longer and was less likely to be damaged. It would be less affected by the spiritual waves of the outside world, and the circulation of spiritual energy would be smoother. But it was extremely difficult to compose hidden runes. Even Xianxia was not confident that he could leave hidden runes on any material, much less a weird, synthesized one. However, Xianxia gasped. Something weird happened. While he sent more spiritual energy into the component, the three hidden runes on the surface of the component underwent subtle changes and turned into three entirely different rune arrays. Stroke switching. Xianxia was dumbfounded by Master Shui Yuanxin's amazing skills in refining. Stroke switching was another sophisticated technique in refining that allowed a refiner to compose different rune arrays on the same spot with different ink and methods. When the telepathic thought from the user or the spiritual energy sent in were altered, the runes would change into various forms accordingly. However large a piece of magical equipment was, the space for runes was always limited. When one could only carve 5 rune arrays with the common techniques, they would be able to carve 15 or even more with the stroke switching technique. It was needless to say which of the two choices was better. Take the component in front of Xianxia for example. The two sets of rune arrays that appeared before and after both highlighted solidness, sturdiness, and persistence. But he had sensed that the first set of rune arrays was more focused on attack while the second gave more attention to defense. It meant that the unparalleled extension could be switched between the aggressive form and the defensive form freely at will after adopting such a design. Combing 3 materials as volatile as heavenly fire wolfram, moon-tier germanium, and electric brewer bronze perfectly and composing 6 sets of different rune array groups in the tiny space with the hidden rune technique and the stroke switching technique. The spiritual energy circulates smoothly, and the hundreds of runes do not affect each other at all. The toughness and performance of the component is at least 30% higher than components of the same type. Immeasurable. Truly immeasurable. As expected of Master Shui Yuanxin, the previous first Armadominus of the Red Line School, Xianxia was fully convinced. Such marvelous arts of refining were perhaps unattainable for him in the rest of his life. However, on second thought, Xianxia felt happy and grinned when he realized that his daughter would probably study equally marvelous refining skills from Master Huangpu, who was as famous as Master Shui. The other few experienced refiners surrounded the 7 irregular components and were all amazed. They all sang its praises. The core components of the crystal spine must have been polished by Master Shui in person. They are indeed wonders. The 7 core components alone are enough to support an excellent Aries extension, even if there is no super bendable steel. Not just the Aries extension. The 7 core components are at a very advanced level in regard to sturdiness and functionality. They can be applied to many high-end crystal suits. For example, Red Phoenix, the flagship model that the Red Line School introduced this year, specializes in high-speed scouting. It has an extremely low weight. But to achieve the purpose of reducing the weight, the performance of the crystal spine was not very satisfactory. If it is strengthened with the same techniques as the 7 components, the performance of the crystal suit will definitely be upgraded. The other few refiners all nodded their heads in approval. The amazing performance that the 7 components showed had proved them qualified enough to be applied to magical equipment of various types. They could turn ordinary into extraordinary and ultimately improve the quality of a piece of magical equipment. They whispered to each other and planned to talk with Master Shui about cooperation or even transferring the techniques. But with a complicated smile, Master Huangpu sighed and said, "If I may suggest, you can stop thinking about how to please old Shui." "Why? Is Master Shui unwilling to transfer the techniques?" The refiner from the Red Line School said confidently, "As long as Master Shui is willing to transfer the techniques, we can pay whatever price he wants." The Red Line School was practically Shui Yuanxin's home, and the two parties had always been in a close relationship. If the techniques were confidential, they could always rehire Master Shui and ask him to provide technical support. But Master Huangpu shook his head and said, "No. According to the work report of the unparalleled extension in my hand, the 7 core components were not refined by old Shui, but by Sand Scorpion, the second refiner of the unparalleled extension. The air in the examination room seemed to have been pumped away. There was nothing but dead silence for 10 seconds. Then the experts of the trade all jumped to their feet. Sand Scorpion? The magnate from Iron Plateau. It's true that he has a refining center under his name, but does he really know the arts of refining himself and is so adept at them? Is it possible? I'm told that he made a fool of himself this morning by purchasing a worthless crap with a fortune. He was the biggest joke in the auction. I remember that he is not very old. 40 years old. Tops. The 7 components are crafted skillfully without the least hint of hindrance. It also carries a vintage air with it. Such a young man is definitely not able to do that." Hearing the exclamations, Xianxia felt that his head was dizzy, and his ears were humming. He could not help but step back in shock. He opened his mouth, too, and was about to question Master Huangpu. But he knew deep in his heart that Master Shui would not make such a joke in the work report. Is Sand Scorpion really an expert of refining who has been hiding himself? Producing such super components, his skills in refining are really unbelievable. Did he start learning the arts of refining before he was born? Xianxia could not figure out the reason at all. He recalled his remark about the guy in front of his daughter. His mouth immediately turned sour, and he was grasped by complicated feelings. Listening to everyone peacefully, Master Huangpu nodded and said, "To be honest, I found it as hard to believe as every one of you. Seeing is believing. It's very simple if we want to know Sand Scorpion's expertise in refining. Just now, I made a deal with Sand Scorpion through old Shui that we will barter tomorrow." "What?" Everybody was greatly surprised. They did not expect that Master Huangpu would propose to communicate with Sand Scorpion despite his fame in the circle of refiners. Barter was also known as an exchange of techniques. It was a very common method of communication among refiners. The rules for bartering were very simple. For example, Master Huangpu was quite interested in the techniques through which Liao forged the 7 core components and wanted to know more about them. But Liao would not show the techniques to anybody easily because such precious techniques were priceless. Therefore, if Master Huangpu was really interested in them, he could offer some of his own techniques for Liao to decide. The two parties would demonstrate their own techniques, which were mostly of similar value, unreservedly, including every detail, to each other. This would be a bartering of techniques. As for how much the other party would be able to grasp, it would all depend on their own understanding. Barter was both communication and competition. The subtext was, "Even if I show every move of my technique to you right in front of your face, you won't be able to understand it. On the contrary, I will grasp your technique as long as you show it once to me." After all, refiners were not combat-type cultivators who played with blades. Most of them did not have grudges with each other. There was no way that they would engage in a real battle. Competing with each other by bartering would not only measure the skillfulness of different refiners but also maintain the ostensible peace. Besides, it could also stimulate the development of the arts of refining in general. Therefore, it was quite popular among refiners. For many refiners, their sole purpose of traveling to Heavenly Saints City after a journey of 10,000 miles was to barter techniques with other experts. Nothing else. They did not expect that Master Huangpu would propose to barter with a young refiner. However, on second thought, if the 7 core components were indeed refined by Sand Scorpion, the techniques were definitely worth trading with any skill. Master Huangpu always considered the arts of refining his life. No wonder he would not let go of such an opportunity. The refiner from the Red Line School hesitated and said, Master Huangpu, I want to exchange techniques with Sand Scorpion, too. I wonder, will he accept? Master Huangpu smiled. I can ask Old Shui to forward your message. But according to Old Shui, Sand Scorpion is an out-and-out maniac in refining who is interested in every skill. It should not be a problem. However, what kind of technique are you going to barter with? I propose to exchange his techniques with my heptahedral dual rune array structure. Everybody gasped again simultaneously. The heptahedral dual rune array structure was Master Huangpu's well-known ultimate skill that could embed 2 unidentical and different-sized rune arrays together. Even the simplest rune array groups would have dozens of new variations after employing such a design. They did not expect that Master Huangpu would be so extravagant as to offer such secret arts. But in a way, it did make sense. The techniques to forge the 7 components were too incredible. The guy would not agree to the barter at all if they were not sophisticated techniques such as the heptahedral dual rune array structure, provided he was not an idiot. Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment. They were all planning to barter with Sand Scorpion. But now that Master Huangpu had provided such a high-level technique, they would not only be considering Sand Scorpion a moron but also slapping Master Shui's and Master Huangpu's faces if they were to offer some rudimental skills of refining. Pondering for a long time, the refiner of the Red Line School stomped on the ground and gritted his teeth. I can show Sand Scorpion the complete, light-chasing hellfire art. This secret technique can improve the temperature inside a furnace by at least 1,200 degrees in 3 seconds. Another refiner stepped forward, his eyes red. I will trade my heavenly thread blood binding art for his techniques. This is a secret art that can strengthen materials with blood. I have not even taught my true disciples the skill. Is it good enough? Seeing the generosity of their companions, the other refiners all gritted their teeth and proposed their ultimate skills. One of the refiners breathed heavily and said, What's the big deal about bartering? I don't believe that he can learn such a delicate skill after seeing it only once. Xianxia was hesitating at first until he was enlightened by the remark. He strode forward and said, Master Huangpu, I want to barter with Sand Scorpion, too. I cannot reveal the Xie family's secret arts to outsiders, but I received a secret art named Dividing Gold-Splitting Jade Art 10 years ago that can be used to purify materials. When cultivated to the highest level, the secret art can purify lowly materials with abundant impurities into high-level materials with few to no impurities. It is a supreme cultivation art that can improve the quality of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I believe the technique should be enough to trade with Sand Scorpion. Master Huangpu asked everybody to write down the names and effects of their techniques. He then gathered the information and sent it over to Master Shui Yuanxin. A while later, the response came. Sand Scorpion has agreed to barter with everybody in the number 19 refining workshop at dawn tomorrow. Excellent. Xianxia clenched his fists hard. He was going to observe in person whether or not Sand Scorpion's skills in refining were as good as they appeared to be. Half an hour later, Xianxia walked out of the examination room and called his wife. Ah Xiang, about Ainan's master. Old Xie not good. Dong Hanxiang was quite anxious. Ainan just left a note and ran away through the window. What? Xianxia widened his eyes and was dazed for a long time. Taking a long breath, he said, Forget it. Leave her alone. She's almost 20 years old. She should know what she's doing. Dong Hanxiang was dumbfounded. She expected that her husband to burst into fury when he heard the news and did not think that he would be so calm. Old Xie, what happened? Nothing, Xianxia replied gloomily. It's just that my eyes are not as good as the old days. Greetings, dear audience. I am E. Phylan, a journalist from Entertainment Weekly, reporting from the Edge Sharpeners meeting. Even the best magical equipment relies on a cultivator to dedicate the highest performance. Today, we have been following the young genius Wu Mayan. According to the latest news, Wu Mayan is currently training in the number 77 training room affiliated to the meeting. What kind of training did the young genius go through to become the most eye-catching superstar in Flying Star University? Now, please follow me to the door of the number 77 training room and wait for Wu Mayan to appear. After talking to concealed microphone that was hidden on her collar, E. Phylan lurked behind some bushes stealthily and mumbled to herself, "Wu Mayan, I'm definitely going to catch you this time." A moment later, the door of the number 77 training room opened slightly. "He's here." E. Phylan was refreshed and immediately came up with 19 interview plans, some of which were hoping to earn his sympathy, while some others were bordering on harassment. However, just when she jumped out of the bushes, she saw the guy's face in the artificial moonlight. E. Phylan gasped and froze. The man, or rather, the object that appeared to be a man, had a swollen head that was even larger than a pig head and covered in bruises. He was so miserable that even his parents would not have recognized him. The high-toughness protective suit on his body had been torn into thousands of threads, flying in the wind. His skin was either blue or purple, and there was absolutely no place that was the normal color. His many body parts were bleeding, as if he had been beaten up by dozens of muscular men for 3 days and 3 nights, like a dying old man. He held the wall and shivered for 2 minutes before he staggered forward, crippled and hunched, while hugging his chest with his arms. E. Phylan was dazed for a long time. In the cold moonlight, there were tears on the engorged face. "Well, I'm sorry, dear audience. Our sources might have made a mistake. The young genius Wu Mayan is not in the number 77 training room. We'll look around in the few training rooms nearby." The deformed young man did not notice the journalist who left in disappointment. He simply wobbled forward at speed lower than that of a grandma. While moving, he gnashed his teeth and grumbled, "That's too outrageous. Just one hand." And Suddenly, a tiny shadow jumped out from a corner. The young man was caught off guard and dodged on instinct. However, the wounds all over his body were ripped open, and he felt that he had jumped into a tank of boiling oil. The young man had an urge to roar and cry, "Senior Brother Wu." With a sunny face, Xianxia suddenly saw Wu Mayan's murderous eyes with the help of the moonlight. Her smile was immediately frozen as she asked, "Senior Brother, why are you crying?" "You've got the wrong guy," exclaimed Wu Mayan through lips that were as thick as sausages right now. Xianxia laughed. "Are you kidding me? I'm a refiner, and I observe people's hands first when I see them. Although your face has been utterly reshaped by Master Sand, the distribution of joints on your hands suggests that you are exactly Senior Brother Wu." Dumbfounded, Wu Mayan blurted, "Who says that I was beaten by Master? I ran into a wall by accident. Also, who is your senior brother? Don't try to pull strings with me." He did not realize that he had acknowledged his identity. Xianxia chuckled. "It's not a shameful thing that one is taught a lesson by their master. What's there to be ashamed of? You are an interesting kid." Wu Mayan burst into fury and was about to jump up when his wounds were torn open again. He grunted in pain. Xianxia, don't be outrageous." Who's a kid?" Xianxia rubbed her hands and came close while smiling. "Come here. Let me help you. I guarantee that your swelling will be gone in 10 minutes. Wu Mayan did not buy it at all. His big face twisted again as he raised his eyebrow and shouted, "Don't come close. What are you doing? I warn you, Xianxia." Wu Mayan was about to weep. 10 Xianxians would be no match for him on a different occasion. But he had just been taught a hard lesson by Liao, and even his stomach was cramping because of it. There was no way that he could summon his strength at all. Although Xianxia was not a battle-type cultivator, her strength was hundreds of times higher than before after practicing the art of the swallowing whale and the chaos gale hammer technique under Liao's guidance. Her hands were faster than ever, too. As a result, she snatched Wu Mayan's shoulders in the blink of an eye. Hiss! Wu Mayan was about to scream, but the excruciating pain that he expected did not come. Instead, he felt that his shoulders were itching. Wherever Xianxia's hands reached, the agony all turned into warmth, like the bitter tea that was dissolving in the mouth and left aroma. He could not have felt more comfortable. Well, Wu Mayan widened his eyes. He did not anticipate that the silly woman would have such skills. How about it? Do you feel better? Xianxia was trying to bond with her future senior brother, or rather, her little brother. She did her best to patch him up while she said with a smile, "This is a secret art that Master Sand taught me." He said that it was excavated from a jade chip from the ancient cultivation world 40,000 years ago, and has amazing effects for quick recovery after training. Over the past half year, I've often been as miserable looking as you. Therefore, Master Sand taught me the secret art so that I can be recovered faster and deal with the next day's training. Wu Mayan was dazed. You've often been tortured by Master, too? How could he bear to do that? Besides, aren't you a refiner? Xianxia raised her eyebrow and replied casually, "In the past half year, you spent most of your time in the battlesuit department. It was me who was around Master Sand all the time. Your appearance today is nothing unusual for me. It's true that I'm a refiner, but Master Sand said that the foundation of refining is a healthy body. Master Sand also said that my talents are not enough for me to become an intelligent refiner, but I could try to be a physical refiner and focus my attention on forging." He hesitated about the training in the beginning, too, but I asked him to increase the amount of training. I knew that I was not smart enough, and I am far from being an unparalleled genius like Senior Brother Wu. If I did not work harder, I would really stand no chance at all. Wu Mayan was silent. The suffering of the tutorial battle half an hour ago was still scary for him right now when he thought of it. He was of a mind to run away immediately so that he would be saved from the torment tomorrow night. He looked at Xianxia carefully and found it hard to believe that such a girl who still had baby fat and looked like a doll could withstand his master's brutal training methods. "Why did you come here?" Wu Mayan's tone softened. Xianxia's movement stopped briefly. She bit her lips and said, "I'm here for Master Sand. Just now, I had a big fight with my family." Wu Mayan listened to the whole story, but he was a young man of 14 after all, and he did not know how to handle such matters. "Is Master Sand inside?" Xianxia looked at Wu Mayan in expectation with her watery eyes wide open. Wu Mayan had never been stared at by a girl at such a short distance. His face, which was no longer swollen, suddenly turned red again. All right. A gentleman does not argue with a woman. I'm going to let you go this time." Wu Mayan waved his hands in annoyance. "Master is still training in the room. I'll bring you in and say a few nice words for you later." "Really? Thank you, little senior brother." In ecstasy, Xianxin's hands pressed hard. Hiss! 2 hot tears suddenly flowed out of Wu Mayan's eyes as he screamed desperately, "Xianxin, were you my mortal energy in my previous life?" The following morning, before dawn, the artificial sky was still dark. The area where the edge sharpeners' meeting was held, on the other hand, was illuminated by countless lights. The forum for refiners that was held once every 5 years was too good an opportunity to miss. Many refiners gathered and talked with each other all night long without sleeping at all. In his decades of life as a refiner, Xianxia had bartered with countless people. But it had been a long time since he was so nervous before the exchange. He paced back and forth anxiously in front of the door of the refining workshop. That day, 7 refiners would be exchanging techniques with Sand Scorpion. Naturally, they could not go inside the room together and had to communicate with Sand Scorpion privately in a fully enclosed environment one by one. According to the rules, integrity was of paramount importance in the competition between refiners. Before the exchange of techniques, both parties would swear a blood oath and sign a contract stating that they would not inform the process and the result of the barter to any third party, and that the techniques they saw would be kept to themselves if grasped and could not be taught to anybody else. Master Shui Yuanxin, as a renowned expert, was invited as the observer of today's barter. Therefore, the few refiners ahead of Xianxia all remained absolutely silent after they went out. They kept their mouths shut and stood still with a mysterious face. Xianxia felt like a cat was scratching his heart. He was going to ask, but he found it hard to open his mouth. However, from the shock and bewilderment that occasionally leaked out of their eyes, he had vaguely sensed that Sand Scorpion's skills were beyond their expectations. A while later, the airtight door of the refining workshop was opened. A cluster of high-pressure gas immediately spurted out from inside. Here comes fellow cultivator In Yuanhua, who had just bartered with Sand Scorpion in the room, was also a specialist from the Silver Heart School. He was Xianxia's colleague, and they were quite close. Xianxia hurried to go forward and ask, "Old In." Master Shui Yuanxin, who was standing to the side, coughed slightly. In Yuanhua was wearing a complicated countenance with both amazement and confusion. He said, "Old Xie, it's your turn to appreciate fellow cultivator Sand's methods now." Xianxia was refreshed. He took a long breath and strode into the refining workshop. The airtight door was closed behind him. The gears on the two sides of the door slowly pumped away the air in the room and blocked the workshop from the outside world. The entire space was filled with steady, unreactive gas. In the middle of the workshop was a ball-shaped floating furnace. Hundreds of shining materials were placed in the open warehouses on the two sides. Sand Scorpion was sitting right behind the furnace. The heat emitted from the furnace twisted the rays of light and made his body look somewhat unpredictable. Xianxia observed the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau carefully and realized that he was much younger than he had imagined. Besides, he did not have the calm and casual demeanor on Master Huangpu. On the contrary, his hair was messy, and his eyes were red and hollowed. His lips were cracked, suggesting that he hadn't drunk anything for a long time. There was nothing but emptiness in Sand Scorpion's eyes, which seemed to have pierced into the thick wall of the furnace and extended into the bouncing flames. He was mumbling to himself and calculating something wholeheartedly. It was only when Xianxia coughed that Sand Scorpion raised his head and glanced at him. Xianxia shuddered and felt that his eyes were cold and crazy. Although it was merely a competition between refiners, he felt that he was faced with a hungry, ferocious beast, and that one of them would have to die. An absurd idea suddenly popped up in Xianxia's mind. He had heard tales where the ancient refiners would spend 10 years day and night in forging an unparalleled sword. They would jump into the furnace and offer themselves as sacrifices so that the sharpest blades in the world could be born. He had found it hard to imagine what kind of insane refiners would do such things. But at that moment, he suddenly felt that if there were such refiners, their appearance and spirits would be exactly the same as Sand Scorpion. Xianxia felt that his lips were dry. He said, somewhat in embarrassment, "Fellow cultivator Sand, thank you for saving my daughter. My daughter also told me that you went through a lot of trouble giving her enlightenments recently." Fellow cultivator Xie. Liao was still dwelling in the soul-stirring competition of refining skills a moment ago. The few refiners who had gone in moments earlier were all experts among experts. The marvelous skills that they demonstrated had given him great satisfaction, as if he had enjoyed a delicious meal. His computational ability had soared to the maximum, making his head look like a rapidly functioning, burning mainframe crystal processor, while he analyzed the techniques he had just seen crazily. He was still hungry at this moment, and there was no time for small talk at all. Crazy brilliance suddenly beamed out of Liao's deep eyes, as he yelled, "Let's talk about the irrelevant stuff outside. Refining is the only theme in this place." Liao's words were like a bucket of icy water that was poured over Xianxia's head. He shuddered hard and suddenly came back to himself. Troubled by too many trifles, he had not been himself in the past 2 days. Liao was right. They were both refiners, and refining was their everything. Then, let the arts of refining solve all the problems. In a moment, Xianxia exuded the intimidating aura of a top refiner once more. Confidence flowed out of his body as he nodded. "All right, fellow cultivator Sand, let's begin." He retrieved dozens of materials from his cosmos ring and placed them in front of Liao. Removing the impurities in the heavenly materials and earthly treasures to get the purest ingredients possible has always been a prerequisite for refining. Materials that have impurities will either yield unqualified magical equipment with unexpected consequences, or even cause various dangers during the refining process. Liao nodded. The explosion that took place when he met Master Shui Yuanxin for the first time was because the impurities of one of the ingredients had not been completely cleaned. Xianxia said confidently, "Every refiner has their own approach to remove impurities and cleanse materials. But the dividing gold-splitting jade art that I'm going to show today is the ultimate skill in this aspect. Please take a look, fellow cultivator sand. This is a colored starstone of extremely low quality. Such materials tend to attract the microconstituents in the mother mode, which will decorate the stone with various colors. Although it looks beautiful, there are too many impurities in them. By my estimation, 77% of the colored starstone is contaminated by impurities. It is barely usable for any purpose. It is quite tricky to remove the impurities inside the colored starstone in a normal way. But the dividing gold-splitting jade art adopts a smart approach. By refining the colored star stone with metal and jade, all the impurities inside the stone will meld together. Before they are eliminated as a whole, Liao's eyes suddenly shone with interest. The gold and jade in the dividing gold-splitting jade art are mere catalysts? Exactly. Xianxia nodded in approval. Different materials require different metals and jades as catalysts. There are endless permutations and combinations. I have not explored all of them even though I've studied for 10 years. Fellow cultivator sand, since we are exchanging techniques, I'm not going to keep anything to myself. The information stored in this jade chip is the correlation between materials and their best catalysts that I have tested over the past 10 years. Take a look. Xianxia took out a translucent jade chip from his pocket, touched it, and tossed it into the air. The jade chip boasted autoplay technology. It floated in midair and radiated. Octagonally blinking runes fell down like a waterfall and illuminated the entire refining workshop. Liao's eyes were glittering like two crystal cameras with the highest resolution as he tried to capture every piece of information before him. Xianxia smiled casually. It was impossible that somebody else could learn his 10 years of hard work in only several minutes. Xianxia said, "Fellow cultivator sand, allow me to show you the usage of the dividing gold-splitting jade art in person." He activated the furnace and set the temperature on the operation menu, ready for the real refining work. Xianxia tossed the colored star stone as well as the night-flowing gold and the black-green jade, which served as catalysts, into the furnace. Setting the procedures on the furnace, he closed his eyes and waved his fingers crazily. Mumbling spells to himself, he put his fingers in hundreds of different postures within an instant. Inside the furnace, the fire was burning hot. The colored starstone, the night-flowing gold, and the black-green jade were all slightly melted. Under the strike of spiritual energy, they were gradually combined and turned into a cluster of colorful liquid metal. Xianxia's hands were in a quite weird posture. His palms were far away from each other, but the 10 fingers were tangled together. Suddenly, his palms crashed against each other hard. The hundreds of runes floating in midair all flooded into the furnace and reached the materials that were about to be melted. Boom! Earth-shaking noises were echoing inside the small furnace, as if a treasure was about to find its way out of the soil. As the runes merged in the furnace, sounds of wind and thunder resonated within. Small pearls were pushed out of the giant cluster of liquid metal and rolled along the wall of the furnace before they were blown away by the rune array of the wind class to the waste pipe nearby and extracted out of the furnace. The multicolored pearls seemed to be made of thousands of paints. They were still squeaking, suggesting that they were in an unstable state. The impurities stored inside the colored starstones had been absorbed by the night-flowing gold and the black-green jade like a sponge absorbing water. 3 minutes later, Xianxia stopped the technique. His uniform was soaked in sweat, and his face was red. But he was in quite high spirits while he looked at the waste pipe in satisfaction. He smiled at Liao. "Fellow cultivator sand, this is how the dividing gold-splitting jade art works. After preliminary processing, 80% of the impurifies inside the colored starstone have been removed. It should be able to meet the need of simple projects now. If the demand on the purity of the material is higher, then the material must be cleansed time and time again until it is usable. Liao bowed and spared no words in his compliment. The dividing gold-splitting jade art is indeed marvelous. Thank you for your demonstration, fellow cultivator Xie. After saying that, he sat on his knees again and gazed at the furnace with his hands holding his chin, not moving anymore. Xianxia returned his jade chip to his pocket and smiled casually. That's all right. I will be waiting for fellow cultivator Sand to show us your technique to build the 7 core components. After that, he went to the door of the workshop. According to the deal yesterday, the 7 of them would show their techniques to Sand Scorpion first, and then they would watch Sand Scorpion displaying the secret art for forging the components together. When he was about to exit the room, Xianxia could not help but turn around. With only a single glance, his eyeballs froze. Sand Scorpion's hands were folded into a square pyramid, with the 10 fingers tangled together and the palms far away from each other, in exactly the same gesture that he had made just a moment earlier. In only 3 seconds, Sand Scorpion changed 17 different hand gestures that were all loaded with spiritual energy and not simply for show. As long as his palms collided, the power contained in the 17 gestures would all be released. These are the 17 most difficult gestures in the dividing gold-splitting jade art. He has only seen me perform once, and he grasped all of them? Xianxia was dumbfounded. Although he could tell that Sand Scorpion's gestures were still not precise, did not follow the standard, and would probably ruin the materials inside a furnace if the gestures were activated, the guy had definitely grasped the essence of the dividing gold-splitting jade art. The only thing he needed was repetitive practice. Xianxia felt that his head was dizzy. Before he came back to himself, Sand Scorpion shook his hands and suddenly formed new gestures in a more primitive, traditional, and fluent style. This is not the dividing gold-splitting jade art, but another secret art to eliminate the impurities in materials that he knew before. No, it is not right. His gestures are quite weird and give me a very familiar feeling. He is trying to incorporate the dividing gold-splitting jade art into his own skills of refining. Xianxia was greatly shocked. What he did not know was that Liao had practiced dozens of secret arts to purify materials in the heavenly refining tower of the 100 Smelting Clan in Oyezi's memory pieces. However, most of the secret arts were too ancient to be implemented in the modern furnaces. Liao had agreed to barter with Xianxia not because he desired the dividing gold-splitting jade art itself, but because he wanted to study the tricks to use such an ancient technique in modern furnaces. The dividing gold-splitting jade art was too sophisticated and boundless. Even for Liao, he was not able to grasp all of it in several minutes after watching Xianxia practice it. However, by observing the entire process, Liao was enlightened and found a brand new approach to applying ancient techniques to modern furnaces. The methods of purification had been practiced hundreds of times in his memory. Naturally, they were now fluent and flawless when Liao showed them in reality. Born in a noble family of refining, Xianxia was a man of integrity. He would not pry into other people's arts of refining and quickly stopped watching Liao. He did not know how he left the refining workshop and simply sat down like the previous refiners did. He did not even notice that Master Huangpu was walking to him. When he was back to himself, Master Huangpu had walked out of the furnace with a complicated expression. It seemed that he was somewhat shocked by Sand Scorpion, too. Everybody, let's go inside now. It's time for fellow cultivator Sand to demonstrate his technique for us. With mixed feelings, Xianxia entered the workshop again with the other refiners. The workshop had been cleaned. A booth in a corner of the room, which had been sealed by rune arrays, was now opened, revealing an anvil carved with complicated patterns that both looked like clouds and swirling thunderbolts. Inside the furnace, the alloy made of the heavenly fire wolfram, the moon-tier germanium, and the electric brewer bronze was revolving rapidly. The irritating spiritual waves that were spreading out of the materials were shaking the furnace hard. There was absolutely no redundant emotion on Liao's face. Passion for the arts of refining was all there was. His eyes that seemed to be on fire licked every refiner, as he said, "Thank you for all your wholehearted enlightenments, everybody." In a moment, I will show you how to combine the 3 tyrannical materials together manually and how to carve rune arrays on them with the hidden rune technique and the stroke switching technique. On Liao's body, the refining uniform made of mustard seed materials with such a high elasticity that it could be lengthened to more than 10 meters away was now torn apart into various pieces, as if it had decayed for 100 years and blossomed in midair, revealing bright gold, magnificent muscles behind it. There were no tattoos on Liao's body, but colorful brilliance was vaguely flowing inside his veins and nerves that were sliding protruded, like 9 dragons that were raging and roaring silently. The 7 refiners all took a step back. As pure creation-type cultivators, they found it hard to stand so close to a human-shaped beast like Liao. Liao waved his right hand. Black brilliance suddenly shined on the cosmos ring on his little finger and formed into a giant hammer in midair that was covered in bumps and hollows and seemed to be made of a meteorite. This is Star Basher. It was forged with lackluster star rock, a meteorite from outer space, as the main material and 145 other heavenly materials and earthly treasures including the crescent moon essence, the black and red jade and so on, after being baptized with 9 drops of blood from my heart every day for 49 days. The divine anvil over there was made by the iron heart powder of a high density that had accumulated for billions of years 10,000 meters under the spot where the 5 great mountains of Iron Plateau overlapped. Everything has to behave nicely when it comes to the divine anvil, be it a dragon or tiger. They will have to be flattened and reshaped even if they are deities. Carrying the Star Basher on his shoulder, Liao seemed to be able to melt metal with his eyes, which were glittering along with his veins and nerves. He looked more intimidating than ever. The 3 aggressive materials inside the furnace were just melted together. The performance parameters on the operation light beam were shining. It was time to extract them. Liao extended his left hand. Bright gold spiritual gas leaked out of his pores and condensed into a giant hand in midair, which snatched into the discharge pipe of the furnace and picked out the alloy that was thousands of degrees in temperature. All 7 refiners exclaimed in shock, including Master Huangpu. Remote manipulation was not a marvelous skill for experts at their level. But remote manipulation could be very different depending on the object to be manipulated. They could snatch metals that were at a normal temperature and were relatively steady, even if the object weighed hundreds of kilograms. However, the alloy in front of them was at a high temperature of thousands of degrees. Besides, it was made up by 3 aggressive materials. The repulsion between the ingredients were very strong, and ear-splitting noises were already echoing as they left the furnace, as if 3 ferocious beasts had been locked in the same narrow cage and were about to start brawling. But Sand Scorpion had grasped such untamable materials steadily by remote manipulation. He sniffed and closed his left hand. The bright gold hand in midair immediately shrank in size, putting an end to the noises coming the irritating alloy, which was now as timid as a mouse. Liao threw the alloy at the divine anvil. The divine anvil was originally a black, lackluster anvil. However, when it was in contact with heavenly materials and earthly treasures that contained tremendous spiritual energy, all the spiritual stripes on its surface started shining. Clouds were flowing, thunder was rumbling, and lighting was flashing. Hundreds of electric arcs were generated on the divine anvil and tied up the alloy like countless ropes. Hiss! Liao took a deep, deep breath. His inhaling was like the absorption of a giant whale. More than half of the air in the workshop was absorbed into his chest, which immediately expanded to twice its usual size. 2 swirls in the air seemed to be forming before his nose. Everybody immediately felt short of breath, as there was not enough oxygen in the room. Hum, 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 hum. The ventilation rune arrays on the ceiling, sensing that the workshop was short of oxygen, immediately functioned and sent in new air. The 7 refiners looked at each other in bewilderment. They were all the top experts of the trade and had witnessed various kinds of bizarre skills of refining, but they had never seen such an impressive performance before. The real refining was not yet begun, but the aura was already so appalling. Boom! While they were startled, they suddenly heard a heaven-splitting explosion. Nobody saw how Sand Scorpion took action, but the enormous Star Basher suddenly vanished into thin air. It turned into an unpredictable black dragon and mauled the divine anvil time and time again. Boom! 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 The noises, each one louder than the last, seemed to be threatening to destroy the workshop at any point like an invisible tsunami. The mystic rays emanated from the divine anvil were even more dazzling. Xianxia's eyes suddenly shone, and he seemed to see a soul-stirring illusion where the divine anvil turned into a high platform that was hundreds of meters tall, and the serial lightning was hitting it non-stop. The Star Basher struck the divine anvil 1,000 times in only 1 minute from various directions. As the tide-like spiritual energy crashed and cleansed them, the three aggressive materials finally lowered their proud heads under Liao's crazy attack and were fully combined. As the temperature dropped, the alloy gradually hardened, and the round metal balls were knocked into complicated facets. Suddenly, the Star Basher was completely gone. Liao had put it back in his cosmos ring. He slightly opened his legs, and his toes clutched the ground like sharp claws, making the ground shiver as if an earthquake was coming. Every muscle and vein on his body was jumping crazily like simmering magna. The 9 dragons on his body were all roaring and about to soar into the sky. Shwa! The 9 dragons crawled out of his body of flesh and blood. Ah! Xianxia lost calmness and shouted. He thought that Liao's body had exploded, but when he looked more carefully, he found that it was actually the liquefied spiritual energy in Liao's veins and nerves that had just burst out. Liao's control over his spiritual liquid far exceeded the best of the building foundation stage cultivators. Under the command of his soul, the 9 dragons split and gathered again, forming a giant that seemed to be made of sophisticated capillary vessels. The bright gold giant, which only had veins and nerves, was more than 3 meters tall. Its head against the ceiling and its feet stomping on the ground. The workshop seemed like it could crack at any moment. Liao bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. He then waved his hands and covered the mist of blood with his hands. He drew runes in the air with the blood as the ink. However, the final runes were not red but bright gold. Behind him, the transparent giant condensed by his spiritual liquids was copying his gestures and drawing exactly the same runes. In a moment, the giant finished 100 extremely complicated runes. Sealing the runes with the gold spirit, and drawing runes in the void. Now, Liao suddenly bulged his eyes and roared when the alloy on the divine anvil was cooled down a certain temperature and put on a red color on the surface. With his bellow, 7 electric arcs flooded out of the divine anvil and pushed up the alloy like a spring. The hundreds of runes in the air, as well as the bright gold giant behind Liao, all turned into streaks of brightness and crowded toward the alloy in a hurry. Boom! A small sun seemed to be rising inside the workshop. There was nothing but blankness that Xianxia could see. When the blankness gradually faded, he found that the runes and the gold giant were all gone, and a newly forged component was swirling slowly in midair. Tiny and delicate runes were appearing and disappearing on the surface of the component, until they gradually sank down. Everyone. Liao wiped his sweat and was quite satisfied about his performance. He asked with a smile, "Do you have any questions?" The 7 refiners were all dumbfounded. Speechless for a long time, the refiner from the Red Line School, looking at Liao's scary muscle, which apparently boasted tremendous strength, managed to open his mouth. "Fellow cultivator Sand, it appears to me that your secret art has a high demand on physical strength, doesn't it?" Liao smiled and admitted frankly, "Indeed. This secret art of mine is easy to practice, but to achieve the best performance you will have to boast enough physical strength. By my estimation, with 2 to 3 times of the strength of battle-type cultivators in the peak of the building foundation stage, one will be able to fully bring out the potential of the manual forging technique." The 7 refiners were all rendered speechless. The same thoughts popped up in their minds. We were fooled. Is he serious? A skill of refining requires the compatibility of the peak of the building foundation stage. This skill is absolutely useless for us. How many people in the entire flying star sector are in such a level? And how many of them are talented in refining? As it turned out, they had traded 7 techniques for 1 technique that they could not practice at all. But this was how the exchange of techniques worked. Sand Scorpion had shown every detail of the skill, and even illustrated the circulation routes of spiritual energy inside the body with a bite gold giant. They could only blame themselves for being unable to learn it. Everybody could not help but sigh to themselves. Such an unreasonable manual forging technique was totally tailor-made for Sand Scorpion. No wonder he was so generous and agreed to barter with everybody quickly. Master Shui and Master Huangpu might have been better at the arts of refining than Sand Scorpion was and could see through the tricks of the technique, but they did not have the physical strength to perform such a savage technique even if the two renowned experts of the trade were combined. The more quick-minded refiners immediately realized that Sand Scorpion was about to rise to fame in the circle of refiners. Such a manual forging technique was impossible to be duplicated by anyone else, which meant that Sand Scorpion had work on every unparalleled extension in person. Ares extensions were all extremely expensive. Those who had the funds to purchase Ares extensions were all the top experts in the world of cultivators. But right now, they had to make friends with Sand Scorpion first if they wanted to buy an unparalleled extension. Moreover, such a manual forging technique could be utilized to improve the performance of the key components of many other kinds of magical equipment. Other than everything else, the secret art he had just shown alone was enough to make countless experts rush to adulate him. Fellow Cultivator Sand's marvelous skill is indeed a great eye-opener for me. The barter with fellow Cultivator Sand has proved my trip to the Edge Sharpener's meeting worthwhile. Master Huangpu gave a very high remark for Liao. Xianxia felt even more frustrated hearing that. There was one thing that had been bothering him. He tried to hold it back, but he finally couldn't contain himself and asked Liao, "Fellow Cultivator Sand, the arts of refining you demonstrated today show that you are definitely a super expert. I do not believe that you couldn't tell the radiating crystal from the gray crystal in the auction yesterday. Then, why did you spend tens of millions of dollars on a useless meteorite that contained a lot of gray crystals?" The 7 refiners all looked at Liao suspiciously. They had all heard that Liao had spent a fortune on gray crystals. It had spread among the circle of refiners and became a joke for many of them. Pondering for a moment, Liao retrieved the meteorite, which was like a lump, from his cosmos ring and put it on the divine anvil. "This is the red streak gold hairstone that I bought in the auction yesterday. Of the 7 refiners, 5 did not participate in the auction yesterday. They all went close and studied the material carefully." Xianxia took out a magnifying lens from his pocket and put it to his right eye. He observed the pattern on the surface of the meteorite while he touched the hair with his 2 fingers. The refiner from the Red Line School, in the meantime, retrieved a glittering gem from his cosmos ring. It was emitting dozens of different colors like a lantern. When the brilliance of the gem reached the red streak gold hairstone, it would be reflected into entirely different shades. The refiner from the Red Line School observed the reflection, deep in thought. In my opinion, Master Huangpu did not resort to any examination magical equipment, but simply sniffed his fingers after scratching the surface of the stone casually. He said certainly, "It is beyond a doubt that gray crystals are stored inside the stone. Besides, 60% of them are corrupted by impurities, which means that they are of a low quality even among gray crystals." The other refiners came to similar conclusions. 2 of the refiners had already examined the stone in the auction. They thought they had made a mistake and examined it again today, but the result was the same. "I seem to have taken advantage of you in the barter just now," Liao said frankly. "Now that everybody is interested, please step back and trigger your best defensive magical equipment. I will dissect the stone here and now. Consider it compensation for everybody." Everybody recalled how Liao had swung the Star Basher so fast that it seemed to disappear entirely. They knew how terrifying the human-shaped beast's refining arts were already. Thankfully, it was heavenly materials and earthly treasures that the hammer was smashing. If the target of the hammer were a skull, even 10 Grand Masters of refining would have been smashed to pieces. Was he going to perform an even more brutal skill in refining? Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment and retreated to a corner. As refiners, they carried a lot of magical equipment with them. Now, every one of them triggered 5 or so pieces of defense magical equipment. which wreathed them in multiple layers of colorful spiritual shields. Then they calmed down and observed Liao again. They had thought that Liao would bring out an even more appalling hammer than the Star Basher. But Liao simply took out a pair of silver, glittering gloves from his cosmos ring and put them on. Liao's face was extremely solemn. Veins and nerves bulged on his 2 arms again, and his fingers were cramping crazily, as if he were using a piece of invisible magical equipment. What's the meaning of this? Xianxia squinted and maximized his sight. He saw that Liao was extremely prudent and no more as confident and smooth as when he was waving the Star Basher. But he did not see anything in Liao's hands at all. Right then, shwa! One of the protruding bumps on the top right corner of the red streak gold hairstone was dismembered from the main body and fell down onto the divine anvil, before it rolled on the ground just in front of everyone. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror, without the slightest error, like a piece of tofu that was cut by the sharpest scalpel. But it was not tofu. It was an extremely hard meteorite. With the illumination of the lights, Xianxia vaguely saw that something gold was blinking right in front of Liao. Several gold threads that were thinner than a hair were floating in midair. The threads were almost transparent and would only glimmer when the lights were at the appropriate angle. The source of the threads were Liao's gloves. He was extremely cautious about the threads, too, while he drove the threads toward the red streak gold hair stone with his spiritual energy. The threads were very thin, but they were also very sharp when filled with spiritual energy. When they brushed the meteorite, it was peeled apart layer by layer as if it were an onion. Gazing at the red streak gold hair stone, Liao spoke softly after a moment, with drops of sweat hanging all over his naked upper body. This is monocrystal mica thread, which I invented recently. They are very sharp but equally difficult to utilize. I haven't got the hang of using them yet and might lose control at any moment. I was worried that I might hurt you. Although he spoke very casually, the refiners all felt that their eyelids were twitching when they chewed on it. The monocrystal mica thread were so sharp, erratic, and unpredictable. It was naturally perfect to cut heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but wouldn't it be easier to cut the body of flesh and blood? They all shuddered when they thought of dozens of monocrystal mica thread piercing through them silently and dismembering them into several pieces without them feeling any pain. This is too brutal. The monocrystal mica thread is not a piece of refining magical equipment at all. It is meant for attacks. Several refiners were all mumbling to themselves. When they were back to themselves, Liao had already removed the outmost shell of the red streak gold hairstone. The raw minerals inside looked like gray coral stained with white spots. Gray crystals indeed. The experts all recognized it immediately. If the real radiating crystals were inside, the spots on the surface would have been bright silver instead of the lifeless pale white right now. But Liao did not even bat an eye. He suddenly widened his half-closed eyes, while his hands turned into a cluster of mist. The countless monocrystal mica threads phantomized into streaks of gold like invisible darts that completely wreathed the gray crystals. After a while of clattering noises, the gray crystals and the other impurities were all cut off the stone and flung into the air. Shoo! When the monocrystal mica threads reached the core of the gray crystals, a weird shriek suddenly echoed on the divine anvil. Something green soared to the ceiling and flooded the entire workshop with a green glow. Everybody seemed to smell a certain fragrance. What? Xianxia gasped. Liao suddenly stopped his movements and retracted the monocrystal mica threads. It was not until this moment that he took a long breath in relief, and his sweat poured down like rain. On the divine anvil, amid the scraps and powder of the gray crystals, a weird material that looked like metal, wood, stone, and jade was lying quietly. It was the size of a fist and a warm green color. It seemed like water that had been frozen, and green mist was gradually spreading out from the material. Just one glance at it was enough to refresh one's heart and soul. This is... The 6 refiners, including Xianxia, scratched their heads and looked at each other in confusion. They thought hard, but they couldn't tell what the material was. They all looked at Master Huangpu to ask for help. But after pondering for a moment, Master Huangpu shook his head with a bitter smile, too, and looked at Liao. Liao warmed up his arms, which were sore and aching. With a smile of relief, he explained, "This is green sky jade, a very ancient material. I only browsed through its introduction in an ancient notebook a while ago. It looks like jade, but it is actually some sort of amber. For some reason, it fell underground and experienced countless accidental events and changes. After billions of years, it is finally condensed. Even in the ancient cultivation world 40,000 years ago, green sky jade was also very rarely seen. I did not expect that I to sense the signs of green sky jade in the meteorite when I saw it. Although I was only 30% sure, I decided to take a shot anyway. That explains a lot." All the refiners realized what had happened. The refiner from the Red Line School said somewhat in embarrassment, "Fellow cultivator Sand is indeed knowledgeable. Even rarely seen materials from 40,000 years ago could not escape your attention. I did not think too much of it when my friends talked about the matter, but now I know that I misjudged. Fellow cultivator Sand has found an invaluable treasure." "Not necessarily invaluable," Liao said. "It is indeed an ancient treasure, but items from the past are not always good. Every stone below our feet were formed billions of years ago. They could be called wonderful stones from billions of years ago, if you will. But are they of any use? The green sky jade, although rarely seen, does not have many amazing effects. Honestly speaking, it can only cleanse the veins and build up the body for the user. Besides, it will take a long time before the effects reveal themselves. Therefore, the green sky jade is only suitable to be crafted into personal ornament for the low-level cultivators to wear. In terms of value, it is not necessarily worth the price I paid." The refiner from the Red Line School was confused. If there was only a 30% likelihood that the green sky jade is stored inside, and it won't pay off even if it does, why did you buy it, fellow cultivator Sand? Pausing for a moment, he slapped his head and realized the reason. Fellow cultivator Sand is a collector who loves the rarely seen items. Aren't you? Since it is a collection, measuring it with its value is not appropriate. Liao smiled casually and glanced at Xianxia. He shook his head and said, "I didn't buy it for my personal collection. I have a student who is extremely determined but not very talented. She has been doing very harsh training with my guidance. I mean to recruit her as a true disciple, but her life will become even more difficult. This student of mine is a girl. I don't want her to be exhausted because of overtraining, nor do I want her to become a thick and hideous monster. Therefore, I have been hesitating. Thankfully, with the green sky jade, her nerves, veins, and bones will gradually be strengthened, and her aptitude will be more or less improved. Besides, it will also help her recover after the harsh training and maintain her body figure." Xianxia was dumbfounded and immediately blushed. He was so ashamed of himself that he was about to find a hole in the ground and crawl in. As it turned out, Sand Scorpion had bought the meteorite with such a fortune because he wanted to give the gift to his daughter. The guy had made thorough plans for Anan. He was only 30% certain that the green sky jade was stored inside, which meant that there was a 70% likelihood that he would gain nothing and really become a big joke in the circle of refiners. All he did was for Anan. The refiner from the Red Line School was amazed. Fellow cultivator Sand is not only erudite but also considerate of the students. Those who are recruited as his true disciples must have done a lot of good things in their previous life. You don't say. Just look at Wu Mayan. Another refiner smiled. Although the arts of combats and the arts of refining are different, after witnessing fellow cultivator Sand's intimidating skills today, I'm pretty sure that fellow cultivator Sand's new true disciple will be a new superstar before long, just like Wu Mayan. Master Sand. Xianxia's face was so red that somebody might have dipped pepper oil on it. He could not help it any longer and strode forward. He bowed so deeply to Liao that his head nearly hit the ground, and he said, I was really blind. I'm terribly sorry." The refiners looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing why Xianxia, the deputy director of a major department in the Silver Heart School, suddenly became so courteous toward Sand Scorpion. It seemed a bit too much, even if Sand Scorpion's skills were better than his. Liao was dazed, too. He frowned and said, Fellow cultivator Xie, we can talk in private. No! Xianxia was breathing heavily and his hands were shivering, while he said, Master San thought and did so much, but if I don't explain it to everybody right now, I will deserve to be neither a refiner nor a father. It's perfect that so many fellow cultivators are here today. Please be my observers. I'm going to make an announcement. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia turned to Huangpu Bo. He bowed to the ground again and said solemnly, I'm very sorry, Master Huangpu, but I didn't know that my daughter Anan had found the best master for herself since long ago. 10 days had passed since the Edge Sharpeners meeting began. As the product release conferences were held and more advanced seminars were hosted, the name of the Glorious Sunlight Group was gradually acknowledged by a lot of refiners. At first, it released the Combat Ability Detector, a piece of MP magical equipment very suitable for ordinary people and low-level cultivators. Then, together with the refining department of Flying Star University, it released the Aurora Chain Gun and the Unparalleled Extension. The Aurora Chain Gun targeted ordinary people and low-end users as potential customers just as the Combat Ability Detector did. But the Unparalleled Extension was designed for the wealthy, high-end users. One rudimental and the other advanced, the invention of the two pieces of magical equipment showed the research ability of the Glorious Sunlight Group. However, as for Sand Scorpion, the owner of the Glorious Sunlight Group, there were two opposing opinions. Those who had communicated with him naturally knew Li Yao's capability very well. But most people still considered him an idiotic magnate who hired a batch of top-tier refiners with the wealth that he had accumulated through the trade between Iron Plateau and space. The so-called products were actually those refiners' work, and he had merely bought them out in order to make himself look better. The anecdote that he had paid tens of millions of dollars for a worthless stone in the auction was widely known, too, after spreading over several days. Not only had every refiner learned of the story, even many ordinary people who came to visit the Edge Sharpeners meeting had heard a thing or two about it. Through the people's lips and the gossip columns, in most people's eyes, Li Yao became an out-and-out pretentious magnate. However, the explosive news yesterday smashed their illusion into pieces. Xianan, a member of the main bloodline of the Xie family of West Rock, had formally acknowledged Sand Scorpion as her master. It was said that the recruitment ceremony had been quite splendid. Not only had every member of the Xie family who participated in the Edge Sharpeners meeting arrived, even the top experts of the trade, including Shui Yuanxin and Huangpu Bo, had come as guests and offered valuable presents for the master and the disciple. Outsiders might not know what it meant, but the event raised a riot in the circle of refiners. The Xie family of West Rock was incomparable for the Mo family and the Huangpu family, but it was an ancient noble family that had existed for hundreds of years. What was a noble family best known for? They were best known for their honorable blood, and they could be quite stubborn and unfriendly. They would die before they were disgraced. When a descendant of a noble family looked for a master, they had to find a truly excellent one because it concerned the honor of their family. Even if the family was running to a dead end, there was no way that anyone from the family would succumb to an unscholarly magnate. Besides, the Xie family had been operating quite well recently. It seemed unnecessary to resort to such a method even if it was trying to cooperate with the Glorious Sunlight Group. Moreover, even Shui Yuanxin and Huangpu Bo, two renowned experts of the trade, had come to congratulate in person. It was natural that Shui Yuanxin showed up. Everybody knew that his Ares laboratory was collaborating with the Glorious Sunlight Group, and the two parties were quite close. But Master Huangpu Bo had absolutely nothing to do with the Glorious Sunlight Group. For a moment there were all kinds of speculations. The pretentious idiot was now wreathed in a halo of mysteries. However, in the 11th day all the whispers were gone, because the main theme of the Edge Sharpeners meeting this year had finally come. After 5,000 years, the Flying Star sector was about to initiate a plan to craft a piece of super magical equipment above the planetary level. Dwarfed by such an influential event, any explosive news became sparks that were not worth mentioning at all. The main conference hall of the Edge Sharpeners meeting was a building half buried underground and half open to the air that looked like a giant crystal egg. It was named Great Hall of the Next Millennium, The decisions to be made there were indeed going to change the fate of the flying star sector in the next 1,000 years or even longer. When Liao stepped into the main conference hall, he felt that he entered a boundless universe. The black marbles on the ground boasted special sound absorption and light absorption technology. Together with the brilliant stars on the dome, he inevitably had the feeling that he was just an insignificant being. Yes, insignificant. He could be called an expert of refining in many regards right now. But when it came to planetary-level magical equipment, no refiners would be able to produce them purely on their own, not even the best experts. The sweat and wisdom of thousands of refiners and the resources of an entire sector had to be gathered in order to produce a piece of such magical equipment after arduous efforts. Just think about the defense rings of Iron Plateau, which had been crafted 5,000 years ago before the arrival of the apocalypse. To produce the magical equipment, the entire sector was divided. Liao walked into a small meeting room with Shui Yuanxin and Huang Pubo. The Great Hall of next millennium adopted a very advanced system that combined reality with illusion. All the participants would enter their respective booth, but they could be connected to each other through the half-step grand illusionary land. That way, they could listen to the presentation of the project proposers while discussing with each other in secret without affecting anybody else. Today, more than 13,000 people joined the Millennium Meeting. Other than the refiners, there were also leaders of the major sects and organizations. The production of the planetary-level magical equipment required the collaboration of the entire flying star sector. All the sects would have to provide resources more or less. Liao was allowed to enter the meeting room of the highest level together with Shui Yuanxin and Huang Pubo, two renowned masters of refining, not only because of his expertise in refining, but also because he was a representative of the glorious Sunlight Group as well as Iron Plateau. In the small meeting room, the three of them waited solemnly. 2 proposals of planetary-level magical equipment would be discussed in the Millennium Meeting, the better of which would be selected and implemented later. Of course, if there were too many objections about the 2 proposals and they were believed to be impracticable, the participants were allowed to modify or put forward new proposals on the spot. 10 o'clock in the morning. Hundreds of mystic rays in various colors gradually appeared in the meeting room, transforming one of the walls of the meeting room into a translucent grand illusionary land that seemed like a podium. Streams of information regarding the background of the Millennium Meeting, an introduction to the Temple of Immortals, and files about the sharpest claws and teeth of the Temple of Immortals, the space pirates, fell down from the top of the grand illusionary land. A giant map of a space zone popped up in the grand illusionary land, but it was covered in clusters of lackluster dusts. At first glance, although it did not look as rough as the Iron Plateau space zone, it was even more mysterious and unpredictable than it. It was the Spider Den space zone where Spider Den, the base of all space pirates, was located, and also the darkest place in the entire flying star sector. A gray-haired but magnificent-looking old man, who appeared to be made of steel, gradually walked to the podium. Liao's pupils constricted violently. Despite the blockage of the grand illusionary land, he could still vaguely feel that unwavering belief that seemed to be a mountain in the old man's body. He is Si Kuli, leader of the Starfighters Alliance. He is also one of the best experts in the refinement of starships, and he is now in the nascent soul stage. Shui Yuanxin said in a low voice, "The first proposal of the planetary-level magical equipment was drawn up by the Starfighters Alliance." Liao was quite startled. Compared with battle-type cultivators, the advancement of creation-type cultivators was very difficult. Core formation stage creation-type cultivators were already rarely seen. It meant that Si Kuli must be one of the most awesome refiners in the flying star sector. It was a pity that their research fields were different. Liao did not know much about the construction of starships. If Professor Mo Xian were here, he would definitely be very interested in talking with him. Professor Mo Xian had been focused on crystal suits, too, when he was alive. But after he reached the flying star sector in order to upgrade Sparkle, he and his students had dedicated themselves to the modification of starships day and night and accumulated a lot of experience during the change of research field. After they became star spirits, they boasted the uncanny ability of increasing their computational ability by manipulating crystal processors. Therefore, their cultivation improved quite fast. Liao estimated that Professor Emotian would be at least in the high level of the core formation stage if he were alive. However, the spectral cultivators were gauged by a different evaluation system, and star spirits such as Professor Emotian were different from normal spectral cultivators. Even Liao did not know how terrifying they would be when they unleashed all their potential. The Edge Sharpener's meeting was very likely to be the Temple of Immortals' target. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Liao did not ask the 5-star spirits to come to Heavenly Saints City. The Starfighters Alliance was not a sect but an association formed by 28 sects that specialized in the production of starships. It was sort of a starship manufacturers guild. It was not hard to guess that the proposal Master Cully was about to present should be some sort of starship. Liao's guess was correct. However, when Cully projected the illustrations of their proposal for planetary-level magical equipment into the Grand Illusionary Land, Liao still gasped. What appeared in the Grand Illusionary Land was a blue planet. The planet was named Ice King. It was the 7th planet in the Mystic Ice Space Zone with a diameter of more than 5,300 kilometers and a density slightly higher than that of Iron Plateau. The temperature on the planet was 50 degrees below zero all year round. The Starfighters Alliance's plan was to refine the planet into a monolithic starship. It is well known that we failed to eliminate the space pirates because Spider Den was an important planet of resources in the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. The planet is full of facilities for refining and defense systems. Together with the space pirates' enhancement in the thousands of years, the planet is basically an iron hedgehog right now. Also, the natural environment of the Spider Den space zone is very complicated. Cosmic dust, space storms, and electromagnetic swirls are everywhere. Hundreds of years ago, an enormous fleet of 1,000 crystal warships was deployed hoping to annihilate the space pirates once and for all. But the space pirates simply waited patiently and waged a war of attrition by relying on Spider Den. After years of tug-of-war, the supplies of the fleet gradually ran out, and the fleet encountered a rarely seen double disaster. Barely any crystal warship returned from the battle. The hard lesson tells us that normal starship cannot expect to compete with such a planet of resources that has been armed to teeth. Therefore, the only solution is to modify a planet into a starship and to fight the planet with a planet. In the soundproof meeting room, Liao could not hear other people's reactions, but he vaguely sensed strong spiritual waves. The other participants of the Millennium meeting must be as shocked as he was. Transforming a planet into a starship. How bold and how unbelievable! Liao was fascinated by the data, files, and structural designs that were being manifested in the Grand Illusionary Land. Although he had witnessed the power of the planetary magical equipment at the periphery of Iron Plateau, it was merely debris left from 5,000 years ago. However, reading the structural designs for a new one, he felt that he was about to create history. Cully continued his speech. Turning a planet into a starship has always been the highest dream for the starship designers. However, it is too technologically difficult and the resources needed are too many. Even in the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, there were not many successful examples. Therefore, although the partners of the Starfighters Alliance already had the idea hundreds of years ago, we never had the opportunity to implement it. But 30 years ago, we discovered a relic of the Star Ocean Imperium from the war remains. From the relic, we learned of a project named Ice God, was carried out in the Flying Star sector back in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. The content of the project was to carve overwhelming power rune arrays on the surface of the planet with its geothermal energy as the source of power so that the planet's trajectory would be altered, and it would march into the universe as an invincible warship of mankind. According to the files, the Ice God project was fully initiated in the last days of the Star Ocean Imperium. A planet with appropriate quality, density, and orbit was selected, and the modification work was begun. However, halfway through the project, the Armageddon Rebellion took place. As the Civil War broke out, the Flying Star sector became one of the most heated battlefields. The Ice God project was thus put on hiatus. The Starfighters Alliance explored for more than 20 years after we retrieved the file and finally ascertained that the Ice God mentioned in the file was actually Ice King in the Mystic Ice Space Zone. Later, we sent a large number of cultivators to investigate Ice King, and they reported numerous traces of modification in the style of the Star-Ocean Imperium. Ice King is enveloped in a low temperature all year long, and the spiritual energy activities are not strong. The modification materials employed by the Star-Ocean Imperium were all processed to work at low temperatures. Today, most of the rune arrays and facilities are still usable. Besides, thousands of tunnels leading to the core of the planet have been excavated, so thermal energy is readily available. According to our calculations, 55% of the Ice God project has been completed. What we need to do is to restart the project and finish it. See, Kuli's tone was determined, resolute, and gave a blood-boiling feeling, as if the craziest dream would come true as long as he waved his hands. While he was giving the speech, information flooded into the meeting rooms through the Grand Illusionary Land. In the Millennium Meeting, the meeting rooms were classified into 10 levels according to the capability of themselves and the strength of the organizations they represented. Information of different details was presented to them. The meeting rooms at the edge were reserved for the low-level cultivators of the small sections. The information they received was that a project named Ice God, in which a planet would be refined into a starship, was to be implemented. As for the technological details, they had no access to them at all. The VIP meeting room that Liao was in, on the other hand, presented most of the details of the technology and the key data. Liao and his two companions both maximized their computational ability. Six eyes were glittering while they sorted through the information like human-shaped crystal processors. In a moment, white steam was popping up from their heads, which seemed to have turned into chimneys. The meeting room was wreathed in fog, as if it had become public baths. Shui Yuanxin focused his eyes on Liao and asked solemnly, "What do you think, Master Sand?" Liao's eyes were particularly deep right now, and a bouncing brilliance was beaming out them. Deep in thought, he replied, "I don't know." Shui Yuanxin and Huangpu both frowned at the same time. "You really think I know everything, don't you, masters?" Liao scratched his hair that was as messy as bird nest and opened his hands reluctantly. "We only know what we know. Refining a crystal suit and refining a starship the size of a planet are vastly different. Hundreds of starship designers of the Starfighters Alliance must have worked on it carefully for a long time. How could I understand all of this so quickly?" Shui Yuanxin and Huangpu Bo looked at each other and laughed in amusement. It did make sense. But Liao had left too deep an impression on him recently, and they subconsciously took him for an omniscient man. Shui Yuanxin and Huangpu were also experts who specialized in small magical equipment such as crystal suits. But they were much more experienced after all, and they had worked with other refiners on extremely complicated projects before. Therefore, they all had some understanding about such projects. Pondering for a moment, Huangpu Bo said, "Judging from the files, if the Ice God project is restarted, it is very likely that Spider Den will be destroyed once and for all." Shui Yuanxin smiled bitterly. "However, there's always a however. Is it an easy task to transform a planet into a starship? Can we really finish the project that even the Star-Ocean Imperium failed to accomplish?" The two of them shook their heads and continued reading. When they got to the budget of the plan, they all exclaimed in shock and stood up. "Are you kidding me? According to the budget, all the cultivators would have to pawn their pants before the Temple of Immortals is destroyed." Liao felt a headache coming on. He finally felt the hesitation that his predecessors must have experienced 5,000 years. The super-magical equipment at the planetary level would indeed drain the resources of the entire sector. None of them were specialists in starships. Therefore, they simply discussed among themselves and did not say anything. But the Grand Illusionary Land had connected the entire meeting hall. The participants were free to raise questions at any moment, and the speaker could reply to the questions or change the pace of their presentation accordingly. In a moment, Kuli received a lot of messages from the experts and scholars. He browsed through them for a moment, before he raised his head again, the confidence on his face undiminished. He said casually, "Just now, a lot of fellow cultivators offered valuable input. Most the questions are on the feasibility of the Iron God project. Are we able to produce a real planetary-level warship based on our current technology? My answer is no. We definitely do not have the capability to build a real planetary-level warship. His words dazed Liao. He could almost hear the hums in the entire meeting hall right now. Cully smiled and said confidently, "However, everyone, our purpose is to strike Spider Den, which does not require a real planetary-level warship at all. Please take a look, everyone. This is the new Ice God project after our revision. We don't need to empty Ice King. We don't need to alter its environment. We don't need to build cabins that are vital for the survival of the soldiers. We don't even need to install weapons. Ice King itself will be the most invincible weapon. All we need to do is to install a super-large engine system for Ice King, which will be powered by the spiritual energy deep below the surface of the planet. We will make Ice King perform a space jump and appear outside the Spider Den space zone. Then, we will set Ice King's trajectory towards Spider Denver. In the meantime, the coalition fleet of cultivators will sail behind Ice King. When Ice King is close enough to Spider Den, after precise calculation, Ice King will be accelerated and hit Spider Den heavily. Ice King is one of the smallest planets. Its size is only 1.1% the size of Iron Plateau and 4.9% that of Spider Den. However, as long as its momentum is high enough, it will be more than easy to destroy all the defense systems on the surface of Spider Den after a huge collision with the mass of Ice King. After the collision and when the surface of Spider Den is ruined, the coalition fleet will be able to launch attacks on Spider Den freely. We will finish the chaos of space pirates once and for all. Space pirates are the claws of the Temple of Immortals. As long as we chop off the claws, the Temple of Immortals will become a lake without an inlet and a tree without leaves. It will no longer be able to cause any problem. The most crucial thing about the project is not the modification of Ice King, but how to move such a large object to the periphery of the Spider Den space zone through space jumps. Naturally, we cannot reveal the core technology to the public yet. But I guarantee that the magical equipment installed inside Ice King by the Star Ocean Imperium can support such a long-distance space jump. After finishing his speech, Cully bowed and left the podium. The new budget plan was sent to Liao and the other refiners. It was a commonly seen trick. The first budget plan was the cost of transforming Ice King into a real starship. But the revised plan was the cost to crash Spider Den with Ice King by only keeping the normal functions of its engine parts. Although the budget was still quite high and endless resources would be consumed, the numbers were much smaller than the astronomical ones in the first plan and gave a feeling that the new plan was not totally unacceptable. Of course, the decision was too important to be made so quickly after he gave a short speech. This was only a brief introduction, and there would be countless meetings to discuss the details later. In the second proposal, a competitor of the Ice God project, was introduced. The presenter of the second proposal was the Grand Illusionary Group. He is Xianxia, CEO of the Grand Illusionary Group and the previous leader of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood. Some people even say that he is the crownless king of the Flying Star Sector. Shui Yuanxin pointed at the man who had broad shoulders and a solemn face with mysterious charisma beaming out of his eyes and introduced him to Liao. The guy was walking to the podium in the Grand Illusionary Land. Xianxia, from the Grand Illusionary Group. Taking a breath slowly, Liao had complicated feelings. The human civilization of the Flying Star Sector was scattered in the dozens of space zones of the Flying Star Sector. For such a civilization, the most important thing was not water, food, or air, but network. Water, food, and air could be generated by the self-recycling mini-biological system in any space town. However, without the network, all the space towns would become lone islands in a boundless ocean. There would not be a society at all. In every space zone of the Flying Star Sector, countless spiritual beacons were floating in the vacuum. Through the spiritual beacons, the overwhelming spiritual nexus connected the dozens of space zones together closely. Although people lived in dark, cold starships in reality, they could appear in the virtual great outdoors in the Grand Illusionary Land and talk to their friends several space zones away as if their friends were next to them. Moreover, training facilities that were indispensable for cultivators, such as the Crystal Suit World, could not function without the spiritual nexus. The Grand Illusionary Group was a major conglomerate that was funded by the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City and provided network services for the Flying Star sector. 70% of the spiritual towers of the Flying Star sector were produced, deployed, and maintained by the Grand Illusionary Group. The system of the Grand Illusionary Land was constructed and managed by the Grand Illusionary Group too. Therefore, although the Flying Star sector did not have a grand unified government, many sociologists believed that the Grand Illusionary Group shouldered part of the government's responsibility and ensured that the human beings of the Flying Star sector could live and thrive even though they were so disorganized. The CEO of the Grand Illusionary Group truly deserved to be called the crownless king of the Flying Star sector. Liao narrowed his eyes and observed Xianxia carefully. The man was wearing black linen clothes sewed with gold streaks. His curled hair that was black, shining, and filled with alluring charisma dangled down from his shoulders casually. His eyes were long, narrow, and almost extended to his temples like 2 sharp black swords. However, they were gapless and did not emit any brilliance. Instead, they were like 2 deep lakes that absorbed all the light nearby. At first glance, he was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Yet, Liao knew for a fact that Xianxia was actually almost 260 years old and a rarely seen hybrid-type cultivator, both talented in battle and in administration. He had already advanced into the nascent soul stage 100 years ago. Right now, he was definitely above the high level of the nascent soul stage, which meant that he was undoubtedly one of the strongest experts in the Flying Star sector. Looking at Xianxia, Liao suddenly felt that his tongue was bitter and sore. He recalled the first time he had gotten in touch with a nascent soul stage cultivator. It was in the Temple of Fallen Stars in Empyrean Star City of the Heaven's Origin sector. At that time, faced with a nascent soul stage such as Iron God Yanba, he was completely at a loss and overwhelmed by him. Even breathing was troublesome for Liao. He had felt that he was faced with a mountain that rose high into the clouds. The peak of the mountain was wreathed in mist, and there was no telling exactly how high it was. He had no courage to climb on the mountain at all. But right now, he seemed to be able to feel the gap between himself and Xianxia clearly, as if the clouds in the sky were gone. He could see what the peak of the mountain looked like up above, and he finally had the courage to challenge the mountain. One day, Liao clenched his fists and had a strong, "I can replace you" urge in his heart. Other than the urge of competitiveness, he also had subtle expectation for the new speaker. The Ice God project that Cully proposed, although simple and wasteful, was actually feasible. There was a high likelihood that Spider Den would be destroyed once and for all after the endeavor. Liao pondered for a long time and did not find any better solution. He was wondering what kind of plan the crownless king of the Flying Star sector would propose. Xianxia stood straight on the podium. Mysteries were beaming out of his extremely long eyes. He did not turn his head, and yet he seemed to have glanced through everyone on the spot. Everybody, including Liao, felt that Xianxia was paying attention to them. 2 questions. Without further ado, Xianxia extended 2 fingers and went directly to the topic. Firstly, who is our enemy exactly? His voice was not loud and did not carry Cully's powerful and persuasive feeling. Instead, it sounded as if he were talking about a self-explanatory natural law that did not require any fury or other emotions. Are space pirates and immortal cultivators our real enemies? Space pirates are but thieves who are hiding and making a living by taking advantage of the remains of the Star Ocean Imperium on Spider Denver. Immortal cultivators are just timid rats among the cultivators. The world of cultivators boasts enormous resources with countless sects, starships, and specialists. Why have we failed to eliminate a few space pirates and degraded cultivators and even been caused major problems by them? Taking a long breath, Xianxia said casually, "Because our real enemy is not space pirates or immortal cultivators, but space and distance, or in other words, the mysterious, boundless sea of stars in front of ourselves. The universe is too vast a place. As we explored one space zone after another, the distance between us was longer and longer, and the supply line was extended further and further. Like a giant who is growing infinitely, we will be inevitably crushed by our own weight. The Flying Star sector is too large. Even the strongest organization cannot protect every node of every sailing route all the time. You can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you cannot be braced for burglary forever. Weak as the space pirates may be, they can act freely. They can always choose the time when we are least prepared and attack the places that are least guarded. Whether their assaults succeed or not, they will immediately run away. Blocked by the countless stars, what can the nascent soul stage cultivators do even though they are immensely strong? Let's say we demolish Spider Den, destroy the space pirates, and uproot the immortal cultivators. So what? In the 10,000 years of history of mankind, I've never noticed any era that was completely devoid of thieves. As long as we continue expanding in the universe, the distance between us is bound to be lengthened, and the burden for our supply line will be heavier and heavier. Even if we remove the space pirates for now, one day they will return and bite our weakest parts like they did. Xianxia paused for a moment and folded his middle finger, leaving the index finger in the air, while he said, "The second question. Forget what will happen in the next 1,000 years, and let's focus on the present. Who can guarantee that space pirates are the Temple of Immortals' only accomplices? The Ice God project that Leader C proposed is indeed very practicable. However, it will consume tremendous resources, and the best outcome it can achieve is that the space pirates lurking on Spider Den will be annihilated. Here comes the question. Let's say that we drain the resources of half the Flying Star sector without thinking about the cost and carry out the Ice God project, and that Ice King and Spider Den collide into each other and both explode. What if we then find that the Temple of Immortals have other schemes and that it has an even sharper claw? I believe everybody has felt the sordidness and cunningness of the Temple of Immortals in person over the past year. Is such an organization, which has been hiding in darkness for hundreds of years, going to reveal its full capability to us openly? Xianxia lambasted the Ice God project ruthlessly. It was similar to the contradiction between the Spacers and the Homers 5,000 years ago. The resources were limited and could only support one plan. Therefore, the proposers of the plans were natural competitors. But this time, Xianxia launched a critical strike and pointed out the two fatal weaknesses of the Ice God project. Liao was deep in thought. After hearing Xianxia's questions, he felt that the Ice God project was not appropriate too. Such a risky plan seemed to be too much of a gamble for the Flying Star sector. But how exactly was Xianxia going to address the problems? Xianxia was silent for 10 seconds and allowed the audience to reflect on his words. Instead of giving an answer promptly, he played a 3D video clip through the Grand Illusionary Land. It was the field test of two teams of exos. A new crystal suit? Liao and his two companions were immediately refreshed, because this was what they were good at. However, no matter how hard they thought, they could not figure out how a crystal suit could eliminate all the space pirates and immortal cultivators. The field test was conducted in a narrow valley. The blue team consisted of 10 exos who were wearing classic crystal suit models. Judging from their warm-up movements, they were all seasoned exos. There were almost 100 exos in the red team. They were wearing a light crystal suit that Liao had never seen before. Their crystal suits were so short and small that their gears together with themselves were no taller than 2 meters. Liao frowned. Such a height suggested that the exos inside were teenagers who were no taller than 1.5 meters. Besides, since the plate of the crystal suit was thin, there was not much room to store crystals and magical equipment. In real battles, such tiny crystal suits were rarely seen, and their combat ability could not be very high. The process of the battle proved Liao's assumption. The 10 exos in the blue team were all experienced warriors. Crystal suits were like their second skin. Their tactical movements were carried out fluently and precisely. Although the red team outnumbered the blue team, they were like a bunch of beginners. Their movements were inflexible and clumsy, making them both like zombies and rusted machines. However, the small movements of several exos made Liao's pupils constrict violently. He discovered that, although the 100 exos in the red team were rigid most of the time in their tactical movements, they seemed to have a eureka moment and performed unbelievable marvelous skills when the blue team entered their attack range. In the 10 minutes of battle, exos in the red team were knocked down one after another. On the other hand, the blue team suffered casualties, too, because of the occasional eureka moments in the red team. What was weird was that whenever exos in the blue team were injured or killed, they would be immediately dragged off the battlefield. However, when the exos in the red team fell to the ground, and even when their crystal suits were spluttering with sparks and electric arcs, the staff simply idled by and watched indifferently. It appeared that they did not care about the lives of the red team at all. The exos shouldn't be treated like this even if they are just beginners. Liao frowned and felt that the test was very weird. After 20 minutes, the test was over. The 100 exos in the red team were all knocked to the ground. In the meantime, the blue team suffered a loss of 8 exos. Only 2 ragged crystal suits managed to keep standing in the battlefield. The team combat is not of a very high level. The amazing tactical movements that the red team performed must be because they've installed advanced skill cards. But even so, their overall combat ability is still mediocre. What does Xianxia mean by showing this? How can we expect to defeat the space pirates with this? On the battlefield, the 2 exos in the blue team left the picture, and around 10 crystal suits in the red team that were not seriously wrecked staggered to their feet. It appeared that the crystal suits in the red team were the objects being tested. Liao was even more confused. The exos in the red team were weaker than the cannon fodder of space pirates. What could they do? 7 crystal suits in the red team bowed to the camera. After a chi sound, the armor split from the head to the breast like a blossoming flower. Hiss! Liao, Shui Yuanxin and Huangpu Bo, 3 experts in crystal suits, all gasped and exclaimed in shock. Inside the 7 crystal suits were complicated components and units. There were no exos at all. The units inside the chests of the 7 crystal suits emanated starry crimson brilliance that pierced into Liao eyes through the grand illusionary land like countless rubies. Cold sweat was popping up on his forehead. If there were no exos inside, such magical equipment was not a crystal suit, but a human-shaped beast puppet. They were also known as spiritual puppets. Spiritual puppets were once a piece of popular magical equipment. They were tireless and fearless, and they could fight in extremely harsh environments, which made them the perfect weapons for a war. However, spiritual puppets were commanded by crystal processors. However advanced crystal processors were, they were dead objects after all and could only carry out orders rigidly despite their immense computational ability. There were too many variables in a battlefield. Even the crystal processors with the best performance could not replace the brain of a human. Besides, the crystal processors whose computational abilities met the needs of a battlefield were often extremely large and expensive. They were also hundreds of times more vulnerable than a brain and easy to be damaged. It was impossible to apply them to spiritual puppets. Therefore, it was determined that spiritual puppets could not replace crystal suits and exos soon after they were invented, and such tools were gradually forsaken. However, the spiritual puppets produced by the Grand Illusionary Group seemed to be different from what Liao had imagined. Although their movements were still rigid, their choice and implementation of tactics were quite smart, as if an invisible brain was commanding them. Xianxia's calm voice came over again. Now, allow me to introduce to you the Grand Illusionary Soldier Project. I believe everybody has noticed that the Grand Illusionary Soldier is a spiritual puppet that is smarter, more agile, and more responsive to changes. In the past, the biggest shortcoming of spiritual puppets was that the normal crystal processors with average performance could not simulate the thought processes of human brains during combat. Those that could simulate more than 30% of the reactions were all large and expensive mainframe crystal processors. They could not be installed in the puppets, whose bodies were too small, and their price was too high. It's true that life is priceless. But the resources and cost to build spiritual puppets installed with a mainframe crystal processor could be used to train 20 exos and equip them with MP crystal suits. It was never cheap to produce spiritual puppets. Therefore, spiritual puppets were gradually replaced by beast puppets, which were cheaper and had a better price-performance ratio. It would take as many resources to train 5 exos and produce 20 beast puppets as it would to build 3 to 5 spiritual puppets. But the combat ability of the former was 10 times higher than that of the latter. The Grand Illusionary Soldier, on the other hand, adopted an entirely different designing principle. What is installed inside the chest of each Grand Illusionary Soldier is Empyrean Sun V crystal processor, which is cheap yet efficient. I believe that many refiners here know that it is a popular crystal processor which is applied to many low-end crystal suits. Its computational ability is not very high, at least not high enough to support the crystal suit to perform such complicated tactical movements. And this is the key to the Grand Illusionary Soldier project. Inside every Grand Illusionary Soldier, other than an Empyrean Sun V crystal processor, a special rune array to receive telepathic thoughts has also been installed. Through the reception array, all the Grand Illusionary Soldiers are connected to the virtual star brain. One Grand Illusionary Soldier is naturally far from enough to be called a piece of planetary-level magical equipment. However, if we gather all the resources of the Flying Star Sector and produce tens of thousands of Grand Illusionary Soldiers, they will constitute a Grand Illusionary Legion after they are connected to the virtual star brain. It will be a piece of out-and-out planetary-level, if not stellar-level magical equipment, whose influence will radiate to every corner of the Flying Star Sector. Li Yao, Shui Yuanxin, and Huangpu Bo looked at each other in confusion. Virtual star brain? In the Grand Illusionary Land, the valley dispersed into butterflies and disappeared. Xiao Xuance's image showed up again. His background seemed to be a vast universe where countless stars were swirling, colliding and finally condensing into a shining gold superbrain. Every star seemed to be a brain cell, and the rivers of stars that were made of countless congregating stars were the circuits inside the brain. The collision between stars was producing sparks of wisdom. The camera pushed forward and magnified the brain that was made of countless stars. Some of the stars jumped out and were dissected into hundreds of pictures. Every picture was a battle of exos fighting in the Grand Illusionary Land. The spiritual nexus that connects the entire Flying Star Sector has been built for more than 1,000 years, and virtual platforms such as the Crystal Suit World have been successfully established for hundreds of years, too, Xiao Xuance said. Over hundreds of years, countless exos left immeasurable data with their wisdom and experience after they fought in the virtual platforms via the Grand Illusionary Land. In the 1 minute just now, yes, in only 1 minute, 16,072 virtual battles took place in the Grand Illusionary Land, some of which were the summit confrontations between super experts. It is safe to say that all the possible situations in a real-life battlefield have happened before in the virtual battlefields. My fellow cultivators and dear users of the Grand Illusionary Land, I'm afraid that you haven't realized the value of the combat data that was accumulated in the Grand Illusionary Land. The so-called virtual star brain is a piece of magical equipment invented by a genius of the Grand Illusionary Group who specializes in crystal processors. What is stored inside the virtual star brain is the valuable combat data filtered from the countless battles in the Grand Illusionary Land over the past hundreds of years. All the Grand Illusionary Soldiers are connected to the star brain through the spiritual nexus. When they are in a battlefield, they will select the most suitable move from the star brain according to the actual situation. The moves have all been performed by real exos in the Grand Illusionary Land before. They are calculated by real human brains. The Grand Illusionary Soldiers to be produced in such a way, although still incomparable to the real exos, are far stronger than traditional spiritual puppets. More importantly, the cost to produce them is very cheap. Common crystal suits can also be modified into them easily. Tireless and fearless, they will patrol, guard, and fight all year long in any place as long as it is covered in the spiritual nexus. Everyone, both immortal cultivators and space pirates, are not very strong, and they will never fight a head-on battle against the main force of cultivators. They will only look for our weakness and harass us in these places. As I said just now, our real enemy is the boundless universe. It is not unusual for our core formation stage cultivators or even nascent soul stages to travel in exhaustion from one remote space zone to another in order to deal with the emergencies, but their opponents might only be several space pirates in the building foundation stage. If we deploy a large number of Grand Illusionary Soldiers in every space zone, Xiao Xuance waved his hand. The picture in the Grand Illusionary Land suddenly changed into various crystal warships that had been modified to accommodate countless Grand Illusionary Soldiers. The grand illusionary soldiers were all sitting cross-legged in the maintenance rune arrays like statues, wreathed in green. Suddenly, a space town in front of the crystal warship sent out alarms of incoming space pirates. The green glow of the maintenance rune arrays immediately disappeared. The 6 circular crystal cameras on the heads of the grand illusionary soldiers were all beaming in red, while they stood up from the rune arrays simultaneously and lunged at the space town in groups. Even if the grand illusionary soldiers cannot destroy the space pirates, they can significantly diminish the activity zone of space pirates and stall them during their assault so that other cultivation sects can gather their main forces to surround and annihilate the space pirates. Flexibility is everything for space pirates. Without flexibility, even the strongest space pirates will be fish in a water tank that have nowhere to run to. If thousands of grand illusionary soldiers are patrolling on every sailing route of every space zone one day, it's impossible for space pirates, immortal cultivators, demon beasts, unknown species in space, or extraterrestrial devils to sabotage our peace and prosperity. This is the future of the flying star sector. The best future. Taking a long breath, Liao collapsed to his seat helplessly. He was somewhat convinced by Xianxia, but he did feel a little bit weird. A gloomy thought suddenly occurred to him. If the grand illusionary legions are deployed in every space zone, what will the Exos do? Huangpu Bo mumbled. It seems that the tale about the Star Child is true. Liao was dazed. What is Star Child? Huangpu Bo explained. In the past decades, there has been a rumor in the circle of refiners that Xianxia has a foster son who is both a natural-born retard and an unparalleled genius. Liao was confused. Retard? Genius? Huangpu Bo said. It is said that his foster son is very unintelligent in daily life. He is perhaps almost 100 years old, and yet he still acts like a 7-year-old. However, such a retard, on the other hand, is an unparalleled genius in regard to spiritual nexus and an out-and-out expert in crystal processors. When it comes to the spiritual nexus and crystal processors, he immediately seems to be possessed by a god or a devil. It seems that all his wisdom was dedicated to the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors, and he did not have redundant brain cells to work on his daily life. Inside the grand illusionary group, Xianxia's foster son has been called Star Child. It is said that he was the supervisor of a large confidential project. I thought that it was pure nonsense. How can a retard whose intelligence equals to a 7-year-old manage a large project? But if the virtual star brain is a real thing, it was mostly likely invented by the Star Child. Liao was listening to the tales about Star Child, the super genius in crystal processors, from Huangpu Bo, when he suddenly heard an argument in the grand illusionary land. He raised his head and found that Cultivators, the proposer of the Ice God project just now, had reappeared on the podium and was confronting Xianxia in fury. Just now, Xianxia claimed that the Ice God project has several fatal drawbacks and would be costly and doomed to fail. Cultivators found it intolerable and is about to debate with him, Xianxia explained. Liao was dazed. He can do that? Of course, although both of them are leaders of major organizations and big shots in the nascent soul stage, the plans they propose will influence the lives of too many people. This is indeed the competition of the righteous path. Xianxia opened his hands and said, they both believe that only their plan can destroy the Temple of Immortals and save the Flying Star Sector. Faced with the competition for the righteous path, the last thing they care about is their manners. Just think about what happened 5,000 years ago. Liao realized that it did make sense. 5,000 years ago, for the competition of the righteous path, assassinations even took place in the Grand Congress. Right now, it could almost be called harmonious since the two of them were merely arguing with each other. Now that two nascent soul stage cultivators were at loggerheads, their intimidating aura was almost tearing the grand illusionary land apart. Cultivators was like a ball of lightning that was spitting electric arcs, while Xianxia was as tranquil as a frozen ocean. The anger and aggressiveness from the other party did not influence him at all. He said as calmly as before, please don't be agitated, Leader C. It might have been too blunt for me to say that the Iron God project is too costly and doomed to fail. However, My accusation is not ungrounded. Firstly, time. By your estimation, how long will it take before the Ice God project is accomplished? Cully craned his neck and replied stubbornly, with enough manpower and resources, the project will be finished in around 20 years. 20 years. Xianxia smiled and said, then, how are we going to cope with the Temple of Immortals during those 20 years while we devote our every penny and all the available resources to the project? You don't think that space pirates and Immortals cultivators will simply stand by and watch as we carry out the Ice God project and demolish their den, do you? Besides, you said yourself that it is the best-case scenario with enough manpower and resources. It is well known that the Flying Star sector does not have a central government. Hundreds of sects and thousands of space towns are scattered in the dozens of space zones. How can you make sure that all the sects will provide sufficient resources promptly and willingly? Don't forget the tragedy of 5,000 years ago when our ancestors tried to collect enough resources to build stellar-level magical equipment. And that was when we still had a central government. Let's say we are really putting the Ice God project into effect. Who's going to decide how many resources a sect is going to provide? What if a sect simply shrugs and says that they cannot provide the resources? Who is authorized to punish the sects when they are hiding their resources? How are you going to deal with the sects that refuse to join the Ice God project but will share the fruit when it succeeds? The Ice God project looks perfect, but it is founded on the hypothesis that the hundreds of sects in the world of cultivators work hard together selflessly. Is that possible? As long as one or two sects conceal some of their resources for their own interest, other sects will definitely follow them. When a chain reaction is triggered, the entire project will collapse eventually. Besides, before Ice Kong is finished, its combat ability will remain zero, no matter how many resources are poured into it. If any errors happen to the project, our resources will all be wasted. Cullies opened his mouth, only to come up with nothing. He was dazed for a second, before he asked solemnly, is the Grand Illusionary Soldier project any different? Of course it is, Xianxia said peacefully. The Ice God project seems intimidating and invincible, but its purpose is still a piece of traditional, if not obsolete, planetary-level magical equipment. In comparison, the Grand Illusionary Soldier is a piece of brand-new magical equipment based on big data. It can be called a magical equipment cloud. Compared with the Ice God project, the Grand Illusionary Soldier project highlights the importance of numbers. It is very cheap to produce a Grand Illusionary Soldier and connect it to the star brain. Ice King is absolutely useless before it is successfully transformed. However, even one Grand Illusionary Soldier will boast a certain amount of combat ability, however insignificant it is. As the number of the Grand Illusionary Soldier grows to 100, 1,000, 10,000, the combat ability of the Grand Illusionary Legion will soar exponentially. More importantly, the Grand Illusionary Soldier is a piece of free, open-source magical equipment. What is demonstrated in the video is just one model of it. In fact, as long as they have the most crucial reception array of telepathic thoughts, any sect and refiner can produce the Grand Illusionary Soldier according to their own scheme or even transform their old and outdated crystal suits into Grand Illusionary Soldiers. In such a case, the procedure of resource collection can be eliminated. The project will be implemented in the hundreds of sects all over the Flying Star sector simultaneously. In short, the Grand Illusionary Soldier project is just a standard that we propose. Under the standard, the sects can either deliver their resources to us and ask us to manufacture the Grand Illusionary Soldiers, or they can produce Grand Illusionary Soldiers of their own according to the structural designs and designing principles that we provide. If a certain sect does not approve the Grand Illusionary project, it's perfectly fine. They can choose to stay away from the project. After all, the Grand Illusionary Soldiers that other sects produced will only be responsible for protecting the towns and sailing routes within the territory of their sections. Open source, free, and agile. These are the three core principles of the Grand Illusionary Soldier project. After finishing his speech, Xianxia gestured toward Cully in a please enlighten me sign. Cully's face was as red as pig's liver, as he said, the bottom line is, the Grand Illusionary Soldier is still a piece of defense magical equipment. Even though they are stationed everywhere in the flying star sector, the best they can do is protect the sailing routes from space pirates. How can they annihilate the space pirates completely? Ants can bite an elephant to death when there are enough of them. Changes in quantity will inevitably lead to changes in quality, Xianxia said casually. Protecting the sailing routes is just the first step. When we have enough Grand Illusionary soldiers to form a Grand Illusionary Legion, we will wage a war against Spider Den immediately. After all, the soldiers are cheap cannon fodder. All we are going to lose are just some resources. By our estimation, if 4/5 of all the sects start to produce the Grand Illusionary soldiers with abundant resources on a large scale, an army with reasonably good combat ability will be formed within 2 years to protect the sailing routes from the scourge of space pirates. In 5 to 7 years, an enormous Grand Illusionary Legion will be ready to attack Spider Denver. The specific data and process of the calculations have been sent to everyone seated in the hall. You can check for yourself whether or not I am bluffing. The Grand Illusionary project not only takes much shorter time than the Ice God project, but also boasts another great advantage. The Ice God project is a suicidal plan. After a huge collision, all our resources devoted in the 20 years will be gone. What if the Temple of Immortals have other moves? In comparison, the Grand Illusionary soldiers are not likely to be wiped out in the war despite being mere cannon fodder. But even if they are, reproducing a batch of them is much more convenient than building another planetary-level crystal warship. Cully was rendered speechless. He took a long breath and glared at Xianxia. What about security? The Grand Illusionary soldiers are commanded by the virtual star brain. If the Temple of Immortals invades the spiritual nexus and gains control over the star brain, won't they be able to manipulate the entire Grand Illusionary Legion? With a thin smile, Xianxia replied, "Since crystal processors and the spiritual nexus were invented, there have always been concerns regarding such magical equipment that can simulate the mind of mankind. Many fictions also depicted the blackout of the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors, which developed independent consciousness and became evil. But please rest assured, everybody. Firstly, for the sects that are willing to join the Grand Illusionary Soldier Project, we will open the source code and the log of the production of the virtual star brain as much as we can so that all of the sects will know the development process and operation mechanism of the virtual star brain. Secondly, we will provide a star brain clone, or child brain, if you will, for every space zone. The Grand Illusionary soldiers in your space zone will be directly under your own control. In fact, it is impossible for the Grand Illusionary group to maneuver all of the Grand Illusionary soldiers at once. The universe is too vast, and there is always a lag to transmit telepathic thoughts via the spiritual nexus. The Grand Illusionary group in Heavenly Saint City is not able to control a Grand Illusionary soldier dozens of space zones away directly, is it? Thirdly, the Grand Illusionary soldiers rely on the network to perform the 100% of their combat ability. Once the network is cut off, their combat ability will drop to 5% of their original, and they will be no better than scrap metal. Even if the crystal processor experts of the Temple of Immortals succeed in hacking the star brain clone of a certain space zone and seize abundant Grand Illusionary soldiers, all the spiritual towers will still be in our control. As long as we cut off the spiritual nexus, all the Grand Illusionary soldiers that have lost control will immediately be paralyzed. Look, even if the Grand Illusionary soldiers are hacked by the Temple of Immortals, we have backup plans to cope with it. But Leader C, what if the Temple of Immortals infiltrates or even steals your Ice God warship after it is successfully built? Do you have any emergency plans? Cully coughed hard and said, "Well," Xianxia smiled and stopped further harangue. He turned to the camera and extended his hands, while he spoke sincerely. "Fellow cultivators, since we are having a millennium meeting today, our eyes must not be restricted to here and now. Space pirates and immortal cultivators are just insignificant obstacles in the future path of the human civilization of the Flying Star sector. Now that we are gathering the resources of the entire sector to build a piece of planetary-level magical equipment again after 5,000 years, we must lay a solid foundation for the development of the Flying Star sector in the next 1,000 or 10,000 years. Close your eyes and imagine that, when the scale of the Grand Illusionary Legion is large enough, the robotic soldiers will not only defend the sailing routes and towns in our back but also develop the planets whose environments are too harsh for human beings. They can also serve as pioneers to explore new worlds, so that the brightness of the civilization of the flying star sector will illuminate the entire universe in the next millennium.